that whether you plan to heal the sick or grow prettier roses, you will serve. The Empire will call, and you will answer. And when that day comes—" He stopped in front of Peterson, whose earlier spell had gone wide. "Will you be ready, or will you hesitate like Miss Storm, and die wondering why your perfect form didn't save you?" The training dummy behind Peterson still smoldered. "You are mages," Crowley continued, voice dropping to that dangerous quiet. "The non-mages fear you. Fear makes people irrational, dangerous. You need to be ready, not just for the Empire's enemies, but to be able to defend yourselves, whether you plan to be battle mages or bloody florists." "Mr. Scylla," Crowley's eyes fixed on a dome. "Show them proper form." "Why me of all people?" was what Adome wanted to ask, but kept to himself. He stepped forward, ignoring the whispers. His hand rose, smooth and precise. No wasted movement. The spell formed with practiced ease. Gather, compress, aim. Streaked across the yard, a lance of concentrated flame that punched through the dummy's chest. Before the smoke cleared, 2 more followed, creating a perfect triangle of destruction. "Excellent targeting," Crowley nodded. "Note the economy of motion, the consistent power output." Sam whistled low beside him. "Damn, you've gotten good at this. Been practicing?" "A bit." Adome flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar drain. Was efficient, but demanding. Each cast took more from his mana pool than a simple 3 shots, and he was already feeling the strain. Not good enough. Not nearly good enough. "Mr. Scylla has shown remarkable improvement," Crowley continued. "Though I suspect—" Boom! An explosion hit out of nowhere, and the class spun to see Damus's target sporting a perfect hole through its center, edges still smoking. The boy stood with his hand raised, a satisfied smirk playing at his lips. "Mr. Lightbringer," Crowley's muttered. "What have I said about interrupting lectures to show off?" "Sorry, Professor. The spell was ready, and I didn't want to lose focus." "If you had been focusing properly, you'd know that control matters more than power. Mr. Howell?" Crowley gestured to Gus. "Show us proper control." Gus's firebolt was barely visible, a whisper of heat that left a precise, coin-sized hole in the dummy's forehead. No excess damage, no wasted energy. An advantage of having only one affinity to an element was that you could do things with that element much faster than someone having more than one. "Excellent! That, Mr. Lightbringer, is how you kill someone without destroying half the building behind them." Damus's face reddened. His eyes found Adam's in that way they always did lately, looking for competition. Adam responded by sticking out his tongue, just slightly. Childish, maybe, but worth it for the way Damus's jaw clenched. "Real mature," Sam whispered beside him, trying not to laugh. "Says the guy who wants to put itching powder in his shoes." "That's different." Adam focused on his next weave, hiding his grin. He knew it was petty, this little rivalry he'd cultivated just to annoy Xerxes' golden boy. Crowley had always favored Damus, right until Adam started actually trying in class. Now the professor's praise was split between them, and watching it drive Damus crazy was honestly the highlight of these morning sessions. "Keep that up," Sam muttered, as Adam landed another perfect shot. "And he's going to challenge you to a proper duel." "Good. Maybe then he'll stop trying to prove himself every 5 minutes during class." The class continued with its usual rhythm of spells, corrections, and the occasional explosion from someone's miscast. Through it all, Adam kept count. He was 3 praiseworthy shots ahead of Damus now. Not that he was competing. Not at all. By the final class, Sam was complaining about the homework. 3 scrolls on elemental theory? Are they trying to kill us? while fixing his tie. Adom nodded sympathetically, though he could probably write those scrolls in his sleep. After Sam's earlier suspicions, he'd have to be even more careful about appearing ordinary. "I'm heading back to the dorm," Sam yawned, stretching. "Got that stash of elven chocolate my aunt sent last week. The good kind, with those little golden sparkles you like. Want to come? We could break into it and play that new board game." Adom's mouth almost watered at the mention of elven chocolate, his one weakness in either lifetime. But, "Think I'll stay out a bit longer," Adom said carefully. "Need some fresh air." Sam gave him a look, but didn't push it. "Just stay out of trouble. For real this time." "Yes, Mom." Sam rolled his eyes and headed off toward their dorm, leaving Adom alone with his thoughts. Just another day pretending to be 12 again. Well, minus the whole assassination attempt thing. Speaking of assassination, Adom's mind drifted back to what he'd heard them say. Helios. Of course that bastard was involved. Must have tagged him during the chase. But how? A rune? Some kind of tracking device? Another mage working with them? The possibilities nagged at him, but one thing was clear. Helios needed to be dealt with. Permanently. At least they were safe inside the academy. Zerki's paranoia had its uses. They had layered so many protection spells into every brick and corner that even breathing wrong could trigger an alarm. No one got in without the wards recognizing their magical signature. But being trapped inside wasn't an option. They'd need to leave eventually, and Adom couldn't have assassins waiting every time they stepped outside the gates. That favor Cisco owed him. Well, looked like he'd be calling it in sooner than expected. Then there was the thing with Mr. Biggins. Elixirs were the aristocracy of potions. Crystallized mana in many forms, requiring ingredients so rare and conditions so specific that even attempting to make one could bankrupt a small nation. The process itself was absurd. From months to years of preparation, precise astronomical alignments, and ingredients that had to be harvested at exact moments. Most elixir masters were lucky to produce 3 or 4 successful batches in years. And what they'd consumed? Adom had never heard of anything like it, not even in his previous life. Standard elixirs could expand your mana channels, sure, widen them by maybe 10%, 20% if you were lucky. The really premium stuff, the kind kings killed each other over, might push it to 30%. But what Mr. Biggins had given them had shattered those limits completely. The kind of expansion they'd experienced should have been impossible, should have torn their channels apart. The fact that they'd survived at all was miracle enough. The fact that they'd actually absorbed it, well, that opened up questions Adom wasn't sure he wanted answered. What exactly had the old man given them? And more importantly, who was the old man? Heck, who just hands out reality-breaking elixirs like they're cheap candy? The questions churned in Adom's mind as he packed his bag, already planning his route to that bizarre little shop. Sam had headed back to their dorm, leaving Adom free to "Student Adom Silla!" The harsh caw made him jump. One of the academy's messenger ravens, those glorified magical post offices with feathers, as students called them. The school's solution to everything from emergency notifications to "your mother sent cookies." Much more dignified than magical scrolls zipping through hallways and smacking students in the face, as had apparently happened in the academy's early years. "You have a visitor waiting at the entrance," the raven announced in its peculiar mix of human speech and bird-like inflections. They identified themselves as Aaron. Adom's eyes widened. He quickly pulled out his pocket watch. 5 p.m. exactly. Right. He had promised to meet Aaron today. He hurried toward the entrance, his thoughts still tangled between elixirs and assassins, when he heard voices by the entrance. Not shouting, exactly, but that particular tone that always preceded trouble. "So you're just waiting here?" A girl's voice. "That's kind of weird, don't you think?" "Like I said, a raven was sent." Aaron's voice was steady, controlled. Too controlled. Adam knew that tone. It was the same one a person used right before things got messy. "I'm waiting for someone." Adam rounded the corner to find 3 students standing near Aaron. They weren't doing anything obviously threatening, just chatting if you didn't know better. One girl, her uniform pristine down to the last fold, was examining her nails. The 2 boys flanking her looked equally relaxed, though something about their positioning made Adam's instincts twitch. "Oh, come on," one of the boys was saying. "We're just curious. You can't blame us for wondering when we see someone new hanging around. Safety first, right?" He smiled, all perfect teeth and calculated warmth. "Especially these days," the girl added, looking up from her nails. "You understand, don't you? With everything that's been happening lately." Aaron stood perfectly still, hands in his pockets, looking bored. But Adam caught the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his weight was shifted just so, ready to move. "Must be nice," the other boy drawled, eyeing Aaron's worn jacket with careful casualness. "Having friends in high places. Better than whatever places you usually hang around in." These little... Aaron's hand slipped into his pocket, jaw tightening. "What did you just say to me, you?" "Aaron! How are you doing, man?" Adam's voice cut through the tension, deliberately bright. The trio turned, and something shifted in their expressions. Subtle, but there. The girl's eyebrows rose slightly, while the boys exchanged a look that lasted a fraction too long. "Oh," the girl said, voice dripping honey. "You must be the friend he's waiting for. How nice." She paused, examining Adam with the same attention she'd given her nails earlier. "I don't believe we've had the pleasure." "I'm Adelaide Rosewood, of the baronial house Rosewood. These are Amadeus Blackdeer, of the baronial house Blackdeer, and Clyde Winterbourne, of the most noble house Winterbourne, Marquis of the Northern Reaches." Of course, Adelaide, Amadeus, and Clyde, because God forbid they just be called Bob. "Adam Silla," he replied, keeping his voice neutral. He moved to stand beside Aaron, casually breaking their loose circle. "Sorry I'm late. Just got the Raven's message." "No problem." Aaron's response was minimal, measured. "Silla?" Amadeus tilted his head, like he was trying to place the name. "Not from one of the old families, are you?" Adelaide's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Oh, Amadeus, don't be rude. I'm sure Adam's family is perfectly respectable." The pause was barely noticeable, but it was there. Adam suppressed a sigh. Clyde had been quiet, watching the exchange with an odd intensity. Now he straightened slightly, eyes narrowing. "Wait a minute. Silla. I've heard that name recently." He studied Adam more carefully now, like he was piecing something together. "Weren't you involved in something with Damus Lightbringer the other day?" "Oh?" Adelaide's interest sharpened visibly. "That incident? But I heard—" She trailed off, looking between Clyde and Adam. "Can't be," Amadeus said. "I mean, the story going around is that someone actually managed to—" He gestured vaguely, clearly skeptical. "It is him," Clyde said slowly, certainty creeping into his voice. "I was there, actually. Saw the whole thing." His lips twitched. "Though I have to say, you look even less impressive up close." Adelaide let out a small laugh, quickly covered by her hand. "Clyde, honestly." "What? Just being observant?" Clyde's eyes never left Adam. I mean, look at him. Those cracked glasses barely comes up to my shoulder. Looks like he'd have trouble lifting a textbook, let alone... Are you sure about what you saw? Amadeus asked, not bothering to hide his amusement. Because this is... He gestured at Adam like he was some kind of puzzling specimen. Well, you know. Adam felt something cold and familiar stirring in his chest. He kept his face perfectly neutral, even as he catalogued every subtle jab, every measured slight. Oh, I'm quite sure, Clyde said, voice thick with false sincerity. Though I have to wonder, how exactly did someone so... He paused, clearly savoring the moment. Diminutive manage such a feat. Unless, of course, you cheated. Clyde! Adelaide's reprimand was laughing rather than serious. You'll hurt his feelings. Look, he's already turning red. Just being honest, Clyde said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. My parents always taught me the value of honesty. You don't mind honesty, do you, Scylla? A mature person would walk away. That's what Adam kept telling himself, watching their perfectly practiced smiles, their calculated cruelty disguised as concern. The funny thing was, in his 79 years of life, and quite a few of those spent reading, he'd always thought these types of people were just lazy writing. The stuck-up rich kids with their carefully crafted insults and pristine uniforms. Yet here they were, like they'd walked straight out of a mediocre novel, hitting every predictable beat with almost admirable dedication. It was almost fascinating, in a tired sort of way. If he weren't so annoyed, he might have appreciated the sheer commitment to the stereotype. Adam knew himself quite well after living a little bit longer. He wasn't the type to suffer disrespect, especially not from children who could technically be his great-grandchildren, and definitely not after the day he'd had. Actually, this was perfect. These little brats needed a lesson in humility, and Adam was in just the right mood to deliver one. Something memorable. Something that would make them think twice before... Brother! The cheerful voice cut through his darkening thoughts. Adam turned to see a group of familiar faces jogging towards them. Hugo's massive frame led the pack, his purple hair bouncing with each stride. Behind him came Diana with her scarred knuckles, Harry still nursing that pretzel hold from earlier, Phil with his broad shoulders, and Caius sporting what looked like 2 black eyes now instead of 1. Transcendent nerd detected, Caius called out cheerfully, the whole group moving like a small, very muscular stampede. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. Clyde and his friends suddenly looking very small as Hugo's towering frame approached, his genuine smile a sharp contrast to their practiced smirks. Everything all right here? A sweating Hugo asked, his tone still cheerful, but his eyes sharp as they swept over the scene. Yeah, Clyde grunted. Just chatting. Oh, hope we're not interrupting then, Hugo smiled, somehow managing to take up even more space as he casually stretched. Adam, don't forget tomorrow, 6 a.m. sharp. First day's crucial for building proper form, Diana added professionally. We'll need to assess your baseline. Make sure to get the standard training gear from the equipment office, Phil chimed in, absently doing shoulder rolls. They're enchanted for durability, better than ruining your own clothes. And don't skip breakfast, Caius grinned, shadowboxing. You'll need the energy. We go pretty hard on fundamentals. Speaking of which, Harry cracked his neck, we should demonstrate proper stance sometime. You know, for educational purposes. The kids began finding urgent reasons to check their watches and straighten their uniforms. Actually, we should, Adelaide started. Right, class, Amadeus added quickly. Yeah, wouldn't want to be late, Clyde muttered, already backing away. Nice chat.
Oh, before you go.
Hugo pulled out some forms with that same bright smile. Recruitment's still open. Could really use some new blood in the club. Caius helpfully pushed the papers into their hands. Yeah, great for building character. And confidence, Diana added meaningfully. The kids took the forms like they were handling live snakes. Thanks, we'll consider it, Clyde mumbled. Have a great day, the Combat Club members called out in perfect unison, waving enthusiastically until the group hurriedly disappeared around the corner. Hugo turned to Adam. You good, brother? Thanks, guys. Don't mention it, they chorused, then noticed Aaron half hiding behind Adam. Oh! Hugo immediately seemed to shrink, somehow making his massive frame less imposing. Hello there. Friend of Adam? Aaron nodded nervously. Any friend of our brother is family, Phil said warmly, his voice softer than before. I'm Phil. The gentle giant here is Hugo. You should come watch Adam train sometime, Diana suggested kindly. We have great seats for spectators, very safe distance from the action. And snacks, Caius added. Can't forget the protein bars. Aaron relaxed slightly, managing a small smile. Well, we should get going, Hugo said, adjusting his glasses. Still got 5 miles to run before dinner. Cardio day, you know how it is. He beamed at Adam. See you tomorrow, brother. Bring water. And your fighting spirit, Harry called back. And protein, Caius's voice echoed across the yard. As the group jogged away, their chant echoed across the courtyard. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. Oorah! Lightweight, baby! Yeah! Adam and Aaron watched in silence as the enthusiastic chorus faded into the distance. Finally, Aaron spoke. Somehow, I feel like they just saved those kids from you. You were about to touch that Clyde guy, weren't you? Viciously. After the word left his mouth, Adam had a brief moment of clarity, where he realized that, as a mentally 79-year-old man, announcing his intentions to viciously touch a child probably wasn't his finest moment. Even if said child was a remarkably punchable young noble. Mental note. Work on phrasing. So, Aaron turned to him. Law, or should I call you Adam? Adam chuckled. Call me whatever you want. So, what are we doing this evening? Well, Adam adjusted his broken glasses. I had planned to test your current level, and I still will. But first, I need to make a detour in town and check something. On their way to town, Adam filled Aaron in on his eventful morning, the assassination attempt, the ensuing chaos, and his rather creative solution to the problem. So, basically, he explained, casually stepping over a puddle, they're walking around with scrambled memories right now. Can't remember my face, my name, or anything about me. And the police caught them. Aaron whistled. Brutal. Effective, but brutal. Speaking of which, Adam continued, I need you to set up another meeting with Cisco in a few days. There are some questions I need to ask him. About the people trying to kill you. Among other things. They turned the corner onto Market Street, and Adam stopped dead in his tracks. The Weird Stuff store's windows were dark, a closed sign hanging crookedly on the door. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Adam's palm met his face with an audible smack. The walk back was punctuated by Adam's continuous stream of muttered curses. That old fox did this on purpose, he grumbled, kicking a pebble. Probably sitting in there right now, laughing behind those dusty curtains. You really think so? Aaron asked, trying to keep up with Adam's irritated pace. Oh, absolutely. He's got that— Adam waved his hands vaguely. That whole mad and mysterious shopkeeper thing going on. Probably thinks it's funny to make me come back later. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. Watch, next time I show up, he'll act all surprised, like, "Oh, were you looking for me? I was just taking a very important nap." His impression of the Mr. Biggins voice made Aaron snort. They finally reached the academy, and Adam led them to one of the training rooms. It was everything you'd expect from Zerke's academy, and then some. Polished marble floors gleamed under floating orbs of light, their glow reflecting off walls covered in intricate runic arrays. Various magical devices lined the shelves: crystalline focusing prisms, enchanted practice dummies that could actually fight back, and measurement tools that looked like they belonged in some mad scientist's laboratory. Aaron tried, and failed, to act casual as he walked around, but his eyes kept darting everywhere like an excited kid in a candy store. He paused at a display case, fingers hovering over a sleek wooden wand. "Third-generation Hawthorne," he murmured. "Diamond core, triple helix runic array. Even in the undertow, these go for small fortunes." "You know your wands," Adam noted. Aaron chuckled, a bit self-conscious. "Always wanted one for training. My hands aren't great at weaving yet." "That's normal. You haven't had proper magical education." Adam tilted his head thoughtfully. "Actually, I should still have my first-year wand somewhere in my dorm." "Really?" The shout echoed off the marble walls. Aaron froze, caught in his own enthusiasm. He cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, and in a carefully measured voice said, "That would be appreciated." Adam burst out laughing. "Stop it," Aaron muttered, ears turning red. "Your face," Adam wheezed. "You went from 5 years old to 50 in 2 seconds flat." "I said stop." "You know," Adam finally managed, wiping tears from his eyes, "you could just act your age instead of trying to be Mr. Serious all the time." Eden pointedly examined a nearby runic array, pretending he couldn't hear the occasional snicker still coming from Adam's direction. After one final chuckle, Adam stepped to the center of the room. "Ready?" "Yeah." Eden's face was still a bit flushed, but his eyes were focused now. "Take your clothes off." "What?" "Just the top." Adam fiddled with a crystalline device that looked like a cross between a stethoscope and a kaleidoscope. When Eden hesitated, he sighed. "It's procedure. Less than a minute. Just need to check your mana pool capacity and if you've hit any natural limits." Eden muttered something under his breath, but complied, shrugging off his jacket and pulling his shirt over his head. "The device works by reading the mana pathways through direct contact," Adam explained, adjusting some dials. "I'll place it on your back, activate it, and we'll get a quantitative measurement of your—" He stopped mid-sentence. Eden half-turned. "Problem?" "There might be." Adam had studied runes since before he could properly write. Complex arrays, ancient scripts, forbidden patterns. He'd memorized thousands, could recognize them in his sleep. It took a lot to surprise him these days. But this— To untrained eyes, the mark sprawling across Eden's upper back might have looked like an oddly symmetric birthmark, or perhaps a scar that had healed unusually well. But Adam knew better. He'd seen this pattern exactly once before, years ago, in a book he wasn't supposed to have access to for at least another decade. A natural rune. Not drawn, not carved, not branded, but grown into the flesh itself, as if it had always been meant to be there. The implications made his throat dry. "Adam?" Eden's voice had an edge to it now. "What's wrong?" "That mark on your back," Adam asked casually, placing the device against Eden's skin. "Where'd you get it?" "Oh, this? Mother said I was born with it. Just a birthmark." Why? The device beeped, and Adam's eyes widened at the display. Mana pool, 10,000 plus. M. Absorption rate, 98%. Measurement, verified. Crystal resonance mode, active. What's wrong? Silence. Adam reset the device, measured again, same result. Third time, no change. He stared at the screen. This machine was Zerke's latest model, capable of measuring even the most powerful mana crystals. When readings exceeded a certain level, it automatically switched to crystal resonance mode, a feature added for measuring artificial constructs like golems or crystal containing large quantities of mana. No one had expected to need it for a person, but Zerke's built their devices to measure everything, just in case. Adam's current mana pool sat at 500 million, according to his system, and he'd verified it against the machine's measurements with Sam earlier today after their elixir absorption. The readings matched perfectly. The system wasn't using some alternate scale. Mana pools were like fingerprints. Everyone was born with one, each unique in size and potential. Some people were stuck with what they got at birth, others grew steadily throughout their lives. Some hit their ceiling early, while others never stopped expanding. Natural limits varied wildly, but when a mana pool reached certain thresholds, something extraordinary happened. Rings. At 3,000 meters, the first ring formed around the mana core. The second ring appeared at 9,000 megatons, triple the first threshold. The third would manifest at 27,000 megatons, triple again, and each subsequent ring required tripling the previous threshold. Magic was mathematics. Each leap between circles represented not just a difference in raw power, but a fundamental transformation in what a mage could achieve. In his past life, by age 79, Adam had achieved 2 rings, making him a 2-circle mage. The gap between a regular mage and a circle mage wasn't just a matter of degree, it was a fundamental difference in nature. A regular mage might conjure a fireball. A 1-circle mage's output could turn a forest to ash in less than a few minutes. 2 circles meant enough mana output to reshape coastlines and level cities. 3 circles? The farmer mage, who was said to be over 50,000 M, conquered a level S dungeon by himself. Or so the legends say. And here was Eren, casually sporting 10,000 M. The absorption readings from the device had shown something else, too. Every mage had an absorption rate, a measure of how much their mana pool could still grow. Adam liked to think of it like a sponge. A dry sponge, 100%, could soak up lots of water, while a saturated one, 0%, couldn't absorb a single drop more. Young mages with vast room for growth showed rates near 100%. As they approached their natural limits, that number dropped steadily toward 0. Once it hit 0, that was it. Their mana pool would never expand again. Adam had witnessed countless mages face that moment, when the device showed 0 and their dreams hit their ceiling. Some had wept, others smiled in acceptance, each confronting their destiny in their own way. Eren's readout had shown 98%. A monster, Adam thought, a chill running down his spine. He's a true monster. Damn. How old are you? 12? Why? 2-circle mage at 12, Adam muttered, almost chuckling at the absurdity. Name, Eren Raubtier. Race, human. State, curious, agitated, worried. No level shown, as usual with non-monsters. A laugh bubbled up from Adom's chest, startling Eren. "What's wrong with you? Is there a problem?" Adom's mind raced. Someone this exceptional, existing in this time period, yet no trace of them in the future? Impossible. Unless they died young. He smiled, reaching out to fist bump the rune on Eren's back. This is going to make a lot of things easier. It felt like a weight lifting from his shoulders. What if he'd been wrong all along? What if he wasn't meant to be the one to save the world? What if it was Eren? It would explain why death sent him back. Not to be the hero, but to be the guide. To shape this raw talent into something that could truly defy fate. "What are you talking about?" Eren asked, confusion clear in his voice. Adom's smile widened. "I'm just really glad I found you." Chapter 13. Wakey Bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A mechanical bird bounced on its brass perch, red crystal eyes flashing with each piercing note. Its metallic feathers clicked and whirred as its head bobbed up and down. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound echoed through the small room. A pillow flew through the air, missing completely. Chirp, chirp, crunch. Adom's spell-enhanced fist smashed through the construct, scattering gears and springs across the floor. The bird's head rolled under the bed, one eye still weakly blinking. "Thank you," Sam mumbled, face buried in his mattress. "No problem," Adom replied flatly, shaking his hand. "Remind me again why we keep making these things so durable?" The wakey birds, as Sam had dubbed them, despite Adom's protests about the name, were their solution for days when they needed to wake up earlier than usual. Regular alarms could be turned off. These couldn't. The only way to silence a wakey bird was to physically destroy it. And they designed the stupid things to dodge the first few attacks. "At least make them quieter next time," Sam muttered, still horizontal. "Why are we up at... What time is it?" 5. "Why are we up at 5? Training at 6, remember?" The remains of the bird gave one last pathetic chirp before falling silent. That made 17 they'd destroyed this year. Adom stretched, joints popping. He'd forgotten how much being young hurt, too. Everything was either too flexible or too stiff, with no in-between. "Come on, up. If you make us late, I'm designing the next bird to shoot lightning." "You wouldn't. Try me." Sam finally rolled over, hair sticking up in directions that defied geometry. "I hate mourning you." "Mourning me hates everyone equally." Adom started gathering the scattered parts. They'd need these for bird number 18. "But mourning me also knows we need to be ready by..." Yeah, training. 6, got it." The red crystal eye under the bed finally stopped blinking. Another morning at the academy was officially underway. The bathroom filled with steam as Adom let the hot water run over his shoulders. His muscles were already complaining about the early hour, but his mind was racing. He could hear Sam in the other room, probably making a mess with the porridge again. They'd worked out this routine for the academy. Alternate shower and breakfast shifts. Efficiency was everything when you were trying to cram 30 hours of work into a 24-hour day. Adom had always been good at compartmentalizing. It was the only way to stay sane when juggling multiple lives' worth of memories. Right now, he had several mental folders demanding attention. Making the Cure, See His Parents, the Mr. Biggins mystery, the Professor Kim file, the Helios problem, the treasure of the cave, the probably hungry puma roaming somewhere in the city because of him, saving the world, and, of course, The Aaron situation. That was a lot. Where to begin? The Aaron situation. Yeah, might as well start there. 2.5 billion. That's how many belonged to what scholars called the founder races. Humans, dwarves, and elves. Not that they were the only sentient species, far from it. Beastkin, spirits, and countless others populated the world. But these three races shared a peculiar connection. They all traced their origins to the same individual, built civilizations together, fought each other, and, most importantly, shared the same fundamental approach to magic. Steam curled around Adom as he worked the soap into his hair, still trying to process yesterday's discovery. 1%. That's how many were blessed, or cursed, depending on who you asked, with the ability to manipulate mana. 25 million mages spread across the 10 continents. The average mage, after reaching their peak, commanded about 1,000 mana.
The talented ones, the ones who got special treatment and entry into prestigious academies and institutions, might reach 2,000 M. Every family prayed their children would be among those blessed few. But then there were the circle mages. Adom traced a circle in the condensation on the shower wall. Out of all those millions of mages, only 0.85% ever achieved even a single ring. The math was brutal. Roughly 212,500 circle mages in the entire world. And among those, he wiped the steam from his face. 2. There were exactly 2 known two-circle mages in the world right now. Sir Gaius, the current archmage of the Magisterium, and High Lady Solaria Caelendril, queen consort of the great elven kingdom of Tanor. Both well over 70 years old, both having spent decades climbing to that peak. And then there was Aaron, 12 years old, 10,000 M, 98% absorption rate. The third two-circle mage in the world was a preteen from the dregs on the islands of Arcos. "Oi!" Sam's voice cut through his thoughts. "Either drown yourself properly or hurry up. Your porridge is getting cold." Adom turned off the water, reaching for his towel. "Since when do you care about my breakfast?" "Since you promised to help me with enhancement formulas if I stopped letting you skip meals." Right. He had promised that. The numbers kept spinning. 2.5 billion. 1%. 0.85%. 2 circle mages. No, 3 now. And none of them had saved the world. Adom grabbed his porridge and settled at their small table, but not before pulling out Sam's old tea collection. A parting gift from his merchant father that had gathered dust in the corner until yesterday, when Adom had casually asked if he could have it if Sam wasn't going to use it. Sam watched, both amused and disturbed, as his Adom weaved a precise heating spell on their battered kettle and meticulously measured loose tea leaves into an equally worn teapot.
"Since when do you drink tea?" Sam asked, pushing his own bowl aside. "I've never seen you touch the stuff before."
"Ah!"
Adom's eyes lit up as steam rose from the kettle, his face morphing into that perfect noble's expression, nose slightly upturned, one eyebrow arched just so. He crossed his legs with exaggerated grace and lifted his cup without extending his pinky finger, a deliberate jab at those who did. "Tea, my young friend, is one of life's finest pleasures. Your father has excellent taste. This particular blend," he lifted the tin, inhaling deeply, "is a delicate balance of northern herbs with just a hint of—" "Stop." Sam held up a hand, fighting a grin. "You're doing the weird old man thing again. And please don't compliment my dad's tea preferences. It's unsettling. You simply cannot rush proper tea preparation, Adam continued, dropping exactly 3 sugar cubes into his cup. The water must be precisely the right temperature, you see. Too hot and you'll scald the leaves. Too cool and… Your porridge is getting cold while you're having your midlife crisis over my dad's leaf water. Leaf water? Adam looked genuinely offended, taking a slow, appreciative sip. Truly, your father is a man of refined… Nope, no. Stop being weird about my dad's tea. Eat your breakfast, Professor Tea Time. We have 10 minutes. Adam sat with both his porridge and his carefully brewed tea, taking another reverent sip. Another thought hit him, and he almost choked on his first spoonful of porridge as he started chuckling. Right, because being a 2-circle mage at 12 wasn't enough. Eren also had what looked like a natural rune. A completely different mental folder right there. The Eren case, Part 2, because obviously one impossible thing wasn't enough. His chuckling turned into full-blown laughter. Stop being creepy and eat your breakfast, Sam said, throwing a sock at him. And whatever's breaking your brain this early in the morning, I don't want to know. Also, you're doing that thing where you cradle your teacup like it's made of gold. We have 10 minutes before we need to leave. Adam caught the sock without looking, still grinning. Just appreciating the absurdity of life. He took another slow sip of tea. You know, in the Northern Isles, they age their tea leaves in… If you don't start eating right now, I'm dumping your precious tea down the drain. You wouldn't dare. Try me. But he did stop laughing, focusing on his porridge instead. 2 mental folders for one 12-year-old. That had to be some kind of record. Though perhaps he could introduce the boy to proper tea appreciation. Stop smiling at your teacup like that. You're freaking me out. The boys stood in front of the heavy wooden door like 2 condemned men at the gallows. The early morning darkness still clung to the corridors, broken only by the gentle glow of enchanted crystals. 5:59 a.m. Neither moved. I still can't believe you convinced me to do this. Sam finally broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes hadn't left the door since they'd arrived 3 minutes ago. I'm sure it will be a good and wholesome experience, Adam replied, face completely expressionless. We'll learn the power of friendship, get muscles, and have plenty of adventures together. Maybe even find our true selves along the way. Sam's head slowly turned toward him. That sounds exactly like the plot of The Iron Scholar's Journey to Strength. It was supposed to be a novel reference joke, yes. Ah. Sam turned back to the door. I get it now. A moment of silence. Ha. The single syllable from Sam echoed in the empty corridor, dry as desert sand. The clock struck 6, and from behind the door came the first echoes of what sounded suspiciously like a war cry. Well, Adam said, reaching for the handle. After you. I hate you. I know. The door creaked open, and the first thing that hit them was the smell. A unique blend of sweat, leather, and something Sam couldn't quite identify but made him wrinkle his nose. Don't ask, Adam muttered. Trust me on this one. The training hall was already alive with activity. Students were scattered around, and if you passed them on the street, you'd never guess they were mages. Built like brick walls, most of them, the kind of people you'd expect to see hauling cargo at the docks, not drawing intricate magical circles. At the front, Hugo was leading what appeared to be their morning ritual, his voice booming, "Body improvement! Fight on!" The response shook dust from the ceiling, making Sam jump slightly. Was this some sort of cult? Is it too late to fake my death? Sam whispered. Yes. Adam grabbed his sleeve before he could retreat. Besides, look how normal they are when they're not, well, doing that.
Indeed, between the enthusiastic chanting, pairs of students were helping each other stretch, sharing water flasks, and exchanging what looked like training tips. In one corner, a massive guy who could probably bench press a horse was gently showing a newer member proper form for what appeared to be a basic movement. "I don't want to be transcendent anymore," Sam muttered, watching as someone casually lifted a weight that looked heavier than his bookshelf. Very impressive. "Too bad, we're already here." They waited in awkward silence as the chant concluded with one final "Fight on!" that made the training dummies rattle. Hugo bounded over, practically glowing with enthusiasm, and spent the next few minutes introducing them to the rest of the club. 30 faces, 30 names, 30 variations of encouraging smiles and friendly nods. Adam caught maybe half of them. Now, 32 members. The number felt significant somehow. "You know," Sam observed, "when you said training club, I was expecting more robes."
Less muscles. Maybe some theoretical discussions about magical enhancement. "Oh, we have those too," Hugo replied beside them, somehow managing to sound enthusiastic, without shouting now. "Usually during breaks." He produced 2 pieces of paper with a flourish. "Here you go, brothers. Your paths to greatness." Sam's eyes grew wider with each line he read, his face slowly draining of color. This can't be. "Personalized training programs," Hugo beamed. "I stayed up late designing them based on our chat yesterday. See, Sam, you're showing classic signs of mana strain-induced muscle deterioration, common in theoretical specialists. We'll need to focus on your core strength first, lots of stabilizing exercises. And your posture needs work, so I included specific stretches for that." Sam made a sound like a deflating balloon. "And Adam?" Hugo turned, adjusting his glasses professionally. "You've got decent baseline fitness, but your right side is notably stronger than your left, probably from spellcasting stance. We'll need to balance that out. I've included a nutrition plan too. You both need more protein. And minerals. And everything, really." The paper in Adom's hands listed exercises he hadn't done in decades. His muscles preemptively ached just reading them. "Now!" Hugo clapped his hands, making them both jump. "Let's start with stretching. Very important. Prevents injuries, improves mana flow. Then we'll do some light cardio, just 30 minutes for you two since you're new. The others will do their usual hour." Around them, club members were already pairing up, helping each other stretch with the kind of cheerful enthusiasm usually reserved for holiday celebrations or particularly exciting theoretical breakthroughs. "Light cardio," Sam repeated faintly, staring at the training program again. "Light." Adam looked at the detailed schedule in his hands, then at the room full of energetic fitness enthusiasts, then at his friend's increasingly pale face. He couldn't tell Sam he was regretting this too, not after dragging him here, not after all those speeches about getting stronger together. "Come on," he said instead, patting Sam's shoulder. "At least we'll suffer as a team." "That's the spirit!" Hugo exclaimed, somehow having heard him despite being 3 meters away. "Everyone, let's welcome our new brothers properly. Stretching circle!" The entire club moved with practiced coordination, forming a perfect circle. 2 spots opened up between Diana and Vale, who waved them over with encouraging grins. "I read that novel too, by the way," Sam muttered as they walked over. "Iron Scholar's Journey. The protagonist dies in Chapter 3 from training too hard. He gets reincarnated, but still. That's not very motivating." "Huh!" Then came a message. "Complete 10 miles under an hour using only physical means in a single continuous attempt. Note, enhancement magic, movement spells, spatial manipulation, or any other magical assistance will void the quest.
Progress must be completed in one uninterrupted session. Current best time, N. A reward. Skill, iron lungs, rare, passive. Description: dramatically increases overall stamina and oxygen efficiency, reduces fatigue buildup, enables longer periods of sustained physical activity, and improves recovery time. Status: in progress, 0%. 10 miles. Under an hour. He would have sighed and complained had he not been the one to drag Sam. Left foot, right foot. Left foot, right foot. The steady rhythm of feet hitting the ground mixed with Adam's increasingly labored breathing. +1 endurance. His lungs burned. +1 endurance. +1 stamina. 10 minutes in, and his legs felt like lead. Sweat trickled down his back, his temple, stinging his eyes.
The training track stretched endlessly before him. +6 endurance, minor increase to cardiovascular endurance. "Keep going, Adam!" Hugo called out encouragingly as he lapped Adam for the third time, barely breaking a sweat. Show off. His calves screamed. A stitch formed in his side, sharp and insistent. Beside him, Sam had given up any pretense of dignity and was making sounds like a dying whale. Minor increase to pain tolerance. 20 minutes. His throat was raw. Each breath felt like swallowing sand. But the notifications kept coming, each one a tiny victory. Body adaptation progress, 12%. The world narrowed down to the next step, the next breath. His glasses slipped down his sweat-slicked nose. He didn't bother pushing them back up. Achievement unlocked. First mile. +2 stamina. Minor increase to recovery rate. By minute 25, even his eyebrows were sweating. He didn't know eyebrows could sweat. The notifications blurred together, but he caught glimpses. +1 stamina. Minor increase. Body adaptation. Finally, mercifully, Hugo called time. Adam collapsed onto the nearest bench, lungs heaving, legs trembling. Next to him, Sam lay face down on the floor, mumbling something about regrets and betrayal. Adam would have laughed, but he didn't have the breath for it. Side quest failed. Time, 30 minutes. Status, failed. Complete 10 mile in under an hour. Analysis. Current completion time is much slower than required. Recommendation. Continue cardiovascular training. Current physical condition indicates potential for significant improvement. Quest will reset tomorrow at dawn. Recovery phase initiated. This skill would not be easy to obtain, it seemed. After gulping down water like they'd crossed a desert and a mandatory 15-minute rest period that Hugo insisted on, recovery is just as important as training, brothers. Caius approached them, his usually boisterous demeanor replaced by a calm, teacher-like presence.
First things first, Caius said, adjusting Adam's stance with gentle movements. Boxing isn't about hitting hard. It's about proper form. Everything starts with your feet. He tapped Adam's left foot. Dominant hand back, non-dominant forward, shoulder width apart. You're not a tree, stay light on your feet. Master basic boxing form. Requirements. Perfect stance maintenance, 10 minutes. Perfect basic straight punch form, 50 repetitions. Perfect basic defensive position. Reward, skill, boxing fundamentals. Status, in progress, 0%. Good. Now, hands up, protect your face. Caius demonstrated, bringing his fists up. Elbows in, you're protecting your body too. Chin down, eyes up. Your hands are your castle walls, and your chin is the treasure you're protecting.
Adam mimicked the position, feeling somewhat awkward. Common beginner mistake. You're too tense. Relax your shoulders. You need to be able to hold this position for rounds. Caius gently pressed Adam's shoulders down. There. Now, basic straight punch. We'll use the dummy. He demonstrated in slow motion. Power comes from the ground up. Turn your foot, rotate your hip, extend your arm. Straight line, like threading a needle. Return immediately to your defensive position. Every punch leaves you vulnerable. The faster you return, the safer you are. Form analysis, 12% accuracy. Basic stance maintenance, 123/10. Again, slower this time. Feel each movement. The training dummy waited patiently as Adam worked through each punch, Caius correcting small details, an elbow here, a foot position there. Each attempt brought new notifications. Form analysis, 15% accuracy. Basic straight punch, 3/50. Form analysis, 18% accuracy. Basic straight punch, 4/50. Good, Caius nodded approvingly. Remember, we're not trying to knock anyone out today. Form first. Power comes later. Speed comes later. Everything in boxing builds on proper fundamentals. Form analysis, 23% accuracy. Basic stance maintenance, 345/10. Basic straight punch, 7/50. That's it, Caius encouraged as Adam threw another careful punch. Every movement has a purpose. Nothing wasted. Boxing isn't just about hitting. It's about efficiency. The next hours blurred into a rhythm of punch, correct, repeat. The training hall echoed with the sounds of other members calling out encouragement between their own exercises. Looking good, Adam. Keep that guard up, Sam. Sweat dripped down Adam's back, his shirt long since soaked through. His arms trembled with each extension, muscles burning in ways he hadn't felt since his academy days. Elbow in, Caius reminded, tapping Adam's arm. I know you're tired, but form doesn't take breaks. Caius, Sam wheezed, have mercy, please. Mercy is for rest days, Caius replied cheerfully. Now, again. The absolute audacity of these young people, Adam thought, making a respected academic work like a common laborer. In his day, they had proper respect for... Wait. This was his day. His internal grumbling scattered as something clicked between one punch and the next. His body found the rhythm it had been fighting against, each movement flowing into the next with a precision that felt right. Side quest completed. Master basic boxing form. Requirements met. Stance maintenance, 10/10. Basic straight punch form, 50/50. Final accuracy, 87%. Basic defensive position, mastered. Reward, skill boxing fundamentals acquired. Boxing fundamentals passive, level 1. Basic understanding of boxing mechanics. Improves punch accuracy, defensive awareness, and overall form efficiency. Current bonus, plus 5% to punch accuracy, plus 3% to reaction time. Mana pool expanded, 505/505. Note, physical conditioning has improved mana circulation efficiency. Adam's arms felt like overcooked noodles, his legs barely supporting him. Every muscle he didn't know he had was announcing its existence through various degrees of pain. But for some reason, he was happy. Excellent work today, brothers, Hugo beamed, somehow still energetic. That's enough for you two. Here. He pulled 4 vials from his training bag, the liquids inside glowing faintly. Tonic and muscle recovery potions. Made them myself. The green one's for stamina, the blue for muscle repair. Take them now. They work best immediately after training. Sam eyed the vials suspiciously.
These aren't the ones from your experimental batch, are they?
Of course not. Those are for advanced members only. Adom decided he didn't want to know. Effect: restores 30% stamina. Duration: immediate. Muscle recovery elixir. Effect: reduces muscle fatigue by 65%. Accelerates muscle repair by 40%. Duration: 6 hours. The effect was almost instant. Warmth spread through his limbs, the burning ache in his muscles fading to a manageable soreness. His vision sharpened as the fatigue-induced fog lifted. Remember, proper nutrition is key to recovery. Protein within 30 minutes. Complex carbs. Stay hydrated. Tomorrow we start weight training. Same time.
Weight training, Sam wheezed.
Rest well, and no skipping meals, Hugo called after them as they stumbled out. Your bodies are temples under renovation.
Sam dragged himself along the corridor. I can't wait to collapse into my bed and die. It's 9:30. What? We have theoretical applications of arcane geometry in 30 minutes. A moment of silence. Adom? Yes? I know I've said this 3 times today already, Sam groaned. But I really, truly, with every fibre of my currently dying body, hate you. Ouch. Whoever said that working out in the morning gives you energy for the day was either a liar or had never actually tried it.
Sure, right after their morning session, riding high on Hugo's suspicious potions and the satisfaction of completing his first quest, Adom had felt incredible, focused, energetic, like he could take on the world. That lasted approximately 27 minutes. Then, somewhere between Professor Bain's arcane diagrams and their third attempt at drawing a straight line in practical enchantment, reality hit harder than his morning crash into the training bench. The day stretched into an endless blur of trying not to fall asleep, questioning every life choice that led to this moment, and learning that even blinking could feel like a workout. By the time their last class ended at 5 p.m., finally, Sam sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. I'm going to take the longest shower of my life and try to remember what it feels like to be human again. I need to head to the weird stuff store, Adom said, adjusting his glasses. Funny how that worked. Dead tired all day, but now that rest was actually possible, he felt wide awake. Annoying, but convenient. The Mr. Biggins thing? Yeah. Ah, Sam's tired expression brightened slightly. I'm curious too. My mana pool shot up to 400. Should probably thank the man, but... He gestured vaguely at his entire being. Existing is hard enough right now. Thank him? Adom frowned. Aren't you worried about what kind of person he might be? Sam's laugh came out as a wheezy chuckle. Adom, we've known Mr. Biggins since we got to Zerkie's. Sure, he's weird. Who names a magical shop Weird Stuff Store anyway? But evil? The guy gives candy to stray cats and names them after ancient mages and philosophers. Plus, he smiled, anyone who gives me an elixir that brings me closer to becoming a legendary mage gets a high five in my book. Well, when I can lift my arms again. Adom stood there for a moment, processing. He'd spent the whole day constructing elaborate theories about sinister plots and hidden agendas. And here was Sam, casually pointing out the obvious. Sometimes a weird shopkeeper was just a weird shopkeeper who happened to help students achieve their dreams. Maybe coming from an apocalyptic future had rewired his brain to see threats in every shadow, which was precisely why, despite his muscles protesting every step, Adom found himself at the store's entrance as evening approached.
This time, it was open. The bell jingled cheerfully as Adom stepped inside. "Watch out!" His body moved before his mind caught up, muscle memory from just hours ago kicking in like some sort of combat-induced PTSD. Chin tucked, elbows in, hands up, Caius's voice echoing in his head like an especially aggressive conscience. He dropped into the defensive stance they drilled into him this morning, having vivid flashbacks of that training dummy rushing at his face. All this happened in the split second it took for a mechanical bird to zoom past where his head had been, crash into a shelf of color-changing inkwells, and explode in a shower of purple sparks. "Are you all—" Crash! A cascade of boxes hit the floor as their levitation spell broke, followed by the sound of various magical items clattering, tinkling, and, in one case, making a noise like a surprised goose. A girl in a Xerxes uniform, 4th year by the 4 red lines on her robe's shoulder pad, stood amid the chaos, her hands covering her mouth in horror. Her auburn pigtails seemed to droop along with her shoulders as she surveyed the damage. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" She adjusted her glasses frantically, then remembered a dome existed. "I'm so sorry."
The articulated messenger bird wasn't supposed to be active. I was just moving it to the testing area, and I must have bumped the activation rune and... Oh dear. The color-changing ink is spreading. "I'm really sorry. Are you okay?" Not that I'm assuming you couldn't handle a simple mechanical bird, but... Oh. The ink is reaching the enchanted carpets. She fumbled for her wand, nearly dropped it, caught it, then promptly stepped on one of the fallen boxes, stumbling forward with a small eep. Adom wove a quick, helping guide some of the fallen items back into their boxes, and then containing the spreading ink. "Oh, thanks." She brightened, then immediately knocked over a stack of books she'd just straightened. Are you a student from Xerxes? Me too." "We're both wearing the uniform, so," Adom muttered to himself, not realizing he'd said it aloud. "Sorry, of course we are. That was a stupid question. Sorry. I get nervous, and then I say obvious things, and then I apologize too much, and then I apologize for apologizing, and... Sorry, oh no, I'm doing it again." "Hey, it's okay." Adom raised his hands in what he hoped was a calming gesture, feeling completely out of his depth. "Maybe we should focus on the ink before it reaches those singing crystals?" After a few deep breaths, in through the nose, out through the mouth, Mr. Biggins always says it helps with the nerves, they managed to clean up the mess together. Between his organizing spells and her apparently encyclopedic knowledge of where everything belonged, it only took a few minutes. "Thank you so much. Really, you didn't have to help, but you did, and the ink could have been such a disaster, and..." She caught herself before another avalanche of thanks could start. "It was nothing, really." She readjusted her glasses and suddenly gasped so dramatically that Adom took a step back. Oh no! You're a customer!" She smacked her forehead. "What am I doing?" In a blur, she sprinted behind the counter, nearly tripping twice in the process. Sorry for not properly greeting you." She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and with the brightest smile she could muster, recited in a carefully rehearsed tone, "Welcome to the Weird Stuff store, where the peculiar becomes particular, the strange becomes spectacular, and we guarantee every item has at least one feature we can't explain. My name is Emma. How can I help you today?" She opened her eyes, looking at Adom with an expression that clearly asked, "Did I do the greeting right?" Thanks?" Adom then cleared his throat. "I didn't know someone else worked here aside from Mr. Biggins." The question hit differently than it should have. In his past life, through all his years at Xerxes, the Weird Stuff store had been synonymous with its eccentric owner. Until the day Arcos burned, it had always been just Mr. Biggins and his mysterious merchandise. "Oh, yes." Emma fidgeted with her sleeve.
I got hired 2 days ago. Assistant manager."
She said the title with equal parts pride and terror.
"I actually just came in looking for a part-time job, and Mr. Biggins asked if I wanted to be assistant manager right there. Said the store practically runs itself and it wouldn't be hard at all. Then he handed me the keys and sort of ran off."
She laughed nervously.
"Though I'm still learning where everything goes, and sometimes the mechanical birds activate themselves. Well, maybe I activated them by accident. And the singing crystals don't like my organizing system. They keep rearranging themselves when I'm not looking. And yesterday, I found out some of the books are carnivorous, but Mr. Biggins forgot to mention which ones."
"Actually, I was hoping to see Mr. Biggins himself."
"Oh."
She straightened her glasses again.
"He said he'd be away from the islands for a while. But he left me instructions for everything."
She reconsidered.
"Well, most things."
Another pause.
"Some things. The important things, I think?" Her confidence deflated with each word. This didn't make sense. Adam knew he was probably overthinking this. Biggins was just an eccentric shopkeeper, after all. And yet, the man had never left the store in all his years at Zerkie's. Not in Adam's timeline, anyway. The only variable now was Adam himself, and if Biggins had suddenly decided to travel, he wanted to know why. Maybe Sam was right, and he was seeing conspiracies where there were none. But something about Biggins and this whole situation nagged at him, refused to let go. He squinted at Emma, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Emma shifted under his intense stare, her fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve even more frantically.
Is something wrong?"
She looked anywhere but at him, a blush creeping up her neck.
"You're making me a bit nervous." "Oh, I'm sorry," Adam said quickly, realizing he'd been glaring at her like some kind of suspicious detective. "Bad habit. I tend to think too hard about things sometimes." She relaxed a little, though her fingers still worried at her sleeve. Adam mentally shook himself. Surely this was an actual, authentic, awkward teenager who couldn't even maintain eye contact. Right? Right? Name, Emanuela Bellier. Race, human. Status, nervous, anxious, trying her best, slightly overwhelmed, afraid of the third shelf on the left. She was actually just Emma? Not Mr. Biggins in disguise? Then where was he? And why had he left right after? Did Mr. Biggins say when he'd be back? Or where he was going? Adam tried to keep his tone casual, though his suspicions were mounting. Emma tapped her fingers together. He was kind of vague. He just said there was some urgent business he needed to attend to, and that it might take as long as it takes, which isn't very specific, I know. He left yesterday morning, actually.
Just showed up while I was organizing the gravity-defying paperweights. They keep floating away, by the way. I think they're rebelling against the new management. And he said, "Emma, dear, watch the store for me. There's a good lass." And then he just... She made a vague gesture with her hands. Poof! Well, not literally poof. He used the door. But it felt very poof-like, if you know what I mean. Watching Emma ramble nervously, gesturing animatedly with her hands, Adam could more or less see why Mr. Biggins hired her as his assistant. Birds of a feather, indeed. They shared the same chaotic energy, though hers manifested more in physical clumsiness while his showed in, well, everything else. I see. I'll come back another time then. Okay, sorry I couldn't help more. And sorry about the bird earlier. And thank you for helping with the mess. And, oh, I'm doing the sorry thing again. Adam couldn't help but chuckle. "It's okay," he said, waving goodbye before she could start another round of apologies, and stepped out of the store. The bell jingled behind him, accompanied by what sounded suspiciously like another crash and a muffled, "Oh no!" Outside, a group of cats lounged in their usual spots. There was Merlin, the orange tabby, sprawled across the windowsill, and Eldritch, the fat gray one, dozing by the door. Arcanus, the one-eyed white cat, was busy grooming himself on the steps. But there was a new addition today. A sleek black cat with striking blue eyes, sitting regally apart from the others. Adam ducked back inside. "Could I get some of those cat treats?" "Oh, of course!" Emma bustled around, nearly knocking over a jar in her haste. "Mr. Biggins always keeps some for them." Armed with treats, Adam returned outside. Merlin and Eldritch immediately perked up, and even Arcanus deigned to accept an offering. But the black cat just watched him with those unnerving blue eyes, turning its nose up at the treats.
Emma poked her head out the door.
"That one's new," she said. "Showed up yesterday. Won't eat the regular cat food, only takes meat, and only if it's served on a proper plate." She giggled. "I've been calling it Your Highness. Seems fitting, right?" As if to prove her point, Emma brought out a small plate with some meat scraps. The black cat gracefully rose, approached the plate with measured steps, and began to eat with what could only be described as refined dignity. Something about those blue eyes nagged at Adam's memory. The way it held itself, that particular shade of black. The cat met his gaze. Before he could finish activating the skill, the cat bolted, knocking over the plate with a clatter. Emma jumped, nearly falling over herself. "Oh, that's the first time." She steadied herself against the doorframe. "Usually it's so composed." Adam took a half step forward, questions burning. Could it be? But the cat had already vanished down an alley, leaving only scattered meat scraps and an overturned plate. "Sorry about that." Emma wrung her hands. "It's probably not used to strangers yet. Most strays are like that at first." "Right. Just a stray. Probably." "Well then," Adam said, forcing himself to focus. He had other mysteries to solve first. "I should get going. Good luck with everything." "Thanks, and sorry again about—" The door closed on another string of apologies. Adam's brain had already committed to a long evening of investigating Mr. Biggins's mysterious behavior, and now it refused to switch into rest mode despite his protesting muscles. Might as well be productive, he thought. There was still another task to do. The treasure. The bell above Garrett's door chimed as Adam stepped inside, breathing in the familiar scent of leather and metal. "Well, well." Garrett looked up from his ledger, those laugh lines crinkling around his eyes. "Look who learned to tell time."
"The sun's still up and everything," Adam agreed, unable to help a sheepish grin. "Last time was an emergency." "Ah, yes, the school project." Garrett made air quotes with thick, calloused fingers. "Must have been quite the assignment to have you running like the guard was after you." "Something like that." Adam wandered over to a display of ornate compass boxes, trying to look casual. "How's business?" "Oh, you know." Garrett closed his ledger with a theatrical sigh. "The Merchants Guild keeps raising their fees, my wife keeps telling me to retire, and my competitors keep undercutting me with inferior goods." His mustache twitched. "Same as always." "Your wife has a point about retiring." "Bah!" Garrett waved dismissively. "What would I do all day? Garden? I'd rather wrestle a manticore." He squinted at Adam. "Speaking of which, my grandson won't shut up about that incident at the academy last week. Something about a student beating the Lightbringer heir?" "Really?" Adam suddenly found the compass display fascinating. "Haven't heard about that." "Mm-hmm." Garrett's tone suggested he wasn't buying it.
So, young man, while I enjoy our chat, I assume you didn't come just to hear an old merchant complain about his troubles.
Actually,
Adam turned from the display, meeting Garrett's knowing look.
I need a bag. The best dimensional one you have.
Both of Garrett's eyebrows shot up. Oh? He leaned forward on his counter, fingers drumming against the wood. You do realize that past a certain threshold, dimensional bags become quite expensive.
That won't be a problem.
Won't it now? Garrett stroked his beard, eyes twinkling. Well then, let me show you something special. He disappeared into his back room, still talking. Most customers, they come in wanting the biggest space for the lowest price. But size isn't everything, you know. It's about the quality of the enchantment, the stability of the pocket dimension.
There was some rummaging, followed by what sounded suspiciously like a small explosion, and muttered cursing in at least 3 languages.
Found it! Garrett emerged, slightly singed but triumphant, holding what looked like an ordinary leather satchel. This, my young friend, is what happens when you convince a master enchanter to work with quality materials instead of mass-producing cheap tricks.
Just look at the stitching here. Genuine drake leather with golden thread. Are those potions? Adam blurted, spotting rows of gleaming bottles behind the counter.
Garrett glanced over his shoulder.
Eh? Oh, yes. Now, as I was saying, the dimensional matrix is reinforced with...
Adam spent the next 10 minutes hearing more about leather treatment and spatial theory than he'd ever wanted to. Each time he opened his mouth to interrupt, Garrett would launch into another feature. The self-repairing enchantments, the built-in preservation runes, the weather-resistant coating that apparently involved the tears of some creature Adam was pretty sure didn't exist.
Mr. Garrett. And the expansion coefficient is perfectly calibrated to Mr. Garrett. I'll buy the bag. You haven't even heard about the... What? Garrett blinked. Oh, right. He straightened his vest, clearing his throat. Well then, that'll be 9,000 gold coins. Without a word, Adam began pulling stacks of coins from his inventory, dropping them into the counting receptor. The ancient mechanism whirred to life, golden pieces cascading down with musical clinks. Garrett's eyes grew wider with each stack, his mouth forming a perfect O. Clink, clink, clink. They stood in silence, watching the counter tick up. Clink, clink, clink! By the 13th, Garrett said flatly. He picked up one of the coins, biting it. Old minting, too, he mused, eyeing Adam. Are all of you Zerkie's students this rich? Isn't your grandson studying there? Adam raised an eyebrow.
Never said he was poor, Garrett grinned, pocketing the tested coin. Just perpetually between allowances, as he puts it. About those potions, Adam gestured toward the bottles, pointedly ignoring the merchant's questioning look.
20 minutes later, Adam stepped out into the evening air, his new bag considerably lighter than his coin purse. Behind him, Garrett called out, "Come back any time, preferably during business hours." "Goodbye," Adam shouted back, grinning as he heard the merchant's laughter fade behind him. Chapter 14. Curiosity killed the cat. The sun hung low over the island, stretching shadows across the dirt path like dark fingers. To Adam's right, the ocean crashed against the cliffs below, its breeze carrying salt and the sweetness of wildflowers from the grassy slopes to his left. A flicker of movement caught his eye. High above, a figure on a broomstick glided through the clouds, their blue robes marking them as an imperial mage. They waved as they passed overhead, and Adam returned the gesture automatically, watching them soar effortlessly through the air. "I wonder how they do it," he muttered, shaking his head. "Even if I was trapped in a dungeon and flying was the only way out, I wouldn't..."
He stopped mid-sentence and glanced skyward. Actually, forget I said that. No need to tempt fate or whatever cosmic force runs this universe. I'd rather not jinx myself. A sudden gust of wind rustled through the grass, as if in acknowledgement. Adom wasn't sure if he was being paranoid or appropriately cautious. This was the kind of weather that made you forget Arcos was home to tens of different criminal organizations and one very angry vampire. The kind of weather that also made jogging feel like voluntary torture. Endurance +2. 30 minutes into his light jog, and Adom's legs burned with that special kind of hatred reserved for exercise. Each step sent a dull throb through his bad leg, a constant reminder of why he was putting himself through this hell. He'd found that focusing on complex problems helped distract from the pain, or at least gave him something to be annoyed about besides his burning lungs. The problem of Helios sat in his mind like a puzzle box waiting to be solved, though right now it competed with thoughts like, breathing is overrated, and who invented jogging and why haven't they been arrested? Sun exposure was the only permanent solution for a vampire. Everything else was just a temporary inconvenience.
Something about sunlight drained their life force completely. Imperial mages had theories about why the sun affected these mutants so drastically. Perhaps something in their altered biology simply couldn't handle solar radiation. But studying vampires was nearly impossible. Most victims of vampire bites either succumbed to the rotting effects of their bacteria-laden saliva, or, in rare cases where they got treatment in time, were cured. The even rarer survivors who weren't treated became vampires themselves, but none had ever volunteered for research. Stake them with silverwood? They'd wake up eventually. Dismember them? They'd piece themselves back together. Burn them? The ashes would reconstruct given enough time. The tracking spell Helios had placed on him was what worried him most. Sure, the Borealis Duchy of Lumaria was huge. Finding someone specific among its sprawling cities and countless islands was like looking for a particular grain of sand on a beach. But Helios had managed it once already. As long as the vampire was out there, Adom would never truly be safe. So, I need to get a vampire, he wheezed between breaths, who's probably centuries old and definitely not stupid, to walk into sunlight. He jumped over a loose stone, landing awkwardly. Simple. I'll just ask. Nicely. His lungs felt like they were filled with angry wasps. He slowed to a walk for 10 seconds, just enough to catch his breath, before grudgingly returning to what could charitably be called jogging. The real challenge wasn't even Helios himself. It was the aftermath. The Children of the Moon, or Moon Children, their branding was so inconsistent, wouldn't take kindly to losing someone like Helios. They'd want revenge, and unlike their daylight-challenged members, their human associates could operate at all hours. Endurance +3, Stamina +4, White Worm's body +1. Adom started breaking down the problem like a complex spell formula, trying to ignore how his shirt was now thoroughly soaked with sweat. Step 1. Map the organization's structure. Every criminal enterprise had a hierarchy, and hierarchies had weak points. Who reported to whom? Where did the money flow? Which members were loyal and which ones were opportunists? Information gathering first, he gasped out between strides. Find their warehouses, safe houses, fronts. He realized he was talking to himself again, but at this point oxygen deprivation made it hard to care. A hollow clop, clop, clop echoed from around the bend. The wooden cart came into view first, loaded with freshly cut logs that still carried the scent of the forest. Adom seriously considered whether being run over might be preferable to more jogging. The horse, a sturdy brown mare with a white streak down her nose,
plodded along at that particular pace that suggested she knew exactly how fast she needed to go and wouldn't be convinced otherwise. Adom envied her reasonable speed. "Evening there, young man!" The driver's voice carried the warmth of well-aged whiskey and far too much cheerfulness for someone watching another person slowly die via exercise. He was the sort of old man who looked like he'd been old forever, face weathered by sun and wind into a map of laugh lines, white beard neatly trimmed, eyes twinkling with the kind of wisdom that came from decades of watching the world go by. The kind of person who'd probably never had to jog a day in his life and lived to be 100 anyway. His clothes were simple but well maintained, the sleeves of his cotton shirt rolled up, exposing forearms hardened by years of labor in the fields. A farmer, probably. The sort who got his exercise doing actual useful things instead of running in circles. "Eve," Adom wheezed, stepping to the side of the road. "Ning, sir."
The old man pulled gently on the reins, and the mare stopped with the air of someone who had already planned to stop anyway. Getting mighty late for a Zerky student to be out here dying of exercise. He squinted at Adom's sweat-soaked uniform, then at the lengthening shadows. Sun's fixing to set soon. He reached into a worn leather bag beside him and pulled out what looked like an orange. "Care for a ride? Bessie here," he patted the horse's neck, "could use a rest, and you look like you could use one even more." Adom glanced at the path ahead. He'd planned to jog the whole way, but the orange the old man was peeling released a sweet citrus scent into the air, and his legs were staging an open rebellion against further movement. Hugo would know, but at this point, Adom was too exhausted to care. "That's very kind of you, sir." "Ben," the old man corrected, already making space on the wooden bench. "Sir was my father, and he was a much more serious fellow than me. Here." He handed Adom a perfectly peeled orange half as he climbed up, trying not to show how his muscles screamed at the movement. "Fresh from my daughter's grove. And I've got some salted peanuts here somewhere. Ah!" He produced a small cloth bag. "Nothing better than peanuts and oranges on an evening ride. That's what my grandmother used to say. Course, she said a lot of things. Once told me the secret to a happy life was never trusting a chicken that could whistle." Adom couldn't help but smile as he settled onto the bench, his body thanking him for finally stopping the torture session. The orange was perfectly ripe, the kind that made you understand why people bothered growing fruit in the first place. Adom," he offered, accepting a handful of peanuts and trying to eat them at a pace that didn't reveal how the run had made him ravenous. "Adom! Good strong name, that. Bessie, say hello to Adom." The mare flicked an ear back without changing her pace.
Don't mind her. She's got opinions about everything. Been with me 15 years now. Knows these roads better than I do.
Speaking of, Ben clicked his tongue thoughtfully. "Where you headed, young man? Not many students out this way, unless they're looking for trouble or treasure. Sometimes both, if the stories my daughter tells about her Zerky's days are true." "Redcliffe Valley," Ben announced as the cart rounded a bend. "Sure is getting darker, though. Sure you want to stop here?" "This is perfect," Adom said, preparing to get down. "Lots of good practice opportunities. Hunting, too." "Ah, you mages and your hunting. My daughter was the same way when she was at Zerky's. Always out here practicing, testing spells, hunting creatures." His expression sobered slightly. Course, that was before all these strange happenings. People seeing spirits nowadays, you know. Just last week, Miller's boy swears he saw something with glowing eyes in the western woods. Adom chuckled. He'd studied the ancient runic arrays himself, massive spell circles that encompassed the entire island chain. The Isle Wards, as they were called, had been repelling malevolent spirits and even demons, though those hadn't been seen for millennia, since the time of law. Whatever Miller's boy had seen, it certainly wasn't a spirit. "Oh?" You're laughing at an old man's warnings? Ben's mock-serious tone dissolved into a warm laugh. Bah, look at you, though. Got a good head on your shoulders, I can tell. More mature than most youngsters these days. Still, he wagged a finger. Doesn't hurt to be careful, eh? I promise I'll keep both eyes open, Adam assured him, jumping down from the cart. It's been nice having company for the ride back, Ben said, adjusting the reins. Most days it's just me and Bessie exchanging opinions about the weather. You're welcome to visit the farm sometime. Good folk should stick together in these strange times.
The farm? Adam asked, brushing off his uniform. Up on the cliff, the one with the sea view. Can't miss it. Got those fancy enchanted windmills spinning day and night. Adam's eyebrows shot up. Wait, you mean the farmer Mage's estate? That farm? Ben's laugh echoed across the valley. The very same. 23 years now serving the duchy. Someone's got to keep those magical crops in line. Might as well be this old groundskeeper. He patted the cart's side. Come by sometime. We've always got fresh bread, and the missus makes a mean apple pie. Besides, he winked, my daughter would never forgive me if I didn't extend proper hospitality to a promising young mage. I'd like that, Adam said, genuinely meaning it. There was something comforting about talking to someone who reminded him of his actual age. Off with you then, Ben said, clicking his tongue at Bessie. And remember, no trusting whistling chickens. Got it. The familiar path seemed shorter this time, muscle memory guiding him up the cliff face. The cave entrance was exactly as he remembered, and yet completely different. Nature had already reclaimed its territory, vines and scrub brush obscuring what had been freshly exposed during his last visit. His fingers found the rune beneath the vegetation, just where he'd left it. One simple activation later, the riddle came. Tomorrow, Adam answered, almost bored. The stone groaned open just like before, revealing the dark passage beyond. No need for theatrics this time. He had work to do. The treasure chamber opened. After battling the motion sickness from the short travel, he wove after light sphere, sending them to hover at different heights throughout the chamber. Each new light revealed more wonders. Every small sound made him tense, ready to bolt, but the chamber remained as silent as before. Under the constellation of floating lights, he could finally appreciate the true scope of the treasury. Mountains of gold coins formed the foundation, but it was what lay scattered among them that took his breath away. Rubies as big as his fist, sapphires that seemed to contain entire oceans, emeralds that put the forest's deepest greens to shame. Ancient weapons caught his eye, a lance of silver color, its length perfectly balanced as he gave it an experimental thrust. "Whoa!" he yelped, as the lance suddenly elongated in his grip, nearly doubling its length. Identify. Item, Horizon's Reach, Class S. Type, Enchanted Weapon. Status, Active. Properties, Length Manipulation, Piercing Enhancement. He carefully set it down, moving on to an S-Class warhammer that crackled with barely contained lightning when he lifted it. The weapon was beautiful, but so heavy he could barely swing it properly. Item, Storm's Voice, Class S. Type, Enchanted Weapon. Status, Active. Properties, Lightning Enhancement, Thunderstrike. A set of throwing knives caught his attention next. Item, Seeker's Set, Class A. Type, Enchanted Weapons. Status, Active. Properties, Target Tracking, Return to Wielder. Identify, 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 he muttered, moving from weapon to weapon. A-Class, S-Class, even a few that were clearly masterwork pieces. He tested a few more. A mace that left frost in its wake, twin short swords that moved like they were alive, a bow that didn't seem to need arrows.
but in the end, he regretfully set them aside. He already had Flamebrand, and these treasures, magnificent as they were, would just take up space he needed for more practical loot. "I'll come back for you, my preciouses," he whispered to the weapons, patting the frost mace one last time. "That's a promise." The rest of his systematic search yielded results faster than expected. A cluster of pure mana crystals, their azure depths still swirling with power after centuries. Those went straight into the first bag. A delicate chain of white gold with tiny pearls. Ooh, expensive. Into the bag. "Hello, what's this?" Adam brushed aside a cascade of gold coins to reveal an ornate box inlaid with opal. Inside, nested in aged velvet, lay a set of rings, around a dozen, that made his instincts practically sing. The rings were light, their dark, metallic sheen unmistakable. "Is that star-fallen steel?" he whispered in disbelief. The metal was usually reserved for ancestral weapons, passed down through noble families for generations. To find rings made of it. Identify. Item: star-fallen steel ring. Class SS. Type: accessory. Status: normal. Properties: made of star-fallen steel. Even without enchantments, these rings were worth a small fortune just for their material alone. Those would need proper examination later, but for now, into the bag they went. 2 hours later, his bags were bulging with selected treasures. Gems that still held magical charge, mana crystals that radiated power, and enough gold coins to make even a duke blush. Adam stood in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by disturbed piles of wealth, and had a moment of perfect clarity. "Damn, I'm rich," he stated flatly to no one in particular, the absurdity of it finally hitting him. But there, at the heart of this sea of riches, something caught his eye. His earlier rummaging must have shifted enough of the treasure to reveal it. A light, brighter and purer than his magical spheres, seemed to pulse gently from beneath where a pile of coins had been. Adam made his way carefully through the treasure, sending small avalanches of coins cascading with each step. As he got closer, he could see it was a necklace, a delicate silver chain supporting a crystal that seemed to hold daylight itself. His hand trembled slightly as he picked it up. The gem was warm to the touch, almost alive. "Identify," he whispered. "Celestium," he yelped, nearly dropping the necklace. "A genuine Celestium crystal." These stones were found only in the deepest mines of the far north, where dwarves and humans had waged countless wars over mining rights. A single Celestium crystal could finance a kingdom's war efforts for years, but their true value lay in their properties. They were known to be the most efficient mana storage medium ever discovered, capable of holding vast amounts of magical energy without degradation. Folk tales spoke of even greater powers, the ability to seal away primordial beings like demons, umbra, phoenixes, and dragons. Some legends claimed the ancient heroes had used Celestium to imprison creatures that threatened to destroy the world itself. Adam found himself strangely drawn to the crystal, its subtle warmth seeping into his fingers. Just to be safe. "System, is there anything sealed in this crystal?" "No entities detected within the Celestium crystal." "Phew," he laughed nervously, tucking the necklace carefully into his most secure bag. "Guess folktales are just folktales after all." Adam pulled out his pocket watch, squinting at its face in the magical light. Yep, it was definitely time to wrap things up. He'd already found more than he'd dreamed of, enough to treat Sam and Aaron to every fine restaurant in the Thousand Isles. Maybe even buy one of those restaurants, he thought with a grin. He'd come back for those masterwork weapons another time. For now, he needed to get out and update the concealment runes outside, make sure this place stayed hidden. No sense in getting greedy, and something glinted in his peripheral vision, far in a corner he hadn't explored yet. Adam sighed heavily. He was literally in the process of leaving, and now this? Still, his curiosity won out. Making his way over, his search finally brought him to a shadowy corner of the chamber where Identify suddenly flashed. Ancient runic array, purpose, concealment. Adam froze, eyes narrowing, hand hovering mid-reach.
The same type of rune as the one at the entrance. His fingers traced the familiar leprechaun spiral pattern, following the lines of the endless return. The craftsmanship was identical. Same artist, probably. His thoughts immediately went to the last hidden chamber he'd uncovered, and the rather large, rather angry serpent that had been waiting inside. He should probably leave it alone. He should definitely focus on gathering the treasures he could already see and getting out. He stared at the rune. But what if? Curiosity killed the cat, as they say, though in his case it was more like curiosity repeatedly put the cat in mortal danger, and the cat somehow kept coming back for more. So Adam stood there, studying the rune, mind racing. There's no confirmation something dangerous is even in there. But even as he thought it, he knew better. This was a sealed gate in an ancient treasury, protected by the same runes that had hidden a giant serpent. Of course there was something behind it. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the day's fatigue. No, who was he kidding? He'd come here already tired, and nothing guaranteed that whatever waited behind this door wouldn't be beyond him even at full strength. I could always come back later. The thought rang hollow. Between the illness, the undertow mess waiting outside, and everything else crashing down around him, when exactly would later be? Adam's frustrated sigh echoed through the chamber, sending dust cascading from the shadows above. Several coins tumbled down a nearby pile, their tinkling somehow adding to his frustration. A silence. Yeah, no, he muttered. Not doing this today. I choose life. He'd barely taken 3 steps when a pulse of pure light suddenly filled the chamber behind him. Adam spun around, hands raised defensively. I didn't even touch anything, he protested to the empty air. The rune suddenly pulsed with a discordant light that made Adam's senses scream in warning. The pattern was destabilizing, but not in the usual way of a failing spell. This was deliberate, engineered. His eyes widened as he recognized the dissolution sequence, a variation of the architect's gambit, a failsafe used in the most secure magical vaults. The principle was simple and merciless. Once initiated, a magical sequence had to be completed. Failure to complete the intended action, in this case, walking through that door, would trigger the failsafe, either shunting everything it contained into a pocket dimension or destroying it entirely. Either way, anything behind that door permanently lost. The ancient mages weren't known for leaving loose ends. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, he said flatly, watching the rune's light begin to fluctuate. Really? A completion compulsion sequence? That's just mean. Adam glanced between the massive piles of treasure and the glowing doorway. Something clicked in his mind. Wait, the record said they found 500,000 gold pieces here, but this is... He looked at the mountains of wealth surrounding him. No, that can't be right. Only whatever's behind that door would vanish, not what's out here in the main chamber. A soft, almost imperceptible sss whispered through the air. Sss. Adam didn't even turn around, didn't hesitate, didn't think.
He just ran. The spell launched him forward as the hissing grew louder behind him. His feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself through the chamber, coins scattering in his wake. Another burst of speed as the hissing intensified, closer now. Too close. As the presence loomed directly behind him, Adam spun mid-flight, fingers already weaving the familiar pattern. Lightning crackled between his hands.
The spell exploded from his palms, just as something massive lunged from the darkness. For a split second, the lightning illuminated a nightmare of stone and crystal. Then the blast hit, sending chunks of rock flying. The recoil combined with his momentum threw Adam backward through the tunnel. He managed to twist in the air, rolling as he hit the ground. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs, but nothing felt broken. Small victories. A grinding sound echoed through the chamber. Adam looked up, and up, and up. "What is it with giant snakes?" he wheezed, scrambling backward. But this wasn't exactly a snake. The thing rising before him was a twisted mockery of one, its serpentine form carved from living stone, connected to the door. White light spilled from its partially opened maw like liquid moonlight. Its crystal eyes blazed with that same light. The stone serpent's head tilted at an impossible angle, joints grinding like millstones as it studied him. That movement, so fluid, so wrong, sent chills down Adam's spine. It reminded him of something he'd seen in an old manuscript, an illustration of... He didn't finish the thought. The creature's maw opened wider, that dead white light pouring out like a waterfall. Adam turned and ran. His legs burned as he sprinted through the chamber, fatigue from his earlier run catching up at the worst possible moment. Behind him, stone scraped against stone as the monster gave chase, its massive body flowing across the ground like liquid rock. The spell gave him another burst of speed, but he could hear the thing gaining. His chest felt like it was on fire. Too slow. He was too slow, too tired, and that thing was too fast. The entrance seemed impossibly far away. The snake's head twitched. Not the subtle play of light on crystal he'd seen before. This was actual movement, smoother than last time. Alive. Stone grinding against stone in a way that stone absolutely should not move. The rune flared brilliant white. Not the prismatic shimmer of before, but a harsh, dead light that made his teeth ache. Wrong. This was wrong. The dissolution sequence shouldn't look like... The massive serpent's head snapped toward him with impossible speed. Crystal eyes now blazing with that same white light. Its jaw unhinged with a sound like breaking granite. "Fuck!" was all Adam managed before the stone serpent struck. He tried to dodge, tried to raise a shield, tried to do anything, but his body seemed frozen, caught in that terrible white glare. The last thing he saw was an impossible maw of stone and light rushing toward him, and his last coherent thought was a bitter appreciation for the irony. He'd finally made the smart choice, and it hadn't mattered at all. Then the stone jaws closed around him, and everything went white. Chapter 15. The Trial of Courage. Everything hurt. That was the first coherent thought to surface through the gray fog. Not specific pain, just everything. Like his entire body had decided to go on strike. Sounds came next, muffled and distant, as if his ears were stuffed with cotton. His own breathing, echoing strangely. He tried opening his eyes, immediately regretted it, and settled for cataloging what he could without moving. Cold stone pressed against his back.
The air felt old, stale. His mouth tasted like he'd been licking a copper pot. Who was he? The thought drifted lazily through his mind. He should probably know that. Important detail, really. Name. He had one of those. Adam. Right. He was Adam. Good start. Progress. What else? Mage. That felt right. Something about research? Books? His head throbbed when he pushed too hard at the memories. The copper taste in his mouth was getting worse. He tried swallowing, which led to coughing, which led to his body remembering it could move, which led to every muscle screaming in protest. "Ow," he managed, his voice raspy and strange in his ears. "Ow, ow, ow." He forced his eyes open again, blinking at the dim ceiling? Stone. Definitely stone. Carved with some kind of pattern he couldn't quite focus on. Pattern. Stone... snake? The memory hit him like a bucket of ice water. The treasure chamber. The gold. The giant stone snake that had... Adam bolted upright with a strangled gasp, heart hammering. "It ate me," he wheezed. "The door ate me!" His vision swam from the sudden movement, and he braced himself against the floor, trying not to be sick as the memory of stone jaws and white light played behind his eyes. Memory entanglement. A common consequence of bad dimensional travel. Another reason to hate portals. Because that snake was definitely one. Right. Adam pressed his palms against his eyes, forcing himself to breathe slowly. Assessment. I'm alive. That's
definitely step 1 covered. Good job, me. He lowered his hands, taking proper stock of his surroundings. The chamber was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across. Natural cave formation, but with signs of deliberate shaping. The floor had been smoothed, and there were what looked like drainage channels cut into the stone. Phosphorescent moss provided a soft blue-green light, clustering around several crystalline formations that jutted from the walls. The air was cool, but not cold, with a slight mineral taste. No immediate threats, he muttered, continuing his inventory. 2 passages leading out, one with a sort of spiral room, one with none. Some kind of ventilation system. There's airflow. Plant growth, so there's enough moisture, and... He squinted at a patch of what looked like miniature silver ferns. Nutrients? Those shouldn't be able to grow underground unless... Adam's eyes tracked across the chamber. Moss, crystals, unusual flora, small pile of broken machinery, grumpy leprechaun, 2 other paths, more crystals. Wait. Grumpy what? His head snapped back so fast his neck cracked. On his right, sitting cross-legged on a crystal outcropping, a leprechaun was watching Adam with mild interest. His clothes might have once been the traditional greens and golds, but years of apparent wear had reduced them to a uniform gray. His hair and beard were a wild mass that would have made any self-respecting bird reject it as too chaotic for nesting material. There was what looked like a small gear being used as a hair tie, a worn-out hat, and a small bag at his waist. From the looks of it, a very old dimensional bag, since it had a rune on the exterior. "How are you doing, lad?" the leprechaun said. Adam's brain briefly considered shutting down again, or at least reassess. Illusions were not a symptom of bad dimensional travel. The leprechaun's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Well, that's just rude, that is." If you're going to be one of me hallucinations, least you could do is answer when spoken to. Basic courtesy, even for a figment.
I'm not, Adom started, then paused. Wait, your hallucination? You're clearly my hallucination. I'm the one who just got eaten by a stone snake. Oh, this one's got some spirit. The leprechaun brightened, adjusting the gear in his hair. 2 more gears dropped from that somehow. Been ages since me mind conjured up something with actual personality. Usually just get the quiet ones who stand there looking confused. Boring, the lot of them. I'm not a hallucination, Adom said firmly. I'm a real person who just had a very bad day involving magical security systems and questionable life choices. That's exactly what a hallucination would say, the leprechaun countered, wagging a finger. Besides, no real person could get past the snake. I've been here. He squinted at nothing in particular. A fair while. The snake ate me. I did not come here willingly. Likely story. Next you'll be telling me you're not just a manifestation of me loneliness and deteriorating sanity. I am absolutely not Adom stopped. Hang on. How long have you been down here? Time's a bit fuzzy, the leprechaun admitted, scratching his beard. Several small cogs fell out. Lost count after the first few centuries. Or was it decades? The moss has grown 17 times. Or maybe 70. Hard to tell when you're going mad. You're not real, Adom declared. It was likely just another effect of the dimensional travel messing with his head. You're just my brain trying to process trauma through increasingly bizarre imagery. I mean, look at your hair. Me hair? The leprechaun looked offended. Says the one dressed like... He gestured vaguely at Adom's robes, clearly struggling to find the right words. Whatever you're supposed to be. These are standard academy robes. Well, they look ridiculous.
Like something a confused rainbow would wear.
This is ridiculous. I'm arguing with a hallucination about fashion. No, I'm arguing with a hallucination about fashion. They glared at each other across the chamber. Right, the leprechaun announced, hopping down from his crystal. Only one way to settle this. Before Adom could react, the ancient fae darted forward with surprising speed and pinched his arm. Hard. Ow! Adom yelped, jumping back. That hurt! They stared at each other in mutual surprise. Huh, the leprechaun said finally. You're real. Of course I'm real. I've been saying that for... Wait. Adom reached out and poked the leprechaun's shoulder. His finger met solid resistance. You're real too. Well, the leprechaun said after a long moment. This is awkward. So, Adom said slowly, rubbing his pinched arm. You've been trapped here since... whenever. And I just got swallowed by a stone snake. Any chance you know the way out? This was probably a stupid question, since the fae was still there. But it just came out of his mouth, for reasons unknown. Probably panic. The leprechaun snorted, settling back onto his crystal perch. If I knew that, lad, do you think I'd be using gears for hair accessories? He tugged at the makeshift hair tie. Though I've grown rather fond of this one. Fair point. Adom glanced between the 2 passages. Those tunnels lead somewhere, though. Oh, aye, they do. The leprechaun's eyes glinted with what might have been amusement. One leads to a room full of riddles. The other? He shrugged. Well, let's just say there's a reason I stopped exploring after the first few decades. Or centuries, whatever it's been. Wonderful, Adom muttered. Just wonderful. I don't suppose you have a name, since we're apparently sharing this delightful prison. The leprechaun stroked his chaotic beard thoughtfully, dislodging another small cog. Had one once. These days I mostly go by...
He made a series of sounds that seemed to involve at least 3 consonants that shouldn't be able to exist simultaneously. Adam blinked.
I can't pronounce that.
Neither can I most days. Just been talking to myself too long. He waved a hand dismissively. Call me whatever you like. Been called worse by better hallucinations.
You do realize I'm still not a hallucination.
That's exactly what all me hallucinations say, right before they start singing. You're not going to start singing, are you? Adam exhaled wearily, removing his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose before readjusting them.
No, I'm not going to sing.
Good, the leprechaun nodded sagely. You don't look like you'd be any good at it anyway. Adam let out a long, suffering sigh, looking around the chamber again.
Listen, I need to find a way back, so, he hesitated. Since you don't have a name, Bob?
The leprechaun neither agreed nor disagreed, just continued watching him with that same mild interest.
Right, Adam pressed on, trying to ignore the feeling that he was being silently judged. Could you at least tell me what you've learned about this place, in all your time here?
The leprechaun shifted on his crystal perch.
It's a test.
A test? Stop repeating everything I say, hallucination. Adam, that's my name, and I just repeated it once. Humans, the leprechaun grumbled, shaking his head and dislodging another small gear. Always so impolite. Of all the things me mind could conjure up, it had to be a human. Couldn't be a nice, curvy Linanshi with those perfect— He made several increasingly lewd gestures. And that thing they do with their tongues when they're about to steal your soul. Ooh, now that's what I call a way to go mad. At least I'd die happy. At this point, Adam was certain the leprechaun was calling him hallucination purely out of spite. Also, gross. Can we focus on the test part? The leprechaun blinked, snapping out of his reminiscing. Eh? Oh, right, the test. He straightened up, some semblance of seriousness returning to his weathered face. Some high and mighty mages built this place. All very mysterious and important they were. Set up these trials and puzzles they did. You want out? He pointed upward with a crooked finger. You've got to pass their test. And you've been stuck here because you couldn't solve it? Adam asked, his academic curiosity finally overriding his irritation. The leprechaun's bushy eyebrows drew together. Couldn't solve it? Listen here, hallucination. Adam. I solved 3 of their precious riddles before I realized something wasn't right. The whole thing's rigged, it is. Changes every time you think you're getting somewhere. He paused, scratching his beard thoughtfully. Course might have just been going in circles. Hard to tell when you're underground for a few centuries. So what kind of riddles were they? Oh, nasty ones. Not your usual what walks on 4 legs nonsense. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. First one was about sacrifice. Had to figure out what to give up. Thought I was clever, offering a lock of me hair. He tugged at his wild mane. Didn't work. Then tried me shoes. Then me gold. His voice trailed off, and for a moment, real pain flashed across his face. They took your gold? Adam asked softly, understanding dawning. For a leprechaun to lose their gold. Aye, and that was just the first riddle. He straightened up, his voice hardening. Second one was worse. All about choices and consequences. Third one. He shuddered. Well, let's just say I decided to make this chamber me permanent residence after that. At least the moss is good company. Doesn't ask riddles or steal anything. The ancient fae glanced at one of the passages and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, better than the singing statues, anyway. Singing statues? Adam asked. then quickly shook his head. No, wait, the riddle path. You said it took your gold as a sacrifice. His eyes narrowed in thought, fingers absently tracing one of his sleeve. And it kept demanding more sacrifices with each riddle. The leprechaun nodded glumly. That's not a test, Adom said slowly. It's a terminal recursion trap. We studied these in historical magical architecture. They were popular about 8 centuries ago, inspired by high-level dungeons. He started pacing. The victim thinks they're making progress, but each sacrifice just triggers the next loop. It's designed to drain everything from the prisoner: possessions, hope, eventually life force itself. Bob was silent. And now that it's mentioned, Adom gestured at the passage, the architecture does give it away. See how the stonework has that subtle spiral pattern? Classic 8th Dynasty prisoner containment. They'd use these on the worst criminals, give them the illusion of possible escape while… He trailed off, noticing the leprechaun's increasingly red face.
You mean to tell me, the ancient Fae said very carefully, that you figured this out just by looking at some stones, while I've been here for centuries trying to solve impossible riddles?
Well, it's pretty standard knowledge now, Adom said apologetically. They actually banned these types of traps about 300 years ago. Too cruel, even for death row prisoners. The psychological torture of false hope combined with the slow drain of life force. He winced. The records say most victims went mad before they died. The leprechaun's face had progressed from red to an interesting shade of purple. Several gears fell from his beard as his jaw worked soundlessly. What was it with those gears, and why did he have that many? And why did they keep dropping from his hair and beard? Anyway. Though, Adom added quickly, ignoring his other questions for now, you obviously figured out something was wrong. You stopped playing their game. Most victims didn't. Figured it out, the leprechaun muttered. Figured it out, he says. Like I meant to camp in this moss-covered hole for half a millennium. He glared at Adom. Any other obvious observations you'd like to share, O wise one? Adom studied the other passage, the one the leprechaun had briefly mentioned before changing the subject. So, what about that other path? The one that made you decide the riddle route was preferable. You talked about singing statues. The leprechaun's irritation faded into something more guarded. Ah, that one. He tugged at his beard nervously. It's direct. Very direct. No riddles, no tricks, just… He made a vague gesture with his hand. Pure chaos. Raw magic. The kind that makes your teeth taste purple and your eyes hear colors. That actually sounds promising, Adom said, earning a look of disbelief from his companion. No, really. Think about it. The riddle path was designed to trap people by seeming logical and ordered. So the opposite path
might be the real way out, the leprechaun finished slowly. Or it might be what finally drives me properly mad, instead of just mostly mad. He hopped down from his crystal perch again, straightening his clothes. Though I suppose if you're not actually a hallucination, and I'm not actually a hallucination, then we might as well face whatever's down there together? I was going to say, then at least I'll have someone else to blame when it all goes horribly wrong. But your version sounds better. Adom approached the other passage, his footsteps echoing strangely in the chamber. Unlike the riddle path, with its ornate spiral stonework, this entrance was plain, almost crude. No runes, no markings, just rough-hewn stone that seemed to swallow the light. He adjusted his increasingly battered glasses. What exactly did you see in there? The leprechaun's usual manic energy dimmed. Everything. Nothing.
Things that couldn't exist but did anyway. His voice grew distant. Felt like thousands of years in there, each second longer than the last. Saw myself losing everything, over and over. Saw things that... He shuddered, several gears falling from his clothes. Let's just say the riddles seemed friendlier. Adom frowned. That doesn't make sense. He gestured at the architecture. This is something else. The construction is too old, too purposeful. He edged closer to the entrance, running his fingers along the stone frame, searching for hidden runes. The darkness beyond was absolute. Not the darkness of absence of light, but something deeper. When he called out a tentative, "Hello?" the sound didn't echo or fade. It simply ceased to exist, as if the void had swallowed it whole. Mad, isn't it? The leprechaun's laugh was sharp and brittle. Makes those nice, orderly riddles seem downright welcoming. As Adom's fingers traced the rough stone, he felt subtle indentations beneath his touch.
Furrowing his brow, he weaved a light sphere, causing Bob to stumble back.
"You're really a mage?"
The leprechaun gasped. Adom chuckled.
"Yeah." He moved the light closer to the wall, illuminating ancient text carved into the stone. The writing seemed to shift and move under his gaze, but he could make out the words, "Orinth's Labyrinth," he read aloud. "Test of courage. Face what lies within the void." His finger traced the final line. And progress can only be made forward. Retreat will reset the trial. Bob seemed to shift uncomfortably. "Bob, did you know someone named Orinth?" The leprechaun's laughter filled the chamber, but it wasn't his usual manic cackle. This was bitter, sharp. "Know him? That red-eyed bastard's the one who trapped me here." "The creator of the labyrinth?" "Oh, aye, one of them. Very proud of his work, he was." Bob's fingers tightened around a gear until his knuckles went white. "Wouldn't shut up about it." Adom perked up. "That could be useful. Usually, a labyrinth's design reflects its creator's personality. If you knew him, been a while," Bob cut him off, his voice clipped. Several gears clinked against the floor as he shifted uncomfortably. "Don't remember much about him that way." "But why would he trap you here if—" "By the void, you ask too many questions," Bob snapped, throwing the gear he'd been clutching. It bounced off the wall with a metallic ping that echoed far longer than it should have. "Instead of interrogating me about ancient history, maybe use that scholarly brain of yours to figure out how this actually works." "That's what I was trying to do," Adom muttered, turning back to the entrance. "Identify." The darkness rippled. For a moment, something gleamed in the stone. A rune hidden beneath layers of magic, pulsing with a faint, sickly light. Adom reached out, fingers brushing against the faint outline in the stone.
Blue text shimmered. Purpose, concealment. Estimated age, unknown. The rune was complex, interwoven lines forming a pattern that seemed to shift under his gaze. 7 points, connected by curves that reminded him of water flowing through invisible channels. "What are you doing now?" Bob asked, peering over his shoulder. "Shh!" The leprechaun made an indignant sound. "Did you just shh me in my own—" He continued muttering about presumptuous little humans and no respect for their elders. Adom ignored him, focusing on the pattern. The rune's design was familiar. A septennial concealment array, though far more archaic than the streamlined versions used today. Where modern arrays used efficient 3-point formations, this one maintained the traditional 7 points,
complete with the redundant stabilization curves that hadn't been necessary since the Third Age's breakthroughs in runic optimization. He pressed his palm flat against the stone, sending a careful pulse of mana into the first point. The rune flickered. Another pulse, slightly stronger. The second point lit up. Third pulse. Fourth. Fifth. Each point illuminating in sequence, the curved lines between them beginning to glow with a pale blue light. Sixth pulse. The pattern was almost complete. Seventh. The entire array blazed to life, lines of power spreading outward across the stone like frost across a window. "How in the nine hells did you do that?" Bob demanded, his beard gears spinning rapidly. "I've been staring at these walls for centuries and never saw any runes." "Because I'm smart," Adom said flatly, still studying the spreading patterns of light. "Are you implying I'm not smart?" "I never said that." "But you thought about it." Adom turned to him with the faintest smile. But before he could respond, the wall before them shifted. Stone ground against stone as a new surface emerged, covered in flowing script.
"What's that, then?" Bob squinted at the text. "More of your clever runes?"
"No, this is..." Adom leaned closer, adjusting his glasses. "Ancient Imperial. Fairly late period, actually. The grammatical structure is almost modern." He traced the characters with his finger. The script was elegant but practical, none of the flourishes that marked the early Imperial period's obsession with calligraphic beauty. "Well, what's it say?" Bob hopped from foot to foot, gears jingling with each movement. "Test of Courage," Adom read, his finger moving across the characters. "The first trial of Orinth's labyrinth demands that you face what lies within your own heart. Enter the void, confront your deepest fears, and emerge victorious." He paused, frowning at the next section. "Interesting." "What's interesting?" Bob peered at the incomprehensible script. "It says the test can be taken alone or with companions. If multiple people enter together, they share the trial. And if one succeeds, all succeed." Adom glanced at the leprechaun. "That's unusually generous for an ancient trial." "Oh?" Bob leaned closer to read. "Participants begin with 200 life force. Should it be depleted, you may retry the trial or surrender. Surrendering means starting from the very beginning of the labyrinth." Adom's fingers traced the warning runes. "No mention of permanent death, at least." "Generous indeed," Bob snorted. "You didn't see what's in there. Though," he tugged at his beard thoughtfully, several gears spinning slower. "Might explain why it didn't work when I tried. Was alone then, wasn't I?" "The text doesn't say it has to be done together," Adom clarified, still reading. "Just that it's an option. Though considering what you've told me about your experience, you're not seriously suggesting we go in there together." "You said it yourself. The riddle path is a trap. This is the real way forward." "Yes, but..." Bob's gears clinked anxiously. "There's facing your fears, and then there's whatever that void does to your mind." "It's either that or..." Adom stopped mid-sentence as another gear clinked to the floor. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask, what's with all the gears? And why do they seem endless?" "Oh, these?" Bob picked up the fallen gear, which immediately split into two in his hand. "Found them right here in this chamber, actually. Quite the neat trick. Touch one, and it makes another." Adom's eyes widened. "That's not just a neat trick. That's a multiplicity artifact. There are only 3 known to exist in the entire..." He shook his head. "And you've just been using them as clothing decorations?" "Well, what else was I supposed to do with them? Count them? Already tried that. Got to several million before I lost track. Bob attached both gears to his sleeve. Besides, they make a lovely sound, don't you think? Almost like gold. Adam turned back to the void, ignoring Bob's impromptu gear orchestra. So, the rune was just for instructions. We either go in together, or we stay here. Technically, you could go alone. And leave you here for another few centuries. I've grown rather attached to the place, Bob said, though his gears clinked a distinctly nervous rhythm. How was that even possible? Right. They both stared into the absolute darkness. Together, then? Bob asked quietly. Together. We're going to regret this, aren't we? Probably. They stepped into the void. Time of entry, 1923-07. Adam wove a flame spell, the familiar warmth spreading from his palm. The darkness remained absolute, but at least he could see his own hand now. And Bob, standing uncomfortably close. The void felt wrong. Not empty, but somehow negative, as if the space itself was actively hostile to their presence. Their footsteps made no sound, and the air had no temperature. It was a unique sensation. Maybe we should... Bob coughed, gears turning awkwardly.
Hold hands? No.
I'm being practical. You're the one making it weird.
Still no.
Fine, but when you get lost in this nightmare void, don't come crying to... The sentence cut off mid-word. Adam turned. Bob had been right beside him, close enough to touch. Now there was only darkness. He reached out, finding nothing but that same hostile emptiness. Bob? The void swallowed his voice. Right, of course. Adam adjusted his glasses, more out of habit than necessity. The gesture felt absurdly normal in this abnormal space. He continued forward, his flame spell creating a small bubble of visibility that somehow made the surrounding darkness feel even darker. The silence was absolute. No echoes, no ambient noise, not even the sound of his own breathing. Just the steady rhythm of his footsteps that he felt but couldn't hear. He kept walking. More walking. And more. Adam stopped, turning in a slow circle. He hadn't been afraid of the dark since he was 5, when he'd finally understood that darkness was simply the absence of photons. He'd spent hours in the library reading about light particles and wave theory, finding comfort in the rational explanation that had chased away childish fears. But this wasn't natural darkness, obviously. This void defied scientific explanation. The magical architecture required to create such a space was staggering. Modern mages had centuries of magical theory and advancement at their disposal, their spells far more sophisticated than anything from the past. And yet, this construction shouldn't be possible for its time period. The complexity of the void's structure went against everything he knew about magical development. It was like finding advanced crystalline matrices in primitive ritual circles. It simply didn't align with any known progression of magical knowledge. How had mages from that era managed something this complex? He felt a pull, not physical, but an inexplicable certainty in his mind.
Forward. He knew which way was forward, though he couldn't have explained how. The knowledge simply existed, as fundamental as gravity. Turning back in that direction, Adam gasped. A door had materialized at the edge of his flame's light. Simple, brown, wooden. Utterly ordinary, which made its presence here all the more unsettling.
It stood unsupported in the void, as if someone had simply forgotten to build the wall around it. His steps faltered for just a moment. This door. "What the hell is this?" said Adom. That damned door. That scratched corner where he'd kicked it in frustration. The brass handle, slightly tarnished on the right side where thousands of nervous hands had gripped it. Even that peculiar whorl in the wood grain that his young eyes had traced over and over while waiting. Room 347. Dr. Kane's office. "So this is where we're going, huh? Memory?" Adom muttered. His voice still made no sound, but he felt the words in his throat. He stood before the door, studying it with the same detached curiosity he now used for analyzing magical phenomena. Funny how such an unremarkable piece of wood could mark the boundary between before and after, between health and decay, between childhood and whatever came after. Forward. His hand reached for the handle. Light flooded his vision, and suddenly the world had weight again. "Dome? Adom? Can you hear me, young man?" His mother's arms were around him, warm and real. The scent of her sweet apple and cinnamon perfume mixed with the sharp antiseptic hospital smell. He'd forgotten that detail, how the two scents had clashed yet somehow merged in his memory. Her tears were soaking into his shirt. His father stood by the window, shoulders rigid, staring at nothing. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the sterile white floor. This felt more substantial than memory. The scratch of his cotton shirt against his skin, the slight tremor in his mother's embrace,
The weight of the air itself. It all felt real. Undeniably real. Where was he again? Ah, yes. Room 347. Dr. Kane had just finished explaining life drain syndrome. 3 to 5 years, he'd said. Maybe less. He'd lived 67 more, just to spite the diagnosis. "Orinth, you bastard," Adom muttered, making him relive this moment, the exact second his life began to crumble. Of all the trials the ancient mage could have designed. His mother's arms tightened around him, misinterpreting his words as confusion or denial. So he could interact with them here, huh? If only she knew. "I missed you both," Adom said softly, looking between them. "So much." His mother pulled back, brow furrowing. "What are you talking about, my little one?" "Doctor," his father's voice was tight, controlled. "Are there cognitive symptoms we should know about?" "Arthur," his mother whirled on him. "Our son just got the worst news of his life, and you're suggesting he's losing his mind?" "I'm trying to understand all the—" "Understand? Understand what? That you're already giving up on him?" The doctor raised his hands. "Please, Sir and Lady Sill." Adom watched them argue, a familiar heaviness settling in his chest that had nothing to do with his illness. These fights. They'd had so many after his diagnosis. Voices rising, blame flying, love turning bitter with fear and helplessness. He'd forgotten how early they'd started, how bad they'd ended. Then it came, that familiar tickle in his throat. Adom almost laughed. He knew this script by heart. First the tickle, then the burning sensation spreading through his chest like hot wire, the tightness that made each breath shorter than the last, the metallic taste at the back of his throat. He coughed. His mother stopped mid-sentence. His father took a half step forward. Another cough, harder this time. Then another, and another. A rhythm he'd lived with for 67 years, now playing out in its opening performance. He raised his hand to his mouth,
going through motions that felt like muscle memory, even though this body hadn't learned them yet. When he pulled it away, black blood coated his palm, thick and glistening in the afternoon light. Heh. The chuckle came out wet and dark. "Adam!" His mother's scream. "Son!" His father's shout. The world tilted sideways, the floor rushing up to meet him. Right on schedule. As consciousness faded, he wondered what Orinth had in store for him next. First attempt successful. Would you like to continue? Forward. Always. It was the only way out. Yes. Yes, you asshole.
Adam opened his eyes and squinted immediately due to the light. A warm breeze ruffled his fur. Not his. A dog. The service companion sat beside his chair, tongue lolling in a perpetual smile. An old moonspire shepherd with its characteristic white coat that seemed to catch and hold sunlight.
Fido? Adam's voice caught. His first dog. His last dog. The one his father got him for his 18th birthday. He'd forgotten. How had he forgotten? The dog's tail thumped against the cobblestones, ears perking at his name. That same goofy expression Adam remembered from that time. He reached down, fingers sinking into thick fur. Fido smelled like pear and summer storms, the enchanted shampoo his mother used to buy from the markets. The memory hit harder than any spell. The cafe terrace buzzed with afternoon life. Children chased each other between tables while their parents sipped spiced tea. A street performer juggled balls of light, each one singing a different note as it arced through the air. Two old men argued over a game of stones, their laughter carrying across the square. Adam's tea had gone cold, forgotten beside a half-eaten plate of honey cakes. The sun hung lazy and golden in the cloudless sky, casting long shadows across the festival banners. Festival banners. His eyes caught on the flowing script. 1457th Festival of Cutty. His cup clattered against the saucer. No. This wasn't just any festival day in Cutty. By then, his hometown had transformed into one of the Sundar Empire's most formidable fortress cities. Its walls, reinforced with defensive enchantments, stood as a beacon of hope for refugees fleeing the endless border wars. The city where he'd grown up had become a sanctuary for millions of souls. Millions. No, he repeated, softer this time. Fido whined, pressing against his leg. The old dog always knew when something was wrong.
Papa, what's that?
A child's voice from the next table, small finger pointing up. Adam's hands began to shake. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the pleasant temperature. He knew what he'd see before he looked, but he looked anyway. Could he do anything about it? Probably not. The sky was darkening, not with clouds, with absence. A void spreading across the blue like ink in water. People were noticing now, conversations falling quiet, faces turning upward. The juggler's light balls winked out. Just weather magic, someone said, uncertain. For the festival? But Adam remembered this day, remembered what came next. A low hum began, felt more than heard. The stones beneath his feet trembled. Cups rattled on tables. The old men's game pieces scattered. Fido growled, hackles rising. "Oh gods," a woman whispered. "Look." Through the spreading darkness, a point of light, growing larger, brighter. A falling star in reverse colors, wrong in ways that hurt to look at. It had many names. Life's Bane, God's Wrath, World Ender, the Final Word. 100 names in a dozen languages, each attempting to describe the indescribable. But in that moment,
As it fell toward Kati, only one name mattered. Dragon's breath. Not fire, not destruction, but erasure. Complete. Absolute. The kind of death that didn't just kill, it rewrote existence itself, leaving nothing behind, not even ashes, not even memories. Humanity's crowning achievement in the art of warfare. The weapon that made elves pause their eternal dances, that hushed the singing forests, that gave even the deathless ones reason to fear. The ultimate expression of human ingenuity turned toward a single purpose: unmaking. And he was watching it descend on his home. Again. Adom lunged for Fido's collar. "We need to move!" The dog planted his paws, 140 pounds of muscle refusing to budge. It wasn't Fido's fault. He was trained like that, to not let Adom do simple things like running. In his condition at that time, he would have had a heart attack for that.
"Fido, please," he begged the dog. "Please move." People still sat at their tables, pointing up at the darkening sky. A child started crying. "Run!" It was pointless. "Everyone needs to run! Now!" A few heads turned. A mother grabbed her children, hurrying them away. Others just stared at him, the crazy young man screaming in the square. The sky shifted from steel gray to a darker one. The air felt wrong. Too thick, too heavy. Then he saw it. A star falling in daylight, but wrong. No star should move that fast. No star should pulse with that twisted light. The horizon where it fell began to glow, a false dawn in the wrong direction. Someone whispered, "Saints preserve us." The ground shook. Teacups danced off tables. A woman screamed. Fido finally moved, but in the wrong direction, trying to herd Adom toward shelter, the dog's training fighting Adom's desperate pulls. "I order you to—" The horizon ignited, far beyond the city walls where the Empire's 3rd Legion made camp. 10 miles distant, but it didn't matter. A pinprick of light bloomed into an impossible sun. White-hot, reality-bending brilliance that turned day into negative space. The festival crowd fell silent, necks craned upward. Some still stood transfixed, shielding their eyes, murmuring about new festival magic. They didn't understand. Couldn't understand. The ground shook first, not the gentle tremor of earlier, but a deep, primal vibration that rattled teeth and toppled glasses. In the distance, a sound no human throat could make. Part thunder, part scream, part the universe tearing. The very air seemed to hold its breath. Then it rose. A pillar of destruction climbing into the sky, burning white at its heart, crowned by a blooming mushroom of blacks and grays that devoured the clouds. Even at this distance, the world lost its colors, reduced to stark shadows and searing light. Those still watching saw their own bones through closed eyelids. Time stretched like taffy, each second an eternity of waiting. The shockwave came visible across the plains, a wall of pure force that flattened the grasslands, rolled through the army camp like it was paper. Even from here, they could see the massive siege engines tossed like children's toys. It raced toward the city, a ripple in reality that turned stone to dust and flesh to vapor. The roar of its approach drowned out even the screams. People ran, really ran now, a stampede of bodies crushing together in the narrow streets. Adom lost his grip on Fido's collar in the surge. The dog vanished in the panicked crowd. "Fido!" A mountain of a man slammed into him, sending them both sprawling. "Sorry, lad, sorry." The stranger hauled Adam to his feet with one meaty hand. The second wave hit. This one wasn't light or sound. It was force. Pure, unstoppable force that picked up carts and people like toys. The air itself seemed to catch fire. Adam saw the building coming. A small house, lifted whole from its foundations, tumbling end over end through the burning air. His last thought before impact was of Fido's goofy smile. Then, the world exploded into sound and fire. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine that drowned out everything else. The world spun lazily, even with his eyes closed. Consciousness came back in fragments, the taste of copper in his mouth, dust coating his tongue, the weight of something pressing down. Where? The ringing slowly faded, replaced by muffled sounds of destruction. Reality pieced itself together through the fog in his mind. The festival. Fido. The light in the sky. Ah, yes. Orinth's test. Pain screamed through every nerve as tons of concrete pinned him down. His legs. He couldn't feel his right leg anymore, but his left was a symphony of agony, bone fragments grinding against each other with each breath. Hot wetness pooled beneath him, and he wasn't sure if it was blood or the broken heating pipes. His chest felt like it was being crushed in a vice, each shallow breath sending jolts of electricity through his ribs. Dust filled his lungs, making him cough, each spasm multiplying the pain exponentially. Even knowing this was Orinth's test didn't dull the sensations. The body remembers, and Adams remembered this moment with perfect clarity. The precise way his pelvis had shattered, the burning as debris scraped against exposed bone, the peculiar numbness creeping up from his toes that would never quite go away. This was the sequence burned into his nightmares. Dragon's breath to shatter their defenses, to erase their strongest warriors and mightiest walls. Then, while the survivors still reeled from the horror, the Aslan Empire would descend like wolves upon the helpless. A perfect strategy, tested and proven across a dozen conquered nations. The concussive force of spells shattering shields vibrated through the rubble, crushing his legs, each tremor sending fresh waves of torment through his broken body. Through a gap in the concrete, Adam watched the sky turn colors that shouldn't exist as battle mages tore reality apart above. A knight crashed through a wall, his armor molten, screaming. A child stumbled past, cradling something gray and wet in blood-stained hands, calling, "Mama, Mama, your head fell off." Adam would never forget that face. Hollow-eyed, tear-streaked, yet focused with terrible determination as small fingers tried to push pulpy matter back into a shattered skull. "Stay still, Mama. I'll make it better. I promise I'll make it better." "Hey," Adam's voice cracked. The child looked up. Couldn't have been more than 6. A face that should have been worrying about lost toys or scraped knees, not this. "Mister, can you help me? My mama's not answering. I'm trying to put her thoughts back, but they keep slipping." Adam's throat closed. He reached out, tried to form words to pull the child away from the corpse, to run, to live. The light spell cracked across the street like lightning. A single shot, precise, professional. The child's body jerked, a puppet with cut strings. Those empty eyes locked onto Adom's face in the final moment, filled not with fear or pain, but simple confusion. Adom's scream died in his throat. How?
How could anyone? What threat could a child possibly? But this was war. This was the moment when the world stopped making sense, when humanity shed its skin and revealed the monster beneath. The air tasted like copper and ozone. Someone was singing, a lullaby mixed with sobs coming from beneath a collapsed building. The singing stopped abruptly as another explosion sent bodies flying. His father's voice cut through the chaos. "Hold the line! Protect the civilians!" Through the smoke and debris, a dome saw him. Commander Arthur Silla, 2-star Knight, leading the defense, his sword glowing with fluid as he cut through enemy soldiers. Each swing precise, each step calculated. A warrior doing his duty. It was about to happen. In exactly 4 minutes, his father would spot him in the rubble. In 4 minutes and 30 seconds, he would turn his back on an enemy to reach his son. In 4 minutes and 45 seconds, a mage's corpse landed nearby, still crackling with residual energy. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing, mouth frozen in a half-cast spell. The singing had started again, from somewhere else now. A different voice, a different lullaby. The same abrupt end. The rubble pressed against his chest. 4 minutes. He could already see his father scanning the battlefield, that moment of recognition about to dawn on his face. The enemy mage was positioning himself, spell already forming in the air. The same choreography of death he'd carried for decades.
A child screamed somewhere. Not in pain, but in that hollow way that meant they'd seen something their mind couldn't process. A battle mage's shield shattered, raining crystalline shards that cut through 3 soldiers below. The singing had started again, from beneath another pile of rubble. Adom's hands found purchase on broken concrete. First try. Muscles screamed, bones ground against metal rebar piercing his abdomen. The pain whited out his vision. He collapsed. Life force, 38/200. His father turned. Second try. He pushed harder. Blood bubbled up his throat, spilling black over his chin. The rebar twisted inside him, tearing new paths through flesh. The edges of his vision darkened. By all rights, he should have passed out. He refused. Life force, 23/200. His father took another step. Third try. Adom roared. His flesh tore around the metal, blood streaming hot down his side. Concrete shifted, crushing his left leg further. Every nerve ending blazed with agony. His body begged him to stop. Life force, 19/200. He told his body to shut up. Fuck that! The words came out as a growl. The rubble shifted as Adom pushed his torso up on trembling arms, metal sliding wet and raw through his abdomen. His crushed legs remained pinned, useless, but his upper body rose like a wounded beast. Life force, 09/200. Illusion or not? Energy crackled around his hands, blue-white and savage. Each movement sent fresh waves of agony through his shredded flesh. He didn't care. Life force, 03/200. I am not reliving this. His father's eyes widened in recognition. The enemy mage raised his hands, death spell forming. Not this time! The energy beam erupted from Adom's palms with decades of rage behind it. Clean, precise. A perfect circle through the mage's chest where his heart should have been. The spell dissipated as its caster fell, surprise frozen on his face. The battlefield seemed to stutter, like reality hiccuping. His father stood frozen mid-step, sword half raised, expression caught between shock and confusion. Around them, the war raged on. A knight's enhancement gear backfired, turning him inside out. A young mage apprentice tried to hold his intestines in while still weaving shields. The singing had stopped again. "Son?" His father's voice wavered. "How did you—" Time stopped. 206th attempt successful. Would you like to continue? Warning: progress can only be made forward. Retreat will reset the trial. Right. 206 times he'd felt the rebar tear through his organs. 206 times he'd tasted his own blood, felt his bones splinter. 206 times he'd watched that child try to piece their mother's brains back together, then die for no reason. But this time, this one time, his father was still standing. The battlefield continued its apocalyptic dance around them, but for just a moment, Adom allowed himself to look at his father's time-stopped face. Alive. Confused, but alive. Blood bubbled up his throat again, darker than before. His vision swam. Life Force 01/200. Warning, terminal threshold approaching. He needed to choose. Quickly. Forward into whatever fresh hell Orinth had prepared, or reset and lose this victory he'd paid for 206 times over. The choice was obvious. The world shifted. Memory flooded in. Another moment burned into his soul. The camp of New Harbor, year 853.
The cough tore through his chest like barbed wire, each spasm threatening to split him in two. Adom gripped the metal rails of his wheelchair, knuckles white, waiting for his lungs to remember how to work. Blood flooded his mouth. The fluorescent lights of the refugee camp's medical wing buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across equipment that looked ancient even by pre-war standards. His reflection in the cracked mirror told its own story of decay. Hair white as fresh snow, skin like old parchment stretched too thin across hollow cheeks. He was 22 at that time. 22, going on 80. He dabbed at his mouth with a handkerchief. Red, of course. Always red these days. The life drain syndrome had carved lines into his face that belonged on men thrice his age. Each wrinkle mapped a different spell, a different experiment, a different desperate attempt to protect what remained of humanity. The mage suit hung loose on his frame now. He'd lost weight again. The crystalline nodes embedded in the fabric pulsed with a weak blue light, monitoring his failing vital signs. "Please, no! It still works! I can feel my toes!" The screams from the next chamber cut through the thin walls. Adom knew that voice. Gregory, one of the scouts. Yesterday's patrol had gone wrong. "Hold him down!" The healer's voice, sharp with urgency. "The rot's reaching his knee. It's this or death." "I'll die with my leg! Please! I can still—" The words dissolved into unintelligible sobbing, the wet sound of saw meeting flesh. Gregory's screams pitched higher, became something animal, primal. The rhythmic scraping continued, inexorable. The door burst open. "My Lord Mage!" A soldier stood there, blood-splattered and breathing hard. Her armor bore fresh dents. "We've got incoming. Orc warband, at least 200 strong. They've got dwarven siege engines with them." A particularly agonized shriek from next door. The saw hit bone. "Gods, please, just kill me!" The soldier flinched at Gregory's plea, but kept her eyes on Adom.
"Sir, we need to move. Now!" Where is my mother? The soldier hesitated, just for a moment. Lady Scylla was last seen at the outer perimeter, my lord, healing survivors from the first wave. No. Get her back, his voice cracked. Get her back inside, now! But he knew. He already knew. The memory was already playing out. His gentle mother, who'd sing healing hymns while tending gardens, who'd cradle injured birds and weep over withered flowers, who never turned away anyone in need. Sir, we need to evacuate. The orcs are... He remembered how it played out. The sounds came first. The splintering of bones, the wet, meaty sounds. Then someone screaming, Lady Scylla! And finally, the sight of her through the medical tent's window, her small form caught between massive, armored bodies, crushed like a flower under boots. His heart stuttered, skipped, seized. Not from the life drain this time, but from seeing something so pure, so kind, reduced to... They'd had to peel her off the ground. His mother, who'd spent her life putting broken things back together, couldn't even be buried whole. Adam slumped in his wheelchair, chest constricting. The 7th heart attack in his life wasn't from pushing too hard. It was from remembering this moment. Remembering how they'd brought him her remnants. Remembering how someone who dedicated her life to healing had died with such violence. My lord, the soldier's voice seemed distant now. We need to move! But Adam could only see his mother's last smile that morning, could only hear her last words. Remember to eat something, dear. You're working too hard again. The war horns bellowed closer, but they couldn't drown out the truth. This was the day his mother died, and something in him died with her. Not just his health, not just his heart, but his belief that anything good could survive this world. This needed correction. Adam wheeled himself forward, each turn of the wheels sending sparks of pain through his arms. This was attempt 98. He'd memorized every death, every failure, every moment he wasn't fast enough, strong enough, clever enough to save her. Not this time. My lord, you can't possibly... The soldier's protest died as Adam raised his hand. Watch me. The first wave hit the outer barriers. Adam's fingers traced complex patterns, weaving spells that made his blood burn. He was already a circle mage by then. A sick, wounded one, but a circle mage nonetheless. A dwarven siege engine exploded, showering the advancing horde with burning debris. His heart stumbled, protesting the strain. Form ranks! His voice carried across the battlefield, stronger than his body had any right to be. Soldiers rallied, finding formation around his wheelchair. Archers, target the shamans! Another spell. Lightning chained between orc warriors, their armor conducting death. The effort sent him into a coughing fit, spattering his lap with blood. He could see her now, his mother, kneeling beside wounded refugees, her healing magic a soft green glow. So focused on saving others, she didn't see the berserkers breaking through. Left flank, brace! The command tore from his throat as he channeled power through his failing body. A wall of force materialized, crushing the first berserker wave. His vision blurred. Too much. Too fast. But he was closer now. 97 failures had taught him every move, every spell, every sacrifice needed. His wheelchair creaked as he pushed forward, soldiers forming a protective wedge around him. A dwarven bolt thrower targeted his position. Adam's counterspell caught the projectile,
reversed its course. The machine exploded, taking its crew with it. Blood trickled from his nose. "Mother!"
His voice barely carried over the chaos. She looked up, eyes widening. The massive orc behind her raised its axe. Time slowed. Not from magic, but from desperation. Adam saw every detail. The axe's arc, his mother's turning head, the distance between them. Numbers and calculations flooded his mind. Trajectory, force, spell matrices. Life force, 43/200. The spell left his hands before he could consider the cost. Reality bent. Space folded. His mother vanished from the axe's path, reappearing beside his wheelchair. The effort sent him into cardiac arrest. Life force, 21/200. "Adam!" Her hands glowed green, pouring healing magic into his seizing heart. "My boy, what have you—" "Not done yet." Each word was agony. But he had one more spell, one final gambit. Life force, 9/200. Power gathered around him, drawing from his very soul. The remaining orcs charged, the last siege engine aimed. Life force, 4/200. "I love you, Mother. And I missed you." The words came clearly despite his failing body. "Now run. Please." The spell released. A dome of pure force expanded outward, disintegrating everything in its path. Orc, dwarf, machine, all reduced to ash. Life force, 2/200. As darkness took him, Adam smiled. 98 tries, but he'd finally done it. His mother was saved. He knew this was not real. This was an illusion. But God, it felt right. And this time, when his heart stopped, it was worth it. A new wave charged. Life force, 1/200. "Come on then," Adam whispered, raising his hands one final time. Time stopped. Congratulations, you've conquered this fear. Would you like to proceed with the next memories? Warning, each attempt drains your spirit. Surrender is always an option. Continue? Why? The first 100 years nearly shattered Adam. He lived through all the events of his past life, one by one, each detail, each experience. Watching Sundar fall again and again, hearing children scream as they plummeted through clouds turned to fire. His mind started fracturing around the 50s, laughing as blood rained down, trying to catch it with his tongue. By the 70th fall, he was singing nursery rhymes while deflecting arrows. He almost gave up then. Almost. Life force, 189/200. Status, fragmenting. The plague wars twisted everything. Black spores blooming under skin, turning friends to enemies. He tried saving everyone at first, then some, then just himself. His hands shook for weeks after watching a mother eat her children, spores bursting from their eyes like black tears. "Just surrender," the voices whispered. "Start over." The voices. Ah, the voices. He did not know who they belonged to. Many voices, male and female, intertwined, always tempting him. They appeared around the 30th year of this test. He refused, always moved forward. Out of spite, out of rage, out of ardent desire to punch the hell out of whoever made him go through this. Was this madness?
Life force, 167/200. Status, reshaping. Something changed during the Dead March. When the necromancer rose from the north, 50,000 corpses shambling across the plains, and amid the horror, he found purpose. Not hope. Hope had died somewhere between the 100th child's death and the 1,000th betrayal. Something harder, colder. The voice saying, "Give up," grew quieter. The world dungeon rose. When every dungeon in every part of the globe hit S rank and above simultaneously, the world held its breath. Then came the great outbreak. All dungeons breaching at once, their portals dissolving until the entire planet became one massive living dungeon. Monsters pouring out endlessly. Civilizations fell then. No more safe zones, no more sanctuary cities, just endless dungeon floors where continents used to be. Nobody ever knew why and how it came to be. He survived that. Lived through the night of long knives by feeling blade paths before they cut. Watched humanity turn savage as they realized there were no more rules, no more borders between inside and outside. Just an endless maze of monsters, traps, and people who'd learned to become worse than both. Life force, 134/200. Status, evolving. Each failure taught him. Each success cost him pieces of who he was. The children's crusade should have broken him, watching infants manifest powers that turned reality inside out. Instead, he found himself understanding their babbled prophecies, seeing the logic in their madness. His disease changed, too. The black blood grew thicker, more alive. Sometimes he caught it spelling words in languages that shouldn't exist. Yes, this was madness. Life force, 98/200. Status, awakening. He lost count of the attempts somewhere during the wars and cataclysms. Time became fluid, meaning shifted like quicksand. He died so many times, the concept of death became abstract. Just another transition, another lesson. The voices in his head still screamed for surrender, but now a deeper voice answered back. No. Life force, 76/200. Status, transcending. During the week of burning stars in the world dungeon, he realized he wasn't going mad anymore. He realized he'd stopped counting attempts, stopped fearing failure. His broken mind had reassembled itself into something new. The day of inverted light almost felt beautiful. Reality fractured into 12 black suns, each showing him his deepest fears, his worst failures. He watched himself break in 1,000 ways, but he didn't break. Status, emerging. Through all the horror, all the death and rebirth and madness, something was taking shape. His will hadn't broken. It had crystallized. He kept walking, kept moving forward. Chains rattled with each step. Iron links bit into flesh, wrapped around limbs, throat, heart. Adam trudged forward, each movement a war against weight that shouldn't exist. He turned to look at his burden. The chains stretched endlessly behind him, each link screaming. Memories dangled from them like rotting fruit. Every failure, every death, every moment he wasn't strong enough, fast enough, smart enough to save them all. How does one carry a world? Adam stood still, the weight crushing his shoulders. He found himself drowning in the absurdity of his task. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. What rational mind would accept this? He asked the darkness. There was no answer. What sane person looks at the end of all things and says, "Yes, I'll carry this alone"? The memories shifted, showing him cities yet to burn, friends yet to die. Knowledge was his prison, knowing every horror that awaited, every moment where humanity would prove itself unworthy of salvation. "They don't even want to be saved," he whispered, watching the chains of future past wrap tighter. "They'll tear each other apart regardless. I've seen it. How they turn on each other when the dungeons break. How quickly they abandon their humanity." The logical part of his mind, the part that had survived 100 resets, laid out the facts with cruel clarity. One man cannot change the nature of billions. One soul cannot bear the weight of every possible tomorrow. It was mathematically impossible, fundamentally irrational. He sank to his knees, feeling the cold comfort of reason. Why struggle against inevitability? Why carry this burden when the outcome was statistically predetermined? The voices whispered calculations of failure, probabilities of doom, and each number felt like truth. "Perhaps," he murmured, "this is simply the universe's way of teaching acceptance. Some equations have no solution. Some weights cannot be borne." The darkness crept closer, offering rest, offering an end to the paradox of his existence. After all, what was more rational than accepting one's limitations? What was more logical than acknowledging the impossible? His eyes grew heavy. The chains sang softly of release, of letting go, of embracing the statistical certainty of failure. His brilliant mind, his analytical soul, everything that made him who he was agreed. This was the reasonable choice, the only choice. His eyes began to close. "Lad! Lad! Where are you?" "Huh? Lad! Where in the blazes are you?" That impossibly annoying voice cut through the darkness. Bob. The leprechaun's brash tones somehow pierced through the statistical fog of despair, and Adon found himself calculating a new probability. The chains shifted as he laughed, not bitter this time. "Probability," he mused. He remembered a story his mother once told him about how life began on Earth, a precise dance of molecules, temperature, and timing. The odds against it were astronomical, trillions upon trillions to 1. If the planet had been slightly closer to the sun, if one comet had struck differently, if any single variable had changed. And yet, here they were. "Adom, don't make me come looking for you, lad." The voice was getting closer, and with it came clarity. Humans weren't equations to be solved. They were impossibilities that insisted on existing anyway. Every breath was a defiance of entropy, every heartbeat a rebellion against cosmic odds. "We're all unlikely stories," he whispered to the chains. "Every one of us shouldn't exist, and yet we do. We persist. We fight." The memories shifted again, but now he saw them differently. Yes, humanity would tear itself apart, but they would also rebuild. Yes, they would betray, but they would also sacrifice themselves for strangers. Every horror he'd witnessed had its mirror in acts of impossible courage, impossible love.
"Lad, I swear to the old gods, if you're moping—"
The leprechaun's voice carried equal parts irritation and concern. Concern? Why? They barely knew each other. Then Adom realized something else. In all his calculations of failure, he'd forgotten to factor in the variables he couldn't predict. The bob-shaped variables, the moments of random kindness, the statistical impossibilities that kept happening anyway. The chains still weighed heavy, but now they felt different. not a burden to escape, but a proof to humanity's stubborn refusal to follow mathematical certainty. Every reset, every failure, every moment of darkness was just another impossible story waiting to be told. "Who am I," he asked the void, "to decide which impossibilities are too impossible?" The darkness retreated slightly, confused by this new calculation. "Found you! What are you doing sitting in the dark like some brooding hero from those terrible stories?" Bob's voice. Not memory, not probability, but present. Real. Annoying. "Bob, a little help here?" "You disappeared right in the middle of me rambling," Bob huffed, extending his small hand. "Nearly gave me a heart attack, which would have been quite the feat considering we leprechauns do not suffer heart attacks." As he helped Adom up, Bob's voice trailed off, his eyes fixing on something ahead. "Well, would you look at that?" A white door stood before them, pristine and impossible in the void. "Fancy bit of carpentry, that," Bob mused, trying to mask his unease with humor. "Though the color scheme's a bit bland for my taste. Could use some gold trim, maybe a few rotating gears." Adom's hand hesitated over the handle. This time, though, another hand, small, reached out alongside his. "Together, then?" Bob asked, his voice unusually serious. "Since you seem to have a knack for doing the impossible, and I have a knack for being impossibly annoying." Adom felt the ghost of a smile touch his lips. Together.
They turned the handle. Light embraced him, lifted them, carried him up through layers of gentle radiance until... Adom gasped, falling to his knees in a cave. His lungs burned as if he'd been holding his breath for centuries. His mind reeled, trying to process the weight of countless apocalypses, numberless deaths, infinite horrors, all compressed into memory like diamonds formed under impossible pressure. Adom looked at his hands. Clean. Unmarked. No scars from the dragon's breath. No burns from catching starfire. The same hands he'd had when he first entered. His thoughts, chaotic and frenzied, began to settle. A soft chime echoed in his mind as text appeared before him. Time of entry, 19:23:07. Current time, 19:24:12. 1 minute and 5 seconds. 1 minute and... Congratulations! You have completed the trial of courage. Detecting changes. New skill acquired. Indomitable will, transcendent rank. Indomitable will, passive, level 1. Your will has been tested against every conceivable horror and emerged unbroken. Fear becomes a tool rather than a master. Mental attacks and control effects are reduced by 90%. Resilience scales infinitely with your emotional state, turning overwhelming pressure into strength. Special effect. That which does not yield. When all hope seems lost, when survival seems impossible, your will crystallizes. Each consecutive action against impossible odds increases your chance of success. How are you doing, lad? Adom turned to see Bob stumbling out of another exit, gears flying everywhere as he steadied himself against the wall. The ancient Fae looked shaken, his usual manic energy subdued. "I gave up," Bob admitted, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. "Same as always. But then..." He looked around, confused. "There was this light. Never saw that before when I failed. Usually just get sent right back to the start, don't I? But this time... And then I heard you mumbling nonsense. Then I saw you." "The trial rules," Adom said, understanding dawning. "If one person succeeds, everyone does." "You mean
Bob's eyes widened. You actually did it? You faced whatever that... He gestured vaguely at the void. Whatever that was? Adam nodded, still processing the weight of what he'd experienced. Well, Bob said, a hint of his usual spirit returning as more gears clattered to the floor. Suppose I owe you one, then. Though don't expect me to stop calling you hallucination, just because you got us through. It was strange, really. Just moments ago, Adam had lived through what he did. Yet now it was slipping away like morning dew, becoming hazy and distant, like trying to remember a dream you made last week. He chuckled, shaking his head at the sheer audacity of it. Orinth hadn't just designed a trial to break people. He'd made sure they couldn't even properly remember what broke them. The memories were there, somewhere, compressed into that crystalline core of newfound strength in his mind. But trying to recall the specifics was like grasping at smoke. Just vague impressions of terror and triumph, without the messy details that might drive someone mad in retrospect. What a magnificently twisted piece of work. Really had to admire the craftsmanship, even while hating everything it represented. So, what now? Bob asked, plucking a gear from his beard and watching it split into two. Never actually made it to this part before. Suppose you're the expert here. Suddenly, a laugh rolled through the chamber. Deep, resonant, each note lingering longer than it should. Bob's gears clinked frantically as he shoved Adam behind him. Get back, lad. Metal clinked against stone as something massive descended from the darkness above. Golden fur caught the light, rippling over muscles that could tear a man in half. Wings of deepest black unfurled, each feather sharp as a blade. Its face bore a woman's features, but those eyes, cold, calculating, watching them like a cat watches mice. No one has walked these halls since their creation, it purred, tail swishing back and forth against the stone. I wonder, who passed my master's first trial? A sphinx? Chapter 16. The Trial of Wisdom. Meeting a sphinx was rarely good news. Sure, they were magnificent creatures, guardians of ancient knowledge and sacred places, but they also had this rather unfortunate habit of eating people who couldn't answer their riddles, which, historically speaking, was most people. The whole setup was rather unfair, really. Here you had beings who'd spent centuries or even millennia contemplating the mysteries of existence, asking impossible questions to folks who were just trying to get through their day without being eaten by a giant cat-bird-person hybrid. Not that anyone would point this out to a sphinx. That would be the kind of mistake you'd only make once. And of course, because the universe had a sense of humor that bordered on sadistic, sphinxes were almost always found in exactly the places you couldn't avoid, guarding ancient treasures, protecting forbidden knowledge, or, in this particular case, serving as the arbiter of a test of wisdom in a magical labyrinth designed by someone who clearly enjoyed watching people suffer. At least they were better than dragons. Dragons just ate you without the courtesy of a philosophical discussion first. Or so Adam heard. The Sphinx lounged across the chamber's entrance, its massive form both graceful and terrifying. Golden fur rippled over muscles that could tear a man in half without effort. Its wings, folded now, stretched halfway up the cavern walls, each feather edged in metallic bronze. A golden monocle glinted over its right eye, somehow making its leonine features even more unsettling. Its tail, thick as a young tree, swished lazily against the stone floor as it studied them, head tilted at an angle that somehow managed to look both regal and predatory. A deep purr rumbled through the chamber, like distant thunder trapped underground. "Hello, friends," it said pleasantly, voice rich and cultured, despite coming from a mouth filled with teeth longer than daggers.
"We're not your friends," Bob growled, still planted firmly between Adom and the Sphinx.
Several gears dropped from his beard, their multiplication making a small cascade of metallic sounds. "And don't try any of that riddle nonsense with us, you overgrown house cat." Adom barely registered Bob's protective hostility. He was too busy staring at the monocle. Of all the bizarre things he'd seen in this labyrinth, and there had been many, somehow a sphinx wearing a monocle felt like it should have been mentioned in at least one of the ancient texts. The sphinx adjusted said monocle with one massive paw, the gesture so prim and proper it bordered on absurd. Such hostility, and here I was preparing my best riddles.
"Right then, we'll just be on our way," Bob said, backing up slowly and pulling Adom with him. "No need to bother a distinguished creature such as yourself."
The sphinx clicked its tongue, an oddly human gesture from a decidedly inhuman mouth. Its chuckle echoed off the chamber walls. "I'm afraid that won't be possible."
"And why's that?"
Bob's gears clinked in nervous rhythm. "I am the guardian of this place," the sphinx said, examining them like particularly interesting insects. "Have been for—" It paused, considering. "Well, long enough that things get rather dull. So you'll have to play with me if you want to pass." Its tail swished against the stone floor. "Obviously." "What kind of game, exactly?" Adom asked, eyeing the monocle that caught the light with each tilt of the sphinx's massive head. "Oh, not just one," the sphinx said. "I've been terribly bored, you see. 3 or 4 wouldn't be too much to ask for, would it?" It purred, a smile spreading across its feline features. "Or 5? Even 6, why not?" It looked positively delighted at the prospect, tail curling in obvious pleasure. Adom frowned. This casual, maybe this many, maybe more approach felt wrong. "What is it then?" Bob's gears clinked impatiently.
"My, aren't we hasty?" The sphinx stretched, claws scraping against stone.
"I've had quite a lot of time to think about this. First would be a riddle."
"Bloody hell, I knew it!"
Bob spat, gears flying.
"You're all the same, aren't you? Always with the sodding riddles."
The sphinx pressed a paw to its chest in mock offense. "How terribly stereotypical of you. Next you'll accuse me of eating failed contestants." "You don't?" Adom asked. "Oh no, I absolutely do," the sphinx said, adjusting its monocle. "But one shouldn't judge a book by its number of teeth." It threw its head back and laughed at its own joke, the sound bouncing off the walls. "What's the second?" Adom cut in. The sphinx's gaze swept over him, slow and considering, like a butcher appraising meat. Adom fought the urge to step back. "For you two, a puzzle."
"What kind of puzzle?" Bob demanded.
Perhaps we should focus on passing the first challenge before discussing the others, no?" Adom and Bob exchanged glances. The leprechaun cleared his throat, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. "Now then," the sphinx said, looking at them both. "Which of you was it that passed the test of courage?"
"The laddie here," Bob said, jerking a thumb toward Adom.
Before either could blink, the sphinx was there. Right there. Its massive head inches from Adom's face. The speed of the movement was impossible for something so large. The displacement of air knocked loose crystals from the walls.
"Bloody hell!"
Bob cursed, stumbling backward. Adom took one step back but held his ground, though his heart hammered against his ribs. The sphinx's breath was hot against his face, smelling of ancient stone and something metallic. "Fascinating," it purred, studying him with eyes like molten gold. "I didn't expect a boy to be the one. They usually break so easily." Its tail swished with interest. "Tell me, little human, how do you feel? Any changes you've noticed?" The Sphinx loomed so close, Adom could see himself reflected in its massive golden eyes. A pale, exhausted figure, with shadows under his eyes he didn't remember having before. His hair was matted with sweat, face drawn tight with tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. He opened his mouth to ask it to back away, but the Sphinx spoke first. "Was it horrible?" it purred, whiskers twitching with excitement. "Traumatizing? How many times did you die? How long did you spend in there? I heard it was quite exquisite in its cruelty." A laugh rumbled from its throat, and something in Adom snapped. He had, until that moment, managed to push most of it away, like waking from a nightmare that immediately starts to fade. The memories were there, but distant, blurred, safer when kept unfocused. But the Sphinx's words dragged them back into sharp relief. The feeling of his bones breaking, the sound of his own screams, the endless, endless dying. "Did you scream each time? Did you—" Blue mana erupted around Adom's hand, responding to a rage he didn't even know he was feeling. The spell formed almost by itself, raw and violent, seeking release. Bob's hand clamped around his wrist. "Don't." The Sphinx's smile widened, showing every one of its gleaming teeth. "You should listen to your friend, little human." Though I must say, that reaction was illuminating. "Back off," Adom said, voice tight. "Please." The Sphinx inclined its head and retreated with fluid grace, still wearing that knowing smile. "As you wish." The Sphinx glided back, and Adom drew in a long, shaky breath, released it slowly. His hand trembled in Bob's grip. Residual magic or anger or fear, he couldn't tell which. Bob released him gently. "I know, lad. I know it was hard." His voice dropped lower, meant just for Adom. "Been trapped here centuries myself. Never managed that test. Not once." Another gear fell. "But right now, we need you calm. Let's get through this first. Then you can fall apart all you want." My, the Sphinx drawled. "A leprechaun dispensing wisdom. How novel." Perhaps centuries of imprisonment do have their benefits after all. Bob ignored it completely, his attention still on Adom. "Oh, no sense of humor at all," the Sphinx sighed, tail flicking with mock disappointment. Its expression brightened suddenly, monocle glinting. "So, the riddle." Never been particularly good with riddles, lad," Bob muttered, looking at Adom. "More of a hit things until they stop moving sort of fellow." "Wonderful timing for that confession," the Sphinx said, settling into a more comfortable position. "Now then, the rules are simple. One question. But," its monocle caught the light, "if one of you fails, you both fail. And if you both fail—" The Sphinx smiled, revealing far too many teeth. "Bloody bollocks," Bob whispered. Adom's eyes darted around the chamber while Bob and the Sphinx traded barbs. Circular room, about 40 feet across. High ceiling lost in shadow. 2 exits, the one they'd come through and another across the room. Columns every 10 feet or so. If it came to a fight. Alexandros the Knowing. Ancient being, guardian of knowledge. Reality warper, local, immune to mental effects. The results made his throat go dry. Those weren't the stats of something they could fight. Not here, not in its domain. The reality warper local trait alone? "Well then," Alexandros purred, settling into a crouch like an oversized house cat. its wings folded neatly against its sides. "Shall we begin with your first question?" "Hang on," Bob raised a hand. "Don't we get to confer or something first?" "Oh, by all means." The Sphinx's tail swished. "Take all the time you need. I've waited centuries. What's a few more minutes?" Adom leaned closer to Bob, keeping his voice low. "See that exit behind it? If we—" "Don't even finish that thought, lad," Bob whispered back, eyes fixed on the Sphinx. "Look at how it's positioned. That's not just lounging, it's got every angle covered. And," he nodded subtly toward the ceiling, "it's got wings. Sphinxes are absolute masters of their territories. They don't just guard them, they are the territory. Running isn't an option." The Sphinx's monocle glinted as it watched their exchange with obvious amusement, like someone observing mice discussing how to outsmart a cat. Its tail kept drawing lazy patterns on the stone floor. "Right then," Bob sighed. "Suppose we'll have to do this properly." He straightened up, beard clinking softly. "Give us your worst, you pretentious feline." "Oh, I intend to." Alexandros cleared its throat, a sound somewhere between a purr and thunder, and spoke in a voice that seemed to resonate throughout the chamber. "3 scholars seek truth in their own way. The first, through books that cannot lie. The second, through deeds that cannot hide. The third, through hearts that cannot die. When darkness falls and truth is lost, which path led furthest from the light?" The words hung in the air. "You have 1 hour, the Sphinx said casually, examining its claws. "Oh, and silly me, I nearly forgot the rest of the rules." Its smile widened incrementally. "Each wrong answer costs you one of your senses. Both of you. And once you're out of senses—" It let the implication hang. "Also, any attempt to communicate your thoughts about the answer counts as an answer itself. Oh, and if one of you gets it wrong—" It gestured between them with a massive paw. "Well, you both suffer the consequences." "Hold on, that's not how you—" Bob's face turned an impressive shade of red. "You can't just add rules after—" "Huh?" The leprechaun stopped mid-sentence, his nose twitching. Adom noticed it too, or rather, noticed the absence of it. The musty chamber air, the ozone tang, the Sphinx's peculiar scent. All gone. Just nothing. "Ah," Alexandros purred. "I see you've discovered what happens when you protest the rules."
Shall we count that as your first wrong answer? 1 sense down, 4 to go. Adom's brows furrowed as he watched Bob's mouth open and close soundlessly, the leprechaun's face cycling through several interesting shades of purple. The Sphinx just sat there, monocle glinting, looking for all the world like a cat that had just been served a particularly fine cream. The chamber suddenly felt much smaller. Adom stared at the Sphinx's smug face, fighting down an overwhelming urge to punch that monocle right through its skull. Not that he could. The identify results had made that clear enough. But the fantasy was satisfying. Everything about these rules was designed to isolate them. No communication? Shared punishments? It wasn't just about solving the riddle. It was about breaking any chance of cooperation. Divide and conquer. He glanced at Bob, who was still doing his best impression of a kettle about to boil over. The leprechaun had admitted he wasn't good with riddles, true, but... Adom's fingers twitched, half forming the gestures for a message spell before stopping. Would that count as communication? Probably. The Sphinx seemed the type to count even raised eyebrows as an answer attempt, and they couldn't afford to lose another sense. But then again, did he really need Bob's help?
The leprechaun had straight up admitted to being terrible at riddles. Maybe it would be better to just... No. Adom forced himself to focus. 1 hour, limited senses. The smart play was solving the riddle first, then figuring out how to share the answer. No point in creating the perfect communication system if they didn't know what to communicate. 3 scholars. Truth. Books that cannot lie. Deeds that cannot hide. Hearts that cannot... Knowledge! Bob's voice cut through his concentration, stern and confident. Adom's thoughts screeched to a halt. He blinked. Did Bob just... Incorrect. The Sphinx purred, sounding absolutely delighted. This damned Fae.
Adom's hands clenched into fists, his mouth opening to scream at Bob. But he caught himself just in time. His tongue suddenly felt... wrong. Dead. Like trying to taste with a piece of leather in his mouth. The second sense. Taste. Gone. Adom whirled on Bob, gesturing wildly. What were you thinking? Why would you just blurt out an answer? Are you trying to get us both killed? His hands moved in increasingly agitated patterns, while the leprechaun shrunk back, hands moving in frantic patterns of regret. And then... nothing. The Sphinx's tail was swishing against stone, but there was no sound. None at all. The absolute silence pressed against his ears like cotton wool, making his head spin. Then Adom realized their mistake. They were communicating. Right in front of the Sphinx. 3 senses gone, sight and touch left, and still 54 minutes on the clock. Adom sat down cross-legged on the stone floor. Panicking wouldn't help. Getting angry at Bob's impulsiveness wouldn't help. And gesturing wildly definitely wouldn't help. They'd learned that lesson the hard way. 3 scholars seeking truth. Each with their own methodology. Books that cannot lie, perhaps representing pure knowledge, academic pursuit. But no, that was exactly what Bob had guessed, and the Sphinx had shot it down. Movement caught his eye. The Sphinx was grooming itself, like a house cat. It noticed him watching and waved cheerfully, somehow managing to make even that simple gesture insufferably smug. Adom quickly looked away. He glanced up at Bob, who sat with his eyes closed, completely still. Was he meditating? In the middle of a life-or-death riddle game? Focus. A dull throb had started behind Adom's eyes, growing steadily more insistent. He rubbed his temples with a grimace. Deeds that cannot hide. Actions, perhaps? The physical manifestation of truth. And hearts that cannot die. Emotion? Faith? Love? But then there was that last part. When darkness falls and truth is lost. A test, then. When everything goes wrong, which path remains truest? Faith seemed like a strong contender. When all else fails, belief endures. But no, too obvious. Sphinxes didn't pose riddles with obvious answers. That was the whole point. Experience, maybe? Deeds that cannot hide. Practical knowledge earned through action rather than study. When everything falls apart, experience remains. He had that and faith as possible answers. 2 chances left. If either was wrong. Bob hadn't moved an inch, still sitting there like some bizarre statue. What was he? No. Focus. Think. The key had to be in that last line. Which path led furthest from the light? Not closest to truth,
but furthest from light. Was it a trick question? Was the answer about which path was wrong rather than right? His head hurt. Was the Sphinx doing something? 2 answers, 2 chances, and absolute silence to think in. 30 minutes passed. Wisdom, experience, faith, emotion, belief, instinct, truth itself, memory, love, conscience. Each answer seemed perfectly logical until he examined it from another angle. Then it would fall apart, and he'd be back to square one. Movement drew his attention. Bob was getting up, his movements deliberate and slow. Adam watched, puzzled, as the leprechaun walked over and sat directly in front of him. What was he doing? Adam looked away, his gaze finding the Sphinx instead. It had stopped its grooming, head tilted, watching them with unblinking eyes. He tried to ignore Bob's presence, tried to return to his mental list of possible answers, but from the corner of his eye, he could see Bob's hand moving against the stone floor. Was he writing something? No, that would count as communication, wouldn't it? The Sphinx wasn't stopping him. In fact, the massive creature padded closer, moving with liquid grace until it loomed over them both. Its shadow fell across Adam's face as it bent down, that eternal smile still fixed in place, waiting, expecting. Why wasn't it stopping Bob? Why was it waiting for Adam to look down? Was this another trick? Another trap? If Bob was risking this, it had to be important, right? Right? After a moment's hesitation, Adam looked down. One word. Mind. Darkness immediately slammed into him like a physical blow. He almost chuckled. Of course. Of course the Sphinx would let them have that one last exchange, just to take another sense. Bastard probably had that smug smile plastered across its face right now. His heart raced. One chance left. One single chance before the final sense would be stripped away, leaving them helpless prey for the Sphinx. The pressure of it made his thoughts scatter like startled birds. Again. Focus. Mind? What did that have to do with anything? He'd been considering wisdom, knowledge, emotion, faith. But mind? He turned the word over in his thoughts, trying to connect it to the riddle. 3 scholars, books, deeds, hearts. Was Bob onto something? Or had they just wasted their second-to-last sense on a dead end? Only touch remained now, and 25 minutes to solve this in complete darkness and silence. At least you wouldn't have to look at that monocled face anymore. The headache intensified. Mind. No, that couldn't be the answer. It was too simple, didn't fit the structure of the riddle at all. Which meant Bob was trying to tell him something else. Mind. Mind magic? Oh? Oh! The realization hit. Bob wasn't giving him an answer. He was most likely telling Adam to lower his mental defenses. But why would he? Unless. In the darkness and silence, Adam carefully, deliberately, let his mental barriers drop. It felt like unclenching a muscle he hadn't known was tense, the mental equivalent of finally releasing a breath held for so long he'd forgotten he was holding it. Almost immediately, heaviness crept through his body. His muscles felt like lead, his thoughts growing sluggish. Even through touch alone, he could feel himself sliding sideways, stone floor cool against his cheek. The last thing he registered before consciousness fled was the faint sensation of falling. 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 The sensation of stone against his cheek vanished,
replaced by soft grass beneath his feet. Sunlight filtered through leaves above, birds called to each other in the canopy, and a warm breeze carried the scent of wildflowers. "Took you long enough?" Bob sat on a fallen log, looking exactly as he had in the real world, but somehow more at ease, more in his element. "Almost thought I'd made a mistake, thinking you were smart." "You can dreamwalk?" Adom blurted out, still trying to process the shift from dark silence to this vibrant forest. Dreamwalking was, at its core, a specialized form of mind magic that let the user enter and manipulate the dreams of others. Unlike regular mind magic that affected consciousness directly, dreamwalking operated in that strange space between sleeping and waking, the realm where minds naturally drifted during sleep. Most creatures capable of it were spirits, beings of pure mind and energy who could slip between dreams as easily as humans walked through doorways. Some particularly skilled mages could manage it too, though it took years of study and precise control, which made Bob's ability all the more puzzling. Leprechauns were magical creatures, yes, but they weren't spirits. They were firmly physical beings, known more for their crafting abilities and mischievous nature than any sort of mind magic. Yet here he was, casually strolling through Adom's dream space like he owned it. "How are you even doing this?" Adom asked, watching a butterfly that seemed to be made of liquid gold float past his nose. "We don't have time for magical theory right now," Bob cut him off, waving a hand dismissively.
Where are you at with the riddle?
Right, Adom nodded, pushing back his questions for later, assuming there would be a later. I've got about 10 possibilities. Faith, experience, wisdom, memory, but none of them feel quite right. They all fall apart when I look at them too closely. Let's break this down, lad, Bob said, conjuring 2 more logs for them to sit on. Time's slipperier than a greased pig in here, so we've got to make haste. What's got your mind in knots? The scholars, Adom began, settling onto one of the logs. 3 different approaches to truth. Books, deeds, hearts, knowledge, action, and feeling. But then it asks which path led furthest from the light, not closest to truth. Could be a trick question, Bob muttered, picking at some moss. Reminds me of me cousin Tommy, the wee devil. Caught him nicking me gold, he did. Swore on his mother's grave he'd never tell me another lie. Kept his word, too. Stopped talking to me altogether, the crafty little shite. What did you say? Eh? About Tommy? Just that the lying gobshite kept his word by not speaking to me at all instead of— No, before that. About it being a trick question. Adom stood up, pacing. We're looking at it wrong. We're assuming the scholars are searching for truth together. But what if they're not? What if they're competing? Bob shrugged. Makes sense, don't it? Put 3 folk in a room, they'll be at each other's throats before you can say top of the morning. And each would believe their way is right. Adom's mind was racing now. Books cannot lie, but they can be misinterpreted. Deeds cannot hide, but their meaning can be twisted. Hearts cannot die, but they can be. The dream forest darkened suddenly. Bob leapt to his feet with a string of colorful curses. The beasties found us! The trees began to twist, their branches turning to writhing shadows. The golden butterfly from earlier melted, its wings dripping onto the forest floor like molten metal. When darkness falls and truth is lost, a familiar voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The Sphinx materialized from the shadows, but wrong. Too many teeth, too many eyes, its monocle reflecting impossible geometries. Well, 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 it purred, each word distorting the dream further. Aren't you two a clever pair? 7 seconds, The Sphinx's distorted voice reverberated through the twisting dreamscape. "Shall we count together?" "Go feck yourself, you pompous cat!" Bob snarled, stepping in front of Adam. "If you want to fight—" 6. The forest was collapsing inward, reality folding like wet paper. 5. "We were so close," Adam muttered, his mind still racing. Books, deeds, hearts. 4. "When darkness falls and truth is lost." 3. "Each believing their path." 2. "Betrayal!" Adam screamed. The countdown stopped. The dream froze mid-collapse, held in perfect stasis. The Sphinx's monstrous form paused, then melted away like morning mist, leaving only the familiar monocled face they knew. Its eternal smile faltered for just a moment. "Oh," it said, sounding almost disappointed. "And here I was hoping you'd fail this one. No fun." The dream shattered. Adam jerked awake, gasping, his sense of touch overwhelmed by the cold stone beneath him. Next to him, he heard Bob wheeze as consciousness returned. "Congratulations," came the Sphinx's voice, somehow managing to sound both pleased and annoyed at once. "You have passed the riddles." "Ha! Knew you'd crack it, lad," Bob wheezed between fits of laughter, slapping his knee. "Clever as a fox in a henhouse you are. Though I'll tell you what, for a moment there, when that overgrown house cat started its countdown, I thought we were proper fecked." Adam barely heard him, too busy cursing his own curiosity. All because he couldn't leave a strange cave entrance alone. All because he had to know what was behind that glowing barrier. Now here he was, one test down, an even harder one ahead, and no way to turn back. Bob was still going, practically dancing now. "Did you see its face? Like someone poured salt in its sugar bowl it was. Serves you right, you pompous. If you're quite finished celebrating the most elementary portion of our encounter," the Sphinx cut in, its voice dry as desert sand, "we can proceed to what you've actually come here for." Both of them fell silent. The Sphinx's smile widened just a fraction. "The puzzles await." Its tail swished lazily through the air. "Shall we begin?" As Bob continued his celebratory jig, Adam's mind began to work in a different direction. He studied the Sphinx, its perfectly composed posture, that eternal smile, the way it watched them through that ridiculous monocle with barely concealed amusement. A thought came to mind. They'd solved the riddles, yes, barely. With luck and dream magic and split-second timing. And now, puzzles. After that, what? How many layers of challenge could this creature invent? The answer was obvious. As many as it wanted. There were no rules here except those the Sphinx chose to enforce. No oversight, no limitations. It could keep adding conditions, raising difficulties, moving goalposts until they inevitably failed. And then, well, Sphinxes weren't known for letting their prey leave disappointed. He watched Bob, still laughing and cursing in equal measure, and felt an unfamiliar darkness settle over his thoughts. If this trial was about wisdom, then the wise thing to do would be to get out of here, not trying to solve puzzles and infinite riddles. They needed an exit strategy. Or, and the thought surprised him with how natural it felt, they needed to figure out how to kill a Sphinx. The Sphinx's paw moved through the air with deliberate grace, and suddenly there was an orb floating between them. About the size of a melon, its surface was a maze of interlocking runes that seemed to shift and dance in the cave's dim light. 1 hour, it said simply. No communication. Its eyes flicked to Bob, who was already opening his mouth. No complaints, the monocle glinted. And no magic. Adam's hand, already halfway to the orb, froze. Runes without magic were like a book without words. The entire point of runic arrays was their ability to channel and shape magical energy. Even the simplest activation required mana. Bob's face was turning an interesting shade of red, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Adam's arm twitched instinctively to stop him, but he caught himself. Even that would have counted as communication. The leprechaun's face then went from red to purple, but he kept his mouth shut. Somehow. Good. The Sphinx leaned forward slightly, tail curling with anticipation. Ah, it sighed, watching Bob struggle against his own nature. Shame. I thought you'd make it funnier. The orb continued to float between them, its runes mockingly inert, while the Sphinx settled back to watch. Adam settled onto the cold floor, the orb's shifting runes reflecting in his eyes. But his mind was elsewhere. 1 hour. Not to solve a puzzle. To solve a Sphinx. He watched it from the corner of his eye, the way it lounged in the air as if gravity was merely a polite suggestion, the way shadows bent around it slightly wrong. Everything here moved to its will, reality itself bowing to its whims. In its domain, a Sphinx was practically a god. In its domain. His fingers traced absent patterns in the dust as his mind raced. No one killed Sphinxes, because in their lairs they were invincible. But outside, without their reality-bending powers, without their ability to strip senses and twist dreams. The Sphinx's purr deepened as it watched him, clearly amused by whatever it thought he was plotting.
Bob had settled into sullen silence, probably still fighting the urge to curse in 17 different dialects. Slowly, deliberately, Adam reached into his inventory and withdrew Garrett's dimensional bag. The Sphinx's ears perked up with interest as he began methodically emptying it onto the floor. Gold coins clinked and rolled, scrolls clattered, potion bottles clinked against each other. Ooh, the Sphinx practically cooed, tail curling with curiosity. What are we doing here? Its monocle glinted as it leaned forward to watch, clearly thinking this was part of some attempt at the puzzle. The pile of items grew. More coins, a silver chalice, 3 rubies, a lot of other things. Bob's eyes followed the gold with professional interest, but Adam kept his focus on the now empty bag, mind racing through calculations and possibilities. Runes were, at their core, instructions written into reality itself. The simplest ones were single commands: heat, light, force. But the real art came in their combination, the way they flowed into each other, each modification changing how mana moved through the whole array. Dimensional bags were something else entirely. The rune that created their pocket dimensions was a masterpiece of magical engineering, refined over centuries. What had once been a sprawling array of hundreds of interconnected symbols had been gradually compressed, simplified, optimized. The modern version looked almost elegant. 3 concentric circles, crossed by lines that bent at precisely calculated angles, with smaller symbols nestled in the spaces between, like a mandala designed by a mathematician with an obsession for spatial geometry. Here was the neat part. The rune was actually terrifyingly unstable. The only reason dimensional bags worked at all was because of the layers of security runes wrapped around them, preventing any tampering with the dimensional matrix.
Without those safeguards, the pocket dimension would collapse in on itself, creating a vacuum that would try to equalize with reality. Anything nearby would be pulled in until the pocket was full, at which point it would seal permanently. A one-way trip into a space between spaces. Only someone either suicidally brave or stubbornly desperate would even consider bypassing those security runes to mess with the dimensional matrix itself. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing, or exactly what they wanted to break. A runecologist. Adom, staring at his empty bag while the Sphinx watched with growing curiosity, was definitely all of the above. Ha! With practiced precision, Adom dragged his thumbnail across his palm, letting blood well up. Blood was, after all, the most basic magical conductor, far less detectable than actively channeling mana. The Sphinx continued watching, head tilted, as Adom pretended to examine the bag's outer surface. The security runes were simple enough to bypass, if you knew what you were looking for. 3 key points, modified with exactly 2 drops of blood each. The standard Arnstadt configuration, used in nearly all modern dimensional bags. The blood seeped into the lever, and he felt the first layer of protection dissolve. The second layer was trickier. Temporal locks, designed to prevent exactly this kind of tampering by desynchronizing the rune matrix from local time. But they had a weakness. They were calibrated assuming someone would try to rush the process. Moving deliberately slowly, he traced the counter pattern with his bloodied nail, letting each line stabilize before moving to the next. 15 seconds per stroke. Enough time for the temporal disruption to normalize. Finally, he reached the dimensional rune itself. The real artistry wasn't in breaking it. That was easy. The challenge was modifying it just enough to create instability while maintaining directional control.
Too much damage, and the vacuum would pull everything in. Too little, and it wouldn't activate at all. He altered 3 key vertices, using the bag's own geometric pattern as a guide. Each vertex needed to be shifted just enough to create instability, about 1/8 of the distance to their nearest neighboring rune. Too far would cause immediate collapse. Too little would fail to compromise the matrix. After years of studying runic arrays, his fingers knew the exact distance by feel, like a locksmith sensing tumbler positions. The blood seeped into the final marks, and he felt the matrix shiver, holding itself together by a thread. Like a dam with hairline cracks, just waiting for the right pressure. The intact bag in his hands meant success. The dimensional matrix was now like a coiled spring waiting for its trigger. One opening was all it would take. The bag closed with a soft click. "No solution yet?" the Sphinx asked, its voice dripping with false sympathy. 30 minutes remaining." Adom looked up at the creature and smiled. Not a nervous smile or a defeated one, but the kind of smile that made the Sphinx's own falter for just a fraction of a second. "And what," it asked, monocle glinting, "could possibly be amusing you at this moment?" Adom kept smiling, tilting his head slightly as if to say, "You know I can't answer that." The Sphinx's tail twitched, the first genuine sign of irritation he'd seen from it. "Oh, come now. I said you couldn't communicate with each other. I never said anything about speaking with me." "Of course you didn't," Adom thought, maintaining his smile. "And if I'd tried to point that out earlier, you'd have created a new rule on the spot. But now he just needed to figure out how to get an ancient reality-bending creature of pure cunning to stick its head in a bag. "Hey, what are your thoughts on time travel?" Adom asked casually, running his fingers along the bag's edge. The Sphinx blinked.
"You do realize you have 30 minutes left." A pause. 29 now. "Yes? And you wish to spend your remaining time discussing theoretical impossibilities?" Its tail swished lazily. "If those are to be your last moments, who am I to deny you?" "Impossibilities? Adam's smile widened fractionally. There it was, that slight shift in the Sphinx's posture, that barely perceptible lean forward. For all their power, Sphinxes had one consistent weakness. They couldn't resist new knowledge. And what could be more tempting than something they believed impossible? Time travel, the Sphinx stated flatly, is a magical impossibility. The mana requirements alone. What if I could prove otherwise? The Sphinx's tail stopped mid-swish. Its eternal smile flickered, replaced for just a moment by something else. Hunger. Not the physical kind it had shown before, but the intellectual variety. The need to know. Prove, it purred, shifting slightly closer. And how would you propose to do that? My arrival here is proof. I traveled from the future. Bob lifted his head. The Sphinx's purr cut off abruptly. Its monocle actually slipped a fraction before realigning itself. For the first time, the creature's composed demeanor cracked, revealing raw curiosity underneath. That's... it started, then paused, recalculating. You're lying. Am I? Adam kept his voice carefully neutral. You can sense lies, can't you? All Sphinxes can. So tell me, am I lying? Alexandros? The Sphinx's composure shattered completely. Its monocle slipped off, dangling from its chain as its massive head jerked back in shock. Wait a minute. How could you possibly... It's a perk of time travel, Adam said simply. The creature's tail had stopped moving entirely now. Its eyes narrowed, studying him with new intensity. Testing. Probing. Looking for the deception it was certain had to be there. The silence stretched. The Sphinx drifted closer, almost unconsciously, its scholarly nature warring with its certainty that time travel was impossible. 27 minutes, it said finally, but its voice had lost its mocking edge. Explain. The method is less important than the result, Adam replied. Chuckling, the Sphinx's eyes narrowed to slits. It despised not knowing. All Sphinxes did. And now here was someone claiming to know something it didn't, something it thought impossible, and refusing to share the details? Less important. Its voice had dropped an octave, a hint of growl beneath the scholarly tone. The Sphinx drifted even closer, almost at arm's length now. You claim to have achieved what centuries of mages and archmages couldn't even theorize properly. And you consider the method less important. Adam kept his expression carefully neutral, though his heart was hammering. The bag felt heavy in his hands. Not yet. Not quite yet. The proof is in the result, he said simply. Unless, of course, you're not interested in seeing it. The Sphinx's tail was lashing now, its scholarly patience warring with growing frustration. 26 minutes, it said, but the time seemed almost an afterthought now. Show me. Allow me to present the result. He lifted the bag slowly, deliberately, watching the Sphinx's eyes lock onto it with laser focus. The creature was practically hovering over him now, its scholarly demeanor completely overtaken by raw intellectual hunger. Even its monocle seemed to gleam with anticipation. The perfect predator, about to become prey. One movement. That's all he would have. One chance to trigger the compromised dimensional matrix before the Sphinx could react, before it could bend reality, or strip his senses, or simply tear him apart. His fingers found the opening clasp. Bob, forgotten in the corner, had gone completely still, as if sensing the tension in the air. Well, the Sphinx purred, leaning closer still, its eternal smile now tight with impatience. Show me this impossible... Click. The vacuum erupted with the force of a collapsing star. Reality warped and twisted as the compromised dimensional matrix tore open, creating a pull that made Adam's bones vibrate. The Sphinx's eyes widened in that fraction of a second, before understanding hit. Literally. "You dare!" Its roar cut short, as the force yanked it forward. Its claws carved deep gouges into the stone floor, golden fur rippling in the dimensional wind. Bob dove behind a boulder, screaming something that would have made a sailor blush. Adam braced himself behind the bag, feet sliding on the stone. The pull was stronger than he'd calculated. Much stronger. His robes whipped violently. He was trying to maintain his glasses on his nose, and loose stones flew past his head into the void. The Sphinx's rear half was already being drawn in, its form distorting as it fought against the dimensional pull. But instead of using its reality-bending powers, it was fully occupied with raw physical resistance, muscles straining, claws leaving molten streaks in the stone. See, there's a cruel irony in dimensional magic. For all its reality-warping might, a Sphinx becomes as helpless as a kitten when caught between worlds. The bag's maw had created a pocket where Alexandros's powers meant nothing, like a king suddenly stripped of his crown and army the moment he steps into foreign lands. Here, in this between space, where the cave's reality bled into the endless void of the bag, all the creature had were its muscles, claws, and increasingly desperate determination not to be pulled into a dimension it couldn't bend to its will. Ha! As if. Adam's spell struck true, engulfing the Sphinx's face. It screamed, not its usual controlled voice, but something ancient and furious. Each spell hammered into the creature as it struggled. "Fecking brilliant!" Bob emerged from cover, hurling his own arsenal. Daggers, coins, and what looked suspiciously like stolen silverware pelted the Sphinx's face. But it was working free. Inch by terrible inch, its muscles straining, the Sphinx was pulling itself out of the vortex. Its monocle had fallen, revealing an eye blazing with fury. Adam's mana was dropping fast. 100. The spells weren't enough. The bag needed to fill completely to seal, and the Sphinx was too strong, too... Oh. "Bob, the bolt! Now!" The leprechaun understood instantly, tossing his prized multiplying bolt. Adam caught it and threw it into the vortex. The bolt split into 2, then 4, then 16, then hundreds, thousands, each copy striking the Sphinx before being sucked into the void. A storm of metal, each hit driving the creature back slightly. "Ha! Eat that, you pretentious feline!" Bob cackled. The Sphinx's roar of rage turned to one of desperation as the combined force finally overwhelmed it. Its claws left burning trails in the air itself as it fought, but the vacuum was winning. Just a little more. But Adam could see its wings starting to spread, preparing for one final effort. If it got them fully extended... No! No! The Sphinx's final scream cut off with a thunderous boom that shook the entire cave. The shockwave sent Adam cartwheeling through the air, his glasses vanishing into the void in the last instant before the bag sealed. Bob flew in the opposite direction, with a string of creative curses that ended in a solid thunk against stone. Dust filled the air, thick enough to choke on. Debris rained down from the ceiling, pinging off rocks and adding to the chaos. "Lad! Lad, where are you?" Bob's voice echoed through the haze. Adam pushed himself up, every muscle screaming. "Here," he managed, between coughs. A wet, gurgling sound froze them both. "Bloody hell," Bob whispered. "The bastard's still." A weak curse in an ancient language drifted through the settling dust, followed by the sound of liquid spattering on stone. Adom forced himself to his feet, vision blurry without his glasses. His mana reserves were dangerously low, barely enough for 2 more spells. But if he was going to die here anyway... The dust began to clear. The sealed bag lay innocently on the cave floor, looking almost pristine despite everything. Behind it, the Sphinx's front half lay sprawled on the stone, the rest of its body cleanly severed where the dimensional pocket had sealed. Golden fur matted with ichor, wings broken and twisted at unnatural angles. One had been completely crushed by falling rocks. Its chest heaved with labored breaths, each one bringing fresh streams of golden fluid from its mouth. But its eyes were still sharp, still focused, still burning with intelligence as they fixed on Adom and Bob. Its eternal smile had finally vanished, replaced by a grimace of pain and fury. "You," it rasped, more ichor bubbling up. "How dare..." Adom didn't hesitate. The flame-brand sword flashed in his grip as he lunged forward. No speeches, no final words, just the brutal necessity of survival. The blade struck true, slicing deep into the Sphinx's exposed neck with a wet, sickening sound. Golden ichor erupted in a pressurized spray, splattering across Adom's face and chest in hot waves. The Sphinx's eyes widened, not in pain or fear, but in pure shock as its lifeblood pumped out in rhythmic pulses. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, golden blood flowing between its teeth like molten metal. The creature thrashed wildly, its remaining claws carving deep furrows into the stone as Adom wrenched the blade sideways, severing arteries and muscle. He drove the sword deeper, the edge grinding against vertebrae as he sawed through the thick neck.
The Sphinx's remaining wing beat frantically, trying to escape. Or maybe it was just a reflex. Those ancient, intelligent eyes locked with his for one final moment. The knowledge in them clouded, dimmed, and finally went dark, like stars winking out one by one. With a final effort, Adom pulled the blade free. The Sphinx's massive head dropped to the stone, nearly separated from its body. Golden ichor continued to pump from the ragged wound, pooling beneath the creature and steaming where it touched the stone. Adom stepped back, his robes soaked with Sphinx blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the reality of what he'd done settled over him.
"You did it! You actually bloody did it!" Bob was jumping up and down, his hat long lost in the chaos. "You thought you outsmarted us, but we outsmarted your outsmarting!" His manic laughter echoed through the cave. "Adom! Adom! Adom!" His voice bounced off the walls like a victory chant. "I've never, in all my years, a sphinx! A bloody sphinx!" As Bob's celebration continued, Adom examined the cleanly severed remains with a frown. The dimensional bag had cut directly through the Sphinx's chest cavity, taking its entire heart and who knows what else. "Damn it," he muttered, kicking at the stone floor in frustration. "What's wrong, lad?" Bob asked, pausing his victory dance. "The heart's gone," Adom explained, gesturing to the clean slice through the Sphinx's torso. "The bag took it. Perfect cut right through the chest cavity." "And that's bad?" Bob raised an eyebrow, already returning to scooping up scattered gold coins. "No one's killed a sphinx in centuries," Adom said. "Can you imagine what a sphinx heart would be worth? What it might do? That's the kind of loot that would make this whole nightmare worthwhile." Bob scratched his beard thoughtfully.
Any chance of getting it back out? Adam shook his head. Not unless you want to risk letting that thing out, too.
The dimensional matrix is completely compromised. Opening it again would be... He trailed off. There was no need to even finish that sentence. Right, Bob nodded. Probably best to leave that particular treasure where it is then. Besides, he grinned, scooping up another handful of coins. Plenty more where that came from. Adam sighed as a blue text materialized in his vision. Congratulations! You have completed the trial of wisdom. Your ability to see through the Sphinx's deception and refuse to continue its game of riddles marks you as truly wise. Rare achievement, first Sphinx slaying in 300 years. Bob was still dancing around, picking up scattered gold coins and what remained of his multiplying bolt. We're rich! We're alive! And we're bloody rich! Adam's ragged breathing slowly steadied as his body adjusted. +3 white worm body. Physical resistance increased. His fingers brushed against the golden monocle lying in the blood. The artifact shimmered and contracted, shrinking until it fit perfectly in his palm, no longer sized for a massive sphinx's eye. The delicate frame bore flowing dwarven runes, intertwining like vines around the rim. Despite its age, the craftsmanship was unmistakable, definitely post-Sundering era work. Before men, elves, and dwarves separated, a crack ran through the lens, likely from the battle. The golden monocle gleamed in Adam's palm. This monocle enhances magical perception, allowing the wearer to perceive the subtle patterns and structures within magical phenomena they study. The deeper the wearer's knowledge of a particular magical system, the more intricate details the monocle reveals. Effects. Reveals the underlying structure of magical workings. Heightens perception of mana flow and its interactions. Note: the monocle does not grant knowledge. It only illuminates what the user already understands at a deeper level. Current status: active. Adam slipped the monocle over his right eye, and the world shifted. Not dramatically, but in countless subtle ways that made his breath catch. The air itself seemed alive with gossamer threads of mana. Ambient magic he'd always had to strain to perceive now danced clearly in his vision. The cave walls thrummed with old enchantments, their patterns unfurling like ancient tapestries. Light, he cast experimentally. His eyes widened. Through the monocle, he could see the exact way his mana coalesced, the precise moment it transformed into luminous energy. The spell's structure was laid bare, not just the surface pattern he'd memorized, but the deeper flows and eddies that made it work. Like seeing the individual brushstrokes in a painting he'd only ever viewed from afar. The residual magic from their battle still lingered in the air. He could trace the exact path his fireball had taken, see where it had interacted with the Sphinx's failing reality bend. Even the dimensional bag's fractured matrix was visible, its broken geometry still bleeding traces of power. Fascinating. With this, he could... Ooh, shiny. Bob wandered over, peering at the monocle. That's some fancy eyewear you got there. Interesting? Very, Adam replied, before storing it in his inventory. Feeling the magical exhaustion weighing heavily on him, Adam reached for one of the high-grade mana potions he'd purchased, now on the ground. The crystalline liquid went down smoothly, none of that bitter aftertaste of cheaper potions. Instead, it tasted like honeyed mint tea, with a hint of citrus. You could always tell the quality by how sweet it was. "You about done staring at that trinket?" Bob called, his dimensional bag steadily swallowing coin after golden coin. "Not that I'm complaining about the haul, mind you, but you haven't touched a single piece of this lovely gold."
He paused, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Feeling ill? Adam smiled tiredly. Take it all, bub. You earned it. Now I know something's wrong with... Wait, what? The leprechaun froze mid-grab. All of it? Seriously? All yours. Bob's grin threatened to split his face as he began shoveling gold faster. You're either the most generous mage I've ever met, or the most foolish. Either way, I'm not arguing. Adam turned toward the passage the Sphinx had been guarding. How much deeper do you think this labyrinth goes? He muttered, starting forward. Knowing our luck, probably straight to hell itself, Bob grumbled, jogging to catch up. And knowing your curiosity, we're going to find out. The passage twisted and turned until finally opening into something else entirely. Adam's steps slowed. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above. But it was what filled the space that made his blood run cold. Golems. Hundreds of them, all standing motionless in various combat stances. Their metallic and stone bodies gleamed with runes. And in the center, a night golem knelt, both hands resting on the pommel of a great sword. Its armor was intricate, covered in runes that seemed to shift in the dim light. Unlike the others, this one radiated with mana. Bob, Adam whispered, we need to leave. Now. They spun toward the entrance, only to find solid stone where the passage had been. Ah, come on. Lad? Bob's voice shook slightly. There's writing appearing on the wall.
In human script, looks like. What's it say?
Adam's shoulders slumped as glowing letters materialized. Welcome to the third trial, the trial of strength. The sound of grinding metal and stone filled the chamber. The night golem's head slowly raised. Around them, the army of constructs began to move, their runes flickering to life. Oh, bloody hell, Bob whispered. Who is doing this to us?
Chapter 17. The Trial of Strength.
Sweet mother of a diseased goblin's left testicle on a rusty spoon covered in troll snot. Bob's creative stream of profanity echoed through the chamber as dust and ancient stone fragments rained down from the ceiling. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped steadily. The golems moved with a grinding symphony of metal and stone, their runes pulsing in patterns that made Adom's eyes hurt. More text began materializing on the wall in that same ethereal script. And if whoever's pulling these trials out of their arse thinks I'm going to... Bob? Shove it right up there. Bob? With a rusty pickaxe and 3 pounds of... Bob? Me name's not fecking Oh. The leprechaun blinked, finally registering Adom's hand on his shoulder. Sorry, lad. Got a bit carried away there. He straightened his hat, which had somehow stayed on through his tirade. What? You need to calm down. Look. Adam pointed at the wall where the rules were appearing. Bob squinted at the glowing text. Well, what's it saying? And please tell me it doesn't involve more bloody riddles. No riddles. Adom's eyes narrowed as he studied the glowing text. 3 trials of strength, though only the first is revealed to us now. He pointed to the massive bridge spanning the chasm, a stone construction that stretched across the void like a skeletal finger. Ancient runes pulsed dimly along its sides, barely illuminating the sheer vastness of the chamber they stood in. The ceiling was lost in darkness above, while carved columns thick as ancient trees lined the walls, disappearing into shadows. First, the trial of dominion. I think it's a sort of tug of war against a golem on that crumbling bridge. Tug of what now? You don't know what tug of war is? "Me friend, I'm over 1,000 years old, and spent most of that time with trees and mushrooms and grumpy old fae more attached to their gold than common sense," he scoffed. Human games weren't exactly high on me list of interests. Adam sighed. 2 opponents, each holding one end of a rope. You pull until your opponent either falls or crosses a line. Except here, he gestured at the bridge. Simple enough. Pull your opponent to their death before they do the same to you. Ah, Bob nodded sagely. So it's like that time I got into a dispute with a treant over territory, except with more fallen to our deaths. You fought a treant? Aye, Bob said, bending down to search for a pebble. The stubborn thing thought me Lucky Charms garden was on his territory. Can you believe it? 300 years I'd been growing those clovers. What are you doing? Adam asked, watching the old fae weigh the stone in his palm. Just verifying something. Bob moved to the edge, held the pebble out. Scientific inquiry and all that. Scientific? Adam's question cut off as Bob dropped the stone into the darkness. They both instinctively leaned forward, ears straining. Seconds passed. More seconds passed. Seriously? Bob's whisper echoed slightly in the vast space. They kept listening. And listening. A distant, barely audible clunk finally reached their ears. Bob and Adam slowly turned to look at each other, faces carefully blank. Right then, Bob said, taking a very deliberate step back from the edge. Best keep our footin', eh? He glanced at the glowing text again, scowling. 3 trials, revealed one at a time. What do these bastards think this is? Some sort of game? Like we're here for their entertainment? He spat on the ground. Probably sitting somewhere comfortable, watching us dance like puppets on strings. If they are watching, Adam said quietly, then let's show them what we can do. Aye, Bob adjusted his hat grimly. The grinding of stone and metal around them intensified as new text blazed across the wall. Challengers, approach the bridge. Well, Bob said, eyeing the massive stone construct that would be their battleground. Least we're in this together. How is this tug-of-war thingy? Tug-of-war, Adam corrected, watching the golems take position. What? The game. It's called tug-of-war. Ah, grania midas na javan fein, Bob muttered. Then, louder. Javan docher de chan cardul. I have no idea what you just said, but if that was directed at me, I return the sentiment. Ha! Good lad. Bob's grin flickered briefly. Though you look about as confident as a pixie in a dragon's lair for someone who's done this tug-of-war before. Because I didn't mention one small detail. Adam's eyes followed the golems as they took position on the opposite end of the bridge. 2 of them, each holding an end of a massive chain. When I competed in these games as a child, we used rope, not chain. Ah. Bob stared at their opponents, then down at his own diminutive height, then back at the golems. Don't suppose you've got any spells that could make me about 7 feet taller? No, but I do have an idea. Adam's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. How's your balance when pulling? Better than most, Bob grumbled, still clearly agitated from earlier. Though I'd rather be testing it on Orinth's neck, the smug bastard. He gave the chain a testing tug. Still can't believe this nonsense. First, they drop us in this oversized death pit, then expect us to play circus performer on a bridge that's older than my grandmother's. Adam's eyes flickered briefly to Bob at the mention of that name. Another piece of the puzzle. How did a leprechaun know one of the ancient architects? But now wasn't the time for questions. The bridge stretched before them,
Ancient stone, worn smooth by countless centuries.
Each step toward its center felt heavier than the last, the abyss below a hungry void that seemed to pull at their very souls. The chain lay between them, thick links of metal that could have anchored a Titan's warship. At the far end, the two golems stood motionless, silent, waiting.
"Don't like this," Bob muttered, adjusting his grip on the chain. "Not one bit. The way they're just standing there, like death's own statues. Sends shivers right down to me bones, it does."
Adam barely heard him. The world had taken on a strange, distant quality, like he was viewing it through murky water. His limbs felt leaden, his thoughts scattered like leaves in autumn wind. What he wouldn't give for a moment's rest. Just a brief pause to catch his breath, to sit down with a steaming cup of tea.
"Lad!"
"Huh?" Adam blinked, Bob's voice yanking him back to the present. "You all right there?" Adam looked down at his trembling hands, at the sweat already beading on his skin despite the chamber's chill. He managed a weak laugh. "What do you think?" "Aye, stupid question." Bob's voice softened, losing some of its usual gruffness. "Just hang in there, yeah? And don't you worry about the heavy lifting." He grinned, rolling up his sleeves to reveal surprisingly corded forearms. "May not look it, but I once arm wrestled a bridge troll to a standstill. Course, we were both blind drunk at the time, but that's beside the point." "Hold on," Adam said, momentarily distracted from his exhaustion. "Fighting treants, wrestling trolls. What kind of life did you lead before all this?" Bob's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Ah, in me younger days. Let's just say I had a particular talent for finding trouble. Or maybe trouble had a talent for finding me. Hard to tell after the first few centuries." He chuckled. "There was this one time in the Dragon's Spine Mountains. A grinding screech cut through the air. Across the bridge, the golems had begun gathering their length of chain, their movements precise and methodical. They were built like strong men, broad-shouldered and solid, their stone and metal bodies radiating an aura of raw power. Runes pulsed along their joints, casting sharp shadows across the bridge. "Right then," Bob muttered, positioning himself in front of Adam. "I'll handle the pulling. That big brain of yours got any tips? Because these lovely fellows don't look like they're here to exchange pleasantries." Adam watched the golem's movements, memory stirring. "Actually, yes. When I was little, maybe 6 or 7, there was this kid I used to know, Damus. We'd play tug-of-war in their estate. He was twice my size, but I won more often than not." "Oh?" Bob began gathering the chain. "Do tell." "It's all about the timing," Adam said. "Most people think it's about pulling harder than your opponent. It's not. It's about—" The chain jerked suddenly as the golems took up the slack. Bob planted his feet, muscles straining. "Less lecture, more instruction, lad." "Right. Watch their movements. Wait for them to pull. They'll have to reset their stance after each attempt. That's when you pull back. Not before, not during. After. Use their own recovery against them. And—" Adam's voice trailed off as he watched the golem's runes pulse in unison. "They're about to—" The chain snapped taut with devastating force. Bob was yanked forward with a startled yelp, boots scraping against stone as he struggled to find purchase. "Mother of a—" The rest of his curse was lost in the grinding of metal as the golems pulled again. Bob's knuckles went white around the chain, his whole body straining backward. Adam grabbed the chain too, but it was like trying to stop a landslide with bare hands. The metal links were freezing against his palms, already slick with sweat. His exhausted muscles screamed in protest. "Hang on, lad." Bob's voice was tight with effort. "Just
need to find me footing." The leprechaun's boots finally caught a groove in the stone, and he dug in with a grunt. "Bloody bastards are stronger than they look. Caught me off guard, they did." Adom could hardly believe what he was seeing. Bob, barely reaching his chest in height, was actually holding his ground against two golems. Veins stood out on his neck and forearms, his face turning an alarming shade of red. But he wasn't giving up an inch. "Remember what I said," Adom called out, pulling alongside him. "Wait for their recovery." The golems yanked again. The force of it lifted Bob clear off his feet for a heart-stopping moment before he slammed back down. They slid another foot closer to the edge. "Easier said than balls of a brass monkey!" Another pull, another foot lost. Then done! Adom could feel the void in front of them, an endless, hungry darkness waiting for a mistake. His arms felt like they were being torn from their sockets. Through the pain and exhaustion, he noticed a pattern. The golems pulled in sync with their pulsing runes. "Bob, the runes! They pulse right before—" The chain jerked again. Bob's stream of cursing would have made a sailor blush. They were maybe 10 feet from the edge now. 9, 8. Desperation clawing at his chest, Adom reached for his magic. Just a small burst, something to give them leverage. The air cracked like thunder. Something massive whistled past his ear, missing him by inches. He turned his head just enough to see a spear embedded in the wall behind them, its shaft still quivering from impact. On the platform above, a golem lowered its arm, its message clear. No magic. "Focus, lad!" Bob roared. His hat had finally fallen off, sweat pouring down his face. "Tell me about that timing!" Another pull. 7 feet. 6. Watch the runes!" Adom's voice was ragged. "They dim right after. That's when they reset. That's when we—" The runes flared. They braced. The pull came, brutal as ever, but this time they were ready. The instant the runes dimmed, Bob threw his weight backward with a roar that echoed off the chamber walls. Adom pulled with everything he had left. The chain moved. Just a little. Just enough. "Again!" Bob bellowed. "Tell me when!" 5 feet from death, Adom watched the runes, praying his trembling arms would hold just a little longer. The runes pulsed. Flash. Pull. Dim. "Now!" They heaved backward in perfect sync. The chain moved another precious inch. Their feet found better purchase on the worn stone. Flash. Pull. Dim. "Now!" Each coordinated pull brought them further from the edge, but Adom's arms felt like molten lead. His vision swam. Only Bob's grunted counting kept him focused. 4 feet from the edge. 5. 6. Then Adom saw it, the golem's fatal flaw. "Bob!" he gasped between pulls. "They're anchored! Look at their feet!" The leprechaun spared a glance between straining breaths. The golem's feet were indeed locked into grooves in the stone, giving them leverage but limiting their movement. "That's great, lad," Bob managed through clenched teeth. "But unless you've got a bloody pickaxe—" "No, they can't adjust. They're pulling straight. If we—" Adom's lungs burned. "If we pull sideways—" Understanding flashed in Bob's eyes. "On your mark." Flash. Pull. Dim. "Now, left!" They threw their weight sideways,
yanking the chain at an angle. The golem's rigid stance worked against them. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then came the sound of stone cracking. One golem's foot broke free from its anchor. It staggered, throwing off the other's balance. Their synchronized pulling shattered. "Again!" Adom screamed. Flash. Stumble. Dim. They heaved left once more. The second golem's anchor cracked. The constructs tried to compensate, their movements now jerky and desperate. "Once more!" Bob roared. "Everything you've got, lad!" Adom's world narrowed to this moment. The chain. The pull. Bob's battle cry beside him. His screaming muscles finding one last surge of strength. Flash. The golems pulled. Dim. They yanked sideways with everything they had left. The golem's remaining anchors shattered. Without their bracing, the force of their own pull sent them staggering backward. Their feet found empty air. Time seemed to slow. Adom watched as the massive constructs tipped over the edge, their ruined joints still pulsing, arms windmilling uselessly. The chain went slack so suddenly that he and Bob fell backward onto the bridge. The sound of the golems hitting bottom came long, long moments later. A crash like thunder rolled up from the depths. Then silence. Adom lay there, gasping, every breath feeling like knives in his chest. Beside him, Bob had collapsed onto his back, face still crimson, chest heaving. "That," the leprechaun wheezed, "was too bloody close." They'd done it. Somehow they'd done it. But as Adom's racing heart slowly steadied, one thought kept echoing through his mind. This was only the first trial. Adom lay there staring at the darkness above, his chest still heaving, when a hand entered his field of vision. Bob stood over him, somehow already back on his feet despite his face still being flushed from exertion. "Come on then, lad." The leprechaun's grin was infectious, even with sweat still dripping from his chin. "Between that brilliant mind of yours and these stubborn old muscles, we'll make it out of here alive. You have me word on that." Adom couldn't help but smile back. "Sure." He grabbed Bob's hand, surprised again by the strength in the leprechaun's grip as he was pulled to his feet. The grinding of stone drew their attention. The wall's ethereal script shifted and flowed like water, forming new words. Adom's smile faded as he read. "What?" Bob asked, noting his expression.
What fresh hell are they throwing at us now? The Trial of Swiftness. Adom's eyes moved rapidly across the glowing text.
"There's a hammer and a helmet. They'll be placed between us and another golem. First one to reach them wins."
That's suspiciously simple.
"There's more." Adom rubbed his temples. "The hammer's supposedly extremely heavy, and the helmet magically adjusts to fit whoever wears it. If the golem gets the hammer first..."
We're proper fecht?
"Unless we can get the helmet on quickly enough, yes. And if we get the hammer..."
We need to smash the bastard before it gets the helmet." Bob spat on the ground. "Because of course the helmet makes them invulnerable. Wonderful." He adjusted his hat irritably. "Don't suppose we could just not play their game? Sit down, have a nice cup of tea instead?"
"After what happened when I tried to use magic?" Adom gestured at the spear still embedded in the wall. "I doubt we have a choice."
"Right." Bob cracked his knuckles. "So, any brilliant ideas? Because I'm fast for me size, but something tells me these golems aren't exactly sluggish either."
"I might have one."
Adom's eyes had taken on that distant look Bob was starting to recognize.
"But you're not going to like it."
"Lad, I haven't liked anything since I fell into this oversized tomb. Out with it."
"I heard leprechauns were naturally fast. Something about blessing-enhanced reflexes?"
Bob snorted.
That's like saying all dwarves are master smiths because of Grimbeard the Great. Stereotype, that is.
But you just said you were fast for your size.
I did. Because I am. Bob puffed up his chest. Peak specimen, I'll have you know. Back in the day, all the Lianashi were mad for me. Had to beat them off with a stick, I did. Well, more like a twig, given me size, but...
He cut off as Adam stumbled, the world tilting sideways. The chamber's columns seemed to dance and blur, stone walls rippling like water.
His legs felt distant, disconnected. Some part of him wanted to laugh at Bob's boasting, to ask more about these Liananshi, but exhaustion had sunk its claws too deep. Even breathing felt like too much effort.
Easy there, lad! Bob caught him before his knees could buckle. Surprising strength in those short arms. Bloody hell, you're burning up. Should have said something sooner.
Fine, Adam mumbled, though the ground wouldn't stay still. Just need a moment.
Sure you do, and I'm a bloody unicorn in disguise.
Bob's voice had lost its usual gruffness, replaced by genuine concern.
When's the last time you properly rested?
When had he last rested? The thought floated through his foggy mind as he leaned against Bob. He came back, what, 3, 4 days ago? God, he couldn't even remember. Since coming back, everything had been a constant rush, racing against time, against fate, against his own memories. He hadn't even stopped to just breathe. To sit in the market and watch people haggle over fresh bread, to smell the flowers blooming in the temple gardens. Funny that. His whole dream had been to live life differently this time around, to savor every moment he'd taken for granted before. But how could he? Every time he tried to relax, tried to just exist in the moment, the knowledge would creep back in. The streets he walked would burn. The people he passed would scream. The sky would turn black with... "I'm tired," he whispered, more to himself than to Bob. God, I'm so tired. For some reason, he suddenly craved some honey cake, the same one he had back in Catty. He'd only managed 3 bites, just 3 perfect, wonderful bites. The sweetness had still been on his tongue when the sky turned dark, when Dragon's Breath fell, and Catty followed. He never had honey cake again, not in all the years that followed, not in that entire lifetime. Strange how such a small thing could hurt so much. 3 bites of perfection, of normalcy, before everything burned away. If he made it out alive, when? He had to believe when. He'd take a week off. Just walk the streets of Arcos. Get some of those honey-glazed pastries from a random old woman that would sell them. Those were the best kind. Old people always made the best street food. Maybe get a dog. Something small and loyal. Name it Fido. Or a familiar. Yeah, that would be nice. Just, he managed, trying to focus on Bob's worried face through the haze. Had an eventful few days. Eventful few days, he says, Bob muttered, adjusting his grip to better support Adam's weight. Like he's been to a bloody harvest festival instead of whatever mess got you looking half dead. His voice softened. Hang in there, lad. The chamber suddenly rumbled, cutting through his exhausted musings. Stone ground against stone as the room began to shift, walls rearranging themselves like pieces of some massive puzzle. Seems our gracious hosts are getting impatient, Bob growled, helping Adam straighten up. Adam watched the room transform, fighting back another wave of dizziness. The wall's script shifted. Challengers, advance. The golems moved in perfect unison, creating a path through a broad corridor. Despite his exhaustion, Adam couldn't help but notice how their movements seemed almost ceremonial.
Well, Bob muttered, supporting Adom as they walked. Suppose they're not big on breaks between death-defying challenges.
At least this time we're not dangling over an abyss.
No, just racing a bloody golem for magical artifacts. Much better. Bob's tone was light, but his grip on Adom's arm remained steady. Speaking of which, about what you said to the Sphinx back there.
Ah, that.
Don't try telling me you were bluffing. Bob kicked a pebble, watching it bounce down the path. That overgrown cat would have known. And the way you knew his name. He glanced sideways at Adom.
You said you came back from the future.
Adom chuckled. Tell you what, I'll explain everything if you tell me how, you know, that Orinth guy, and why you can dreamwalk.
Ah, well, would you look at these lovely stone walls?
Bob. Adom stopped walking. If you know something about whoever built this place, I need to know. It might help us find a way out. The leprechaun was quiet for a long moment, adjusting his hat with unusual care.
Orinth used to be a friend. Bastard tricked me into owing him a debt.
How?
Bob sighed. It's a stupid story, really. There I was, minding me own business, making shoes.
Shoes? What? You think leprechauns just sit around counting gold all day?
We've got to make a living somehow.
Bob waved dismissively.
Anyway, I specialized in climbing boots. Best in the business, if I do say so myself. Even had a nice little shop at the end of a rainbow.
Of course you did. Oi, who's telling this story? Bob glared.
So there I was, testing a new pair on the cliffs of Mount Silverhorn. Beautiful day, perfect for climbing. Then this wyvern shows up.
A wyvern?
Did I stutter? Yes, a bloody wyvern. Nasty piece of work, too. There I am, dangling off a cliff face, about to become lunch, when who should appear but Orinth himself?
Bob's voice went flat.
Standing on thin air, cool as you please, sipping tea.
Tea?
Earl Black, if you must know. With honey.
Bob's eye twitched.
So he looks at me, looks at the wyvern, and says, and I'll never forget this, "Those are fascinating boots you're wearing."
Adom stared. While you were about to die?
While I was about to die. Then he says, I'll help you with your little predicament if you agree to make me 3 pairs.
Bob kicked another rock, harder this time.
What was I supposed to say? No? The wyvern's breath was hot enough to curl me beard.
So you agreed?
So I agreed.
He snaps his fingers. The wyvern turns into a bloody songbird, and I'm standing safe on the cliff.
Wait, he turned a wyvern into a songbird?
Adom stopped walking. Bloody hell, I know! Bob threw his hands up. Never seen anything like it before or since. Didn't even use those fancy mage hand movements, just... He snapped his fingers for emphasis. How was a mage that powerful not recorded in history? He lived up in that mountain of his mostly. Had this huge farm near the Duke's castle at the time. The Duke was Borealis, Adom finished. Oh? They're still around then? How long ago exactly was this? Bob scratched his chin. Hard to say exactly. More than 1,000 years, less than 2,000. You mentioned back at the Fist Chamber that he was a red-eyed bastard? Bob chuckled darkly. Aye, that he was. The Borealis house is known for their red eyes. Most of them have them. They're descendants of the first men, of Law Borealis. Look at that, Bob said quickly. Time for more death-defying nonsense. Better get moving, eh?
The chamber floor began to shift, sand swirling in impossible patterns. From its depths rose a massive warhammer, its head carved with ancient runes that pulsed with an inner light. The weapon hung suspended in the air, surrounded by a semicircle of golems standing at attention. On the opposite side of the chamber, more sand parted to reveal a helm that seemed almost alive, its silver metal rippling like quicksilver in the dim light. Another group of golems took position around it, their metallic forms gleaming. "Bob," Adam said, fighting to keep his balance as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. "Since your friend built this place, is there anything you can tell me about it?" Orinth wasn't the only one who made it. Bob's eyes darted between the two artifacts. There were others, all of them powerful mages, mysterious types.
Wouldn't tell anyone what they were doing, spent decades working on it.
How long exactly? Orinth worked on it for 60 years of his life. Don't know about the others. 60 years? Adam frowned. What was the purpose? Bob shook his head. He became obsessed with it near the end, kept saying he had to finish it before his time came, had to make sure everything was perfect. But why? Was it the treasure? What could be worth 60 years of work from multiple master mages? The leprechaun turned to look at Adam, and for once there was no trace of humor in his eyes. I really don't know, lad. That's the honest truth. He changed over those years, became different, more secretive, stopped coming by the shop. Last time I saw him, Bob trailed off, looking troubled. Well, let's just say he wasn't the same person who saved me from that wyvern. They arrived at the end of the golem-made corridor. A vast circular arena opened before them, its floor covered in fine, shifting sand. Sit down, lad, Bob said firmly, guiding Adam to a worn stone step. You can barely stand. Let me handle this one. But, no buts. Save your strength. Bob's usual grin had been replaced by something harder, more focused. Besides, speed's me specialty. From the swirling sands emerged a new golem, taller than the others, its joints clicking like a deadly clockwork as it took position. The hammer hung between them, its runes pulsing with ancient power. The helm gleamed on the far side, liquid silver in the dim light. The wall's script flared. Begin. Everything happened in heartbeats. The golem lunged forward, its metallic legs coiling like springs. Bob was already moving, a blur of green and gold. Sand erupted where the golem's foot struck, but the leprechaun was gone, rolling under its reaching arms. 3 steps to the hammer. The golem pivoted impossibly fast, its joints screaming. Bob twisted mid-stride, barely avoiding metal fingers that whistled past his ear. 2 steps. They reached the hammer simultaneously. The golem's hand closed on empty air as Bob dove between its legs, his own fingers wrapping around the weapon's handle. 1 step. The hammer came up in a brutal arc, faster than something that size should move. The golem started to turn. Crack! The sound echoed like thunder, followed by the quieter tinkle of shattered metal and stone hitting sand. The golem's head bounced once, rolled, and came to rest at Adom's feet. Its body swayed for a moment, then toppled. 4 seconds, maybe 5. Bob stood there, hammer resting on his shoulder, chest heaving slightly. Well, he said, breaking the stunned silence. That was bracing. Adam realized he'd been holding his breath. That was... What? Bob grinned, his usual mischief returning. Told you I was fast for me size. He gave the hammer an experimental swing. Nice balance on this thing, too. Might keep it as a souvenir. Relief flooded through Adam, making him dizzy. Or maybe that was just the exhaustion. Either way, he found himself laughing, a slightly hysterical sound that echoed off the ancient walls.
"You're insane," he managed between chuckles. "Absolutely insane."
"Coming from the lad who traveled through time?" Bob winked, extending his free hand. "Come on then. Up you get. Something tells me we're not done yet." And he was right. A new golem stepped forward, its runes pulsing with deadly intent. Bob and Adom exchanged glances. "Hang on," Bob frowned, hammer still resting on his shoulder. "Pretty sure I just turned the last one's head into gravel, didn't I?"
"You definitely did."
"Right. So," Bob gestured at the waiting construct with his free hand. "What's this about, then?" He stepped forward, but two golems materialized from the shadows, crossing their spears to block his path. Their message was clear: no entry.
"Oh, for the love of... what now?"
Bob's eye twitched. Did I win too quickly? Would they prefer I dance a jig first? Maybe tell a few jokes? Adom pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. I think they want me to do it too." "What? No, absolutely not. You can barely stand." "We did the first trial together," Adom said quietly. "Maybe that's the point. Everyone has to prove themselves." "Prove themselves?" Bob's voice rose an octave. "To who? These oversized, wind-up toys?" He turned to glare at the waiting golems. "Listen here, you stone-headed bastards. In case you hadn't noticed, the lad's about to fall over. If you think I'm going to let you—" "Bob?" "And another thing, whoever's pulling your strings can take their trials and shove them right up their—" "Bob?" "What?" "I have to do this." The leprechaun deflated slightly, though his scowl remained. "No, you don't. We can find another way. Or I could just—" He hefted the hammer meaningfully. Adom managed a weak smile. "Since when did you start worrying so much about me?" "Don't get it twisted, lad. That big brain of yours is the only reason we're not dead twice over already." Bob snorted. "And I'd rather keep it intact and inside your skull, not splattered across the floor. Need it to get out of this oversized maze, don't I?" Adom sighed in relief. "What's that look for?" Bob asked, hammer still casually propped on his shoulder. "Oh, just glad this didn't turn into one of those cheesy moments." "Cheesy?" Bob's brow furrowed. "What's dairy got to do with anything?" "It's a modern expression. Means overly sentimental." "You future-focused strange," Bob muttered. "Perfectly good words already exist for that sort of thing. Mawkish, saccharine. But no, you had to drag perfectly innocent cheese into it." He shook his head. "Next you'll tell me you use bread to mean something entirely different too." Actually, Adom almost laughed at the absurdity of it all, casually discussing modern slang while potentially walking to his death.
There was something darkly hilarious about that. But the humor died in his throat as he stepped onto the sand. The moment his foot touched the ground, the world shifted. The arena seemed larger from inside, the walls stretching up into impossible darkness. Sand swirled around his ankles, alive with strange patterns that made his eyes hurt if he looked too long. And he could have sworn the golem in front of him looked much less impressive from where he was sitting. The chamber felt different from this angle, more intimate, more real. From the depths rose another warhammer, identical to Bob's, and another helm. The golem took position. The golems. Adon looked at the one in front of him as it positioned itself. These constructs were centuries old, yet they put modern golems to shame. The most advanced constructs of his time were clumsy things that wealthy families used for basic housework.
Stiff, awkward, magical masses that could barely manage to vacuum floors without getting stuck in corners. Even the elves, for all their magical superiority, hadn't managed to create anything close to this level of sophistication. Yet here stood machines crafted ages ago, moving with deadly grace, executing complex combat maneuvers that should have been impossible with ancient magic. It was like finding advanced runic arrays in primitive cave paintings, knowledge that shouldn't exist, couldn't exist, and yet somehow did. What kind of man had Orinth been to possess knowledge that would still be considered advanced hundreds of years in the future? And what had happened to all that knowledge? Adom's exhausted muscles trembled, but his mind was clear. He had to win this. He breathed in deeply, then out. Again. And again, as the golem settled into a perfect combat stance. He could feel it happening inside him, his core churning, condensing the raw mana, transforming it into something denser, more potent.
He let it rise up, felt the it respond, growing thicker, more potent. The sensation was like warm, flowing through his veins. Pleasant. You are using fluid. Wait, Bob's voice cut through his concentration, genuine surprise in the old warrior's tone. You can use that thing? Yeah. What do you mean? Bob's question cut off as the wall's script flared to life. Adom moved. The fluid surged through his system like liquid fire, every muscle screaming in protest at the sudden acceleration. The world narrowed to a single point. The hammer. His vision tunneled, heartbeat thundering in his ears. The golem was fast, impossibly fast. Its metal feet barely seemed to touch the ground as it crossed the distance in explosive steps. Adom pushed harder, feeling his muscles strain beyond their limits. The hammer grew closer, closer. His foot slipped. Time slowed to a crawl as he saw the golem's hand reaching out, metal fingers extending toward the weapon. Adom's heart stopped. No, not like this. Pure instinct took over. He threw his arms forward, using his momentum to launch himself into a desperate dive. The ground rushed up to meet him, sand stinging his eyes. The golem's fingers were inches from the hammer. Adom kicked out with every ounce of strength he had left. His boot connected with the construct's hand, sending a shock of pain up his leg. The golem's grip missed by a hair's breadth. He snatched the hammer mid-roll, muscles burning as he forced himself back to his feet. The golem was already pivoting, its movements liquid smooth as it darted toward the helm. Adom's exhausted body responded on pure adrenaline. He hurled himself forward, swinging the hammer in a wild arc. The weapon connected with the helm just as the golem's fingers brushed its surface. Metal rang against metal, the helm spinning away into darkness. The golem's head snapped toward him, runes flaring. Adom brought the hammer down. The impact shuddered through his arms, nearly tearing the weapon from his grip. Stone and metal exploded outward as the golem's head caved in. Its body stood for a moment, swaying, then collapsed in a heap of broken parts. Silence fell. Adom stood there, chest heaving, hammer trembling in his white-knuckled grip. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. Every breath felt like drinking molten glass. Adia na trokere, Bob's whisper echoed across the chamber. Nach Rauschen. After experiencing damage, your body is now slightly sturdier. Adom slumped forward, gasping for air. I'm really not made for combat. What are you on about? Bob clapped him on the back, making him wheeze. You move like a bloody wildcat out there. Never seen anything like it. Well,
Except for that one time with the Pixie Queen's guard. But they had those mushrooms that make you—" A sound cut through Bob's rambling. Metal on stone. Clang. 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 Measured. Deliberate. The golems lining the walls parted like a metallic tide, revealing a figure that made Adam's breath catch. Plates of armor covered it from head to toe. A massive sword dragged along the ground. "Oh, for feck's sake," Bob muttered. "Can't even let a man catch his breath, can they?" The armored golem stopped before them. Ready. Silent. The chamber rumbled, walls shifting and reforming. New text blazed across the stone. "The wall says we have to fight that thing to get out?" Bob interrupted, not taking his eyes off the armored golem. "To the death, I'm guessing?" "Obviously," Adam replied, then caught himself. When had discussing fights to the death become so normal? "Well," Bob grinned, helping him up. "Ready for the night golem? We can take him on if we try." "Give me 5 minutes." "You all right there, lad?" Bob's voice seemed to come from somewhere far away, despite him standing right there. "Yeah."
Adam tried to focus on the leprechaun's face, but it kept shifting, like trying to read through water. "How many fingers am I holding up?"
"What are you doing?"
"How many?" Adam sighed, squinting. The fingers blurred, split, merged.
4.
You hesitated.
"Lost my glasses in the fight against the Sphinx,"
Adam muttered, trying to stand straighter, but feeling his knees wanting to buckle.
"Vision's not great without them."
"You've been fighting just fine without them until now." Bob's voice had lost its usual playful edge. Shouldn't be a problem suddenly. Now that the adrenaline was fading, Adam became aware of just how heavy his body felt. His arms were lead weights. Each breath felt like inhaling through wet cotton. The chamber's edges were starting to blur, not from poor vision, but because his brain was struggling to process what his eyes were seeing. He was reaching his limit. "Seriously, when's the last time you slept, lad?" 4 measly hours, cut short by those damn wakey birds. He should have listened to his body, should have went to bed. His thoughts wandered to Sam, probably curled up right now in a warm, comfortable— "Oi!" Bob's sharp voice cut through his daze. "If you're daydreaming about beds while standing, you're in no shape for the night golem. Step aside, I'll handle this one." Adam opened his mouth to protest, but his whole body felt heavy. 4 hours of sleep, non-stop fighting since the Sphinx, and now this. Maybe Bob was— "That wasn't a suggestion." Bob picked up his hammer, already moving forward. The wall's runes shifted. "Final trial champions, step forward." Suddenly, the chamber filled with a metallic chittering. Every golem, broken or whole, trembling against stone. Adam stared at the night. For a split second, he thought he saw— "Are they summoning a bloody demon, or—" Bob started. Blue erupted from the night's joints. Not fire. Fluid. Pure, ethereal fluid, coating metal in impossible ways, flowing like living mercury across armor. The night golem moved, each step leaving burning footprints that slowly faded. Mother of— Adam stumbled back, his exhausted mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Fluid-enhanced golems. This was impossible. An idea. Adam pulled Riddler's Bane from his inventory, his tired mind straining to process the readings. The fluid wasn't just coating the golem. It was integrated into its core structure, flowing through channels that shouldn't exist in metal. Runes pulsed in sequences he'd never seen,
creating impossible interactions between magic and mechanics. This doesn't make sense. He shook his head, the analysis only raising more questions. Modern mages would kill to see this. Or run screaming from it. The golem reached the arena's center. It stood, waiting, the chamber falling into absolute silence. Adom glanced at Bob. Still want to go alone? Of course I do. Bob's hammer shook slightly. A leprechaun never goes back on his word. I thought leprechauns were supposed to be deceitful. Bad rep from a few bad apples. Bob adjusted his grip. Like humans with their... Adom nodded. Yeah, we get that too. Champion's step forward continued to pulse overhead, now casting red shadows across their faces. Can you hold it off for a few minutes? Got a plan? A plan? Adom slid down against the wall. Need to see how it moves. Can't afford to miss. Also, I have nearly depleted my fluid reserves. I'll just try not to die, Bob's voice carried forced lightness. Thank you. Lad, if I don't make it, Adom lifted his heavy head. What? Nothing. Bob didn't turn around. I said nothing. The leprechaun stepped forward, his feet barely whispering against stone as he approached the waiting giant. Oi, you big heap of scrap! Me grand's armor was shinier than yours. Bob's voice cut through Adom's haze.
The leprechaun danced, hammer glinting, swish.
The golem moved. One moment there, the next, Adom's tired mind couldn't even track it. Only Bob's speed saved him, launching himself backward as the fluid-coated blade cleaved through where he'd stood. Bob's hat wasn't so lucky. It floated down, split clean in two. My favorite hat! Bob met Adom's eyes, genuine fury flashing across his face. May you rot in the deepest pits of Tir na Nog, you blasted tin can. He ducked another impossibly fast strike. Adom, you better use this time wisely, lad, or I swear by all the golden clovers. The golem repositioned, its fluid armor rippling like a disturbed pond. Adom leaned back against the wall, fighting to keep his eyes open. Bob's shouts and the sounds of destruction echoed through the chamber. As long as he stayed outside the fighting zone, he closed his eyes. Breathe, just breathe. Don't think about anything. But how could he focus with the sounds of metal against metal, with Bob out there, alone, being the only thing between him and... Another crash. He opened one eye. Bob was bleeding. He squeezed his eyes shut again. Think. He needed to think of something calming. Something, anything. Summer. The garden. God, how long ago was that? 70 years? More? Definitely more. The air had smelled of fresh-baked madeleine and salt breeze. Mother always baked before their beach trips. He could almost taste the anticipation of tomorrow's adventure. But right then, little Adom sat cross-legged on the grass, enormous glasses making his eyes look like owls. The book in his lap was almost as big as he was. Fundamentals of Magic, a comprehensive guide. He'd just earned his silver crystal, a mage's color, the youngest in 3 generations. Mother said it was because he was born in the Whispering Woods where ambient mana pooled like morning dew. But that wasn't important right now. What mattered was understanding why the 3rd law of magical resonance. Son,
Father's voice, gentle but firm. Put the book down. Come meditate with me.
No!
Little Adam clutched the book tighter.
I'm reading about resonance.
The resonance will still be there after meditation.
But I almost understand it.
His voice rose to that particular pitch only angry 5-year-olds could achieve.
Just 3 more pages.
Adam?
I don't like meditating, Father. It's boring.
God, he'd been such a brat. Father had just sat there, patient as stone, while he threw his tantrum. Looking back now, through the lens of exhaustion and decades, another crash from the arena, but Adam held on to the memory. His father sighed, settling on the grass beside him. I understand you love your books, son. Your magic. I'm glad you found something that lights up your eyes like that. He paused. But do you know what most mages lack? Little Adam hugged his book, curiosity winning over stubbornness.
What?
Patience. Father smiled. Life is short for us humans. 70 years if we're lucky. Most mages spend that time chasing after magic, but they forget its foundations. He looked at Adam. Did you know the farmer mage was a knight before everything?
Really?
Indeed. And do you know what he did more than anything else? He meditated.
Why?
That's how he perfected his magic. Father crossed his legs. Here, let me show you something. When you're tired, when your fluid feels empty, there's a way to restore it. The way he did it.
But fluid and mana are different.
Little Adam perked up.
The book says...
Father chuckled. Watch. He closed his eyes. First, you breathe. Not just normal breathing. You need to find a quiet place in your mind. For me, it's the top of Mount Serene, where the air is crisp and clean. Can you picture your special place? Little Adam nodded reluctantly.
The library.
Good. Now, imagine sitting there. Feel the air filling your lungs. Release it slowly. Father's breath became rhythmic. Focus inward. Feel your fluid. It's like, imagine a river inside you. When you're tired, it slows to a trickle. But if you listen carefully, if you breathe just right. Adam watched, eyes widening, as fluid began to coat his father's body. Not just coating. It swirled, danced, lifted him slightly off the ground. When father opened his eyes, they gleamed with renewed energy. Will I be able to do that? Little Adam whispered, book forgotten in his lap. Of course, when you learn to meditate.
But it's boring,
the whine returned.
I don't want to sit still. I want to learn spells.
Adam.
No! Books are better. You can't learn this from just sitting.
The memory blurred as another explosion rocked the chamber. Bob's voice carried over the chaos. That the best you can do, you glorified suit of armor? Adam's eyes snapped open. The library. His quiet place. Even now, he could smell the old books, feel the worn leather chair beneath him. Father had been right, as usual. He just hadn't been ready to hear it at 5 years old. He closed his eyes again, focusing on his breath. In, out. The sounds of combat faded. He reached for the familiar comfort of the library, but no. Something felt wrong. The leather chair, the dusty tomes, that was little Adam's sanctuary, the refuge of a stubborn child who hadn't known what he had. He'd changed since then. The beach. Yes. The salt air filled his lungs, seabirds calling overhead. The warmth of sun on his skin.
The gentle tickle of sand beneath his feet, waves lapping at his ankles. The laughs, the joy. So many memories there. The ambient manna whispered around him, familiar after years of manipulation. But this was different. Instead of directing it outward, he drew it inward, letting it pool in his core. Years of mage training made the process almost intuitive. The manna swirled, transformed, refined itself into something denser. Fluid. Breathe in. The rising sun made the water look like gold. Its warmth caressed his skin, and he felt lighter, as if the waves themselves were lifting him. The exhaustion that had weighed him down began to dissolve like they were never there. Breathe out. Higher now. The water released him to the sky, but there was no fear. Only peace. Only power. The fluid spread through his body like liquid sunlight, filling empty channels, restoring depleted reserves. Each breath drew him higher into the endless blue, until the beach below was a distant crescent of gold. Floating. Free. Complete. His eyes opened to reality. Fluid coated his body in a gentle azure glow, and his feet hovered inches above the ground. You have learned meditation. Strength restored to 48%. Core capacity, 51%. Fluid reserves, 53%. Expand to see more. The numbers barely registered. This feeling. This was what his father had tried to show him all those years ago. Not just restoration, but transformation. Connection. Below him, Bob ducked another devastating swing from the night golem, but Adom saw it differently now. He was calmer, yet more alert. Was this what knights and battle mages felt? He understood now. Finally, truly understood. Riddler's Bane equipped. Through the monocle's lens, the golem's armor blazed with information. Weak points appeared and vanished like dying stars, except one. There, just below where a human's heart would be, a hairline fracture in the plating. Almost invisible, but... Bob! Adom's eyes fixed on that spot. The chest plate, left side. See how it's reinforced? Bit busy trying not to die. Bob ducked another swing that would have taken his head off. What about it? They over-reinforced it. The core's there, but the extra plating created a stress point. Adom's mind raced. Hit that spot, same place every time. We crack it open. The golem's blade whistled through the air where Adom had been standing. He rolled, came up gasping. We exposed the core!
That's your brilliant plan? Bob's hammer sparked off the golem's armor. Hit the strongest part until it breaks? Trust me. Bob spat blood and grinned. Always do, lad. The leprechaun charged in, hammer raised. The golem's blade came down in a killing arc, but Bob was already moving. His weapon connected with the chest plate. Clang! The impact echoing through the chamber. A backhand caught Adom as he tried to flank. Again, he shouted, tasting copper. Bob struck the same spot. Clang! Sparks flying. The golem's counterattack opened a gash across his shoulder, but he didn't falter. Clang, clang, clang! Each hit precise, relentless. Blood ran down Bob's arm, but his strikes never wavered. The golem's movements became more aggressive, as if sensing the danger. Its blade almost caught Adom's side. He stumbled, vision blurring. It's working, Bob called out. A hairline crack had appeared in the plating. But it's adapting. Can't get close enough. The golem's fist caught him square in the chest. Bob flew backward, hit the wall with a sickening crunch. Bob! Still here.
The leprechaun struggled to his feet, using his hammer for support.
Just need an opening.
Adam watched the golem advance on his friend, its fluid coating rippling like liquid metal. The crack in its armor was barely visible now, sealed by the flowing energy. If they didn't finish this soon. His eyes caught something in the monocle's display. The fluid wasn't just armor. It was part of the golem's targeting system. Every movement was calculated, predicted, guided by that ethereal power. But predictions could be wrong.
Bob, when I say now, throw the hammer, right at its head.
What?
But the core, trust me.
The golem raised its blade for a killing blow. Bob tensed, hammer ready.
Now!
Bob hurled his weapon with everything he had left. The hammer spun through the air, a perfect arc toward the golem's head.
The construct's fluid shifted, calculating the trajectory, preparing to dodge. Adam lunged forward. The golem had to choose, dodge the hammer or strike Adam. Its fluid calculations split focus for a fraction of a second.
Bob, catch!
Adam snatched the hammer out of the air mid-spin and threw it back to Bob in one fluid motion. The golem's blade missed him by inches, its perfect targeting disrupted. Bob caught the hammer and swung with the momentum, putting his entire body into the strike. The weapon connected with the weakened plating. Crack! The armor split open like a shell, revealing the pulsing core beneath. Fluid leaked from the wound like blood.
Adam!
Bob's hammer arced through the air again. This time, Adam was ready. He caught it, fluid enhancement surging through his muscles. One perfect swing. Everything they had left. The hammer connected with the exposed core. The impact sent the core shooting out of the golem's back like a cannonball, taking chunks of metal with it. The construct froze mid-motion, its fluid coating flickering once, twice, then simply dropped to its knees and fell forward with a hollow clang. Silence fell. Adam collapsed, vision swimming. Every breath felt like inhaling glass. The chamber spun around him, but he forced himself to move. Crawling more than walking, he reached the remains of the golem. Its metal surface still radiated heat when he touched it. Golem core obtained. Into the inventory they went. He'd study it later, understand how it worked.
Bob,
Adam managed through ragged breaths.
We got something interesting.
The words died in his throat as he turned. Bob was propped against a wall, but something was wrong. Very wrong. His small frame was covered in deep gashes, and blood, too much blood, pooled beneath him. His usually rosy complexion had gone ashen, the characteristic leprechaun vitality drained away. But Bob still smiled.
What's with the stare, lad? 'Tis but a scratch.
Adam crawled to Bob. The leprechaun's chest still rose and fell, barely.
Saw that coming,
Bob wheezed.
Few hundred years without a proper fight.
Adam's mind raced. No potions left. Healing magic was out. He could barely light a candle with his remaining mana. But Bob's pulse was weakening. Flared as Adam hoisted Bob up. The leprechaun weighed like solid stone, but was too weak to protest. The wall flickered. Congratulations, you have passed the test of strength. You may now leave the labyrinth.
Stay with me.
Adam stumbled toward the exit, legs threatening to give out.
Keep talking. Your home. What was it like?
Bob's voice came thin.
The crystal forests. Never saw anything like 'em. Yeah?
Another step. His muscles screamed.
Tell me your name again.
Adom panted as they crossed the threshold.
The real one. Ah, Kervalan.
Bob's voice grew fainter.
O'Doherty. Family name too?
Adom pressed, fighting the darkness. Each step felt heavier.
Clan of the Midnight Bell.
The leprechaun's words slurred.
Been ages since anyone asked.
They disappeared into the shadows, Adom still urging his companion to pronounce more impossible syllables as the labyrinth's light faded behind them. Chapter 18. To you, 3,000 years later. Bonds. Strange how they form. One moment you're alone, the next you're dragging a bleeding leprechaun through darkness, refusing to let him die. Adom only met Bob tonight. Or was it today? Time blurred in the labyrinth's depths. To be honest, he hadn't even liked Bob at first. The nerve of him, claiming Adom was his hallucination, calling him lad when Adom had lived through 79 years, even if his body showed 12. And that wit, sharp as a blade, matching Adom's own grumpiness step for step. Yet here they were. A glimmer ahead pulled his attention. Exit? Trap? Bob's breathing had grown shallow. Their night had been madness. Fighting sphinxes, golems, their worst fears, and each time, it was Bob's face Adom would see first. It wasn't that ugly of a face, mind you, but definitely not the sort one would want to wake up to. Unless old grumpy leprechaun were one's taste. No judgment. But somehow, without realizing it, Adom had grown fond of the bastard. The light grew stronger. Adom adjusted his grip on the leprechaun, ignoring his screaming muscles. One more step, then another. They'd make it. Both of them. Bob! Adom's voice echoed in the tunnel. Don't close those eyes, no matter what! Bob didn't answer. His skin had gone from pale to gray, clothes soaked through with blood. The gashes across his chest still oozed, slower now, and that was worse. His eyes stared at nothing, glazed, barely blinking. Adom felt warm wetness seeping into his own clothes where he held Bob. Too much blood. Far too much. The tunnel's end burst into white. Adom stumbled, blinked, tried to make sense of what he was seeing, or rather, what he wasn't seeing. No walls, no ceiling, no floor, just endless white in all directions. They stood on something. Nothing. Both. And there, rising before them, a door. Black as pitch, massive enough to swallow a castle. Beside it stood a pedestal of twisted silver, like frozen mercury. On top, a single vial caught light that had no source. Bob's head lolled against Adom's shoulder. His breathing came in wet gasps now. The vastness of the white space pressed in. Wrong. Everything about this place felt wrong. Like reality had simply stopped. Adom's boots made no sound as he moved forward. The door remained impossibly tall no matter how close they got. He pressed 2 fingers against Bob's neck. The pulse flickered like a dying candle. Too weak. Too slow. Adom approached the door. The symbols carved into it began to shift, flowing like liquid metal, bleeding into each other, reforming. The darkness pulled away from the center, coalescing into a figure, humanoid, featureless, white as the void around them. Something snapped in Adom's mind. All the fear, frustration, and rage of the past hours crystallized into a single moment of pure fury. His free hand clenched into a fist, mana surging through his exhausted body. Enough. Enough of these games, these trials, these manipulations. Welcome. The word echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Not one voice, but many. Old and young, male and female, all speaking in perfect unison. The sound rippled through the endless white space like waves through water. Adom's attack died before it began.
He took an instinctive step back, Bob's weight suddenly heavier in his arms. He knew this type of magic. Simulacrum spells, echoes of their creators. Basic ones could repeat phrases. More complex ones could hold simple conversations. At this point, nothing in this labyrinth surprised him anymore. The magic here went beyond anything he'd seen in his 79 years of life, beyond even what existed 67 years in the future. Bob's pulse fluttered under his fingers. Right now, he needed to. "Your companion is dying," the figure stated. "Who are you?" Adom shifted Bob's weight, trying to keep him upright. "Are you Orinth?" "We are many," the figure responded. "Orinth was but one of us."
At the height of magical understanding, when each discipline reached its peak, we combined our knowledge, created this place, just for this moment. Adom's jaw clenched. "If you're done with your games, we need to leave. I don't have time for—" "Time," the figure interrupted him. "Yes, you are running short of it. We are glad you survived the trials." Its featureless face turned toward Bob. "What you experienced here was necessary." Adom's blood ran cold. He stared at the figure. "Do you know me? Do I know you?" The collective voices hummed thoughtfully. "A boy with a man's mind. Isn't that what you are?" Adom flinched at the words. "Do not be afraid," the figure said, its tone oddly gentle. "We are not your enemy." "Funny," Adom bit out. "Friends don't typically force people through what you put me through." "We are not your friends either," the figure replied simply. "Merely, hopefully, allies." "What does that mean?" "Divination shows possibilities. Countless branches of time, of choices. In some we meet. In others we don't. This encounter, here and now, is just one thread among trillions." "And what usually happens?" Adom asked, shifting Bob's weight. "When we meet?" "We do not know exactly," the figure admitted. "The future branches too widely, too wildly for such precision. We only know that in this moment, in this possibility, you needed to be ready." Before Adom could press further, the figure raised its arm, pointing to the vial. "This is the elixir of rebirth. It will heal your friend's wounds completely, within minutes." Adom narrowed his eyes, using Identify. The system's response made his breath catch. SSS rank. The figure wasn't lying. An artifact that powerful could— Bob's pulse skipped under his fingers, then skipped again. Adom reached for the vial, fingers trembling slightly. It was so tiny, barely containing 1 drop. That's all it would take. "Open your mouth, Bob. Wait!" His hand froze mid-motion. There it was. The catch. There was always a catch with these bastards. "What?" "You could indeed give this to your friend. It would heal his wounds, save his life." The figure's voice rippled through the void. "Or you could use it on yourself." Adom clicked his tongue. "He needs it more than—" "It could heal your illness right away." His head snapped up, heart stopping. The vial nearly slipped from his fingers. 2 months. The symptoms wouldn't even start for another 2 months. No one in this timeline should know about it. Not a soul, let alone some echo of a few dead mages from centuries past. The realization that they had known about him, peered into his future, his private moments, his inevitable decline. It made his skin crawl. Bob's weight seemed heavier suddenly, his breathing more shallow.
Or was that Adom's imagination? You have a choice, it continued, as if it hadn't just violated every boundary of his existence. Save yourself, you need it. Or save him, and risk experiencing that powerlessness again. Adom's hand moved to uncork the vial, tilting it toward Bob's lips. Are you certain? The figure asked, its collective voices rippling with something almost like concern. This elixir, you are unlikely to encounter its like ever again. The choice you make here cannot be undone. His hand tightened around the vial. Bob's pulse fluttered weakly against his shoulder. 1, maybe 2 minutes left. No hospital could help now, not with injuries like these. Cisco's delivery was due in a month, but deliveries got delayed. Ships sank. Caravans were raided. Accidents happened. And even if it arrived, the cure wasn't simple. Weeks of precise dilution, careful alchemical processes that could go wrong at any step. One mistake and... He looked at Bob's face, gray and still. Honestly, what did he really know about him? A stranger he'd met hours ago. Grumpy, sarcastic, irritating Bob. Who'd saved his life 2, maybe 3 times tonight. Who'd thrown himself between Adom and that last golem. But this was his life. His. He'd already lived through that hell once. The weakness, the pain, watching his body betray him day by day, unable to live the way a human is supposed to. Lying there, useless, powerless. He'd killed himself once because of that illness. It could be so simple. Take the vial, walk away. Sure, Bob's death would haunt him for a while, but he'd be alive, healthy, safe. His fingers traced the vial's stopper. Just one quick motion. Bob's breathing hitched, a wet, rattling sound. The vial felt cold in his hand. Cold. Surely the good thing to do would be to save the one that needed saving, right? Speaking of it, what did it even mean to be good, really? Not the simplistic good of fairy tales, helping old ladies cross streets, rescuing cats from trees, but truly good. The kind that costs you something. The kind that hurts. Some did good to others for divine reward, parsing holy texts for guidelines on virtue. Others calculated karma like accountants, assuming good deeds would return with interest. The cynics claimed altruism was just clever selfishness, that even sacrifice was about feeling righteous, superior. Maybe they were all right. Maybe they were all wrong. He'd lived 79 years and still couldn't say for certain. But he knew this. Every time he'd chosen comfort over conscience, chosen easy over what he considered was right, something inside him had diminished. Not dramatically, not noticeably to others, but he'd felt it. A slow erosion of whatever made him human. The vial felt heavier now. Was that what goodness was? Not a prize to be won or a ledger to be balanced, but a choice to remain uncorrupted. To stay human in moments that tempted you to be less than human. Perhaps that was why it hurt. Pain wasn't the price of being good. It was the proof you still could be. That you hadn't surrendered that choice, even when surrendering would be easier. The liquid caught the light as it fell from the vial, a single drop of possibility suspended in space. Not because it would bring him reward, or because some cosmic scale demanded it. Simply because, in this moment, this was who Adom chose to be. The drop touched Bob's lips. The leprechaun drew in a deep, shuddering breath, like a drowning man breaking the surface. Color flooded back into his face, the grey tinge dissolving like watercolor in rain. His wounds knitted themselves closed with quiet whispers. "So you have chosen your friend?" "Damn, that's some fast-acting stuff," Adam muttered, turning the empty vial over in his hands. The craftsmanship alone, the applications for research. He slipped it into his pocket with absolutely zero subtlety. Could probably learn a thing or two from analysing this. He let out a small huff. Besides, I can always make my own cure later. No pressure. Bob's breathing had settled into a steady rhythm, his face peaceful. Almost annoyingly peaceful, really. The leprechaun was probably going to be insufferably smug about this whole thing when he woke up. "You sure you don't have any more of that lying around?" Adam asked, still shamelessly patting down his pockets where he'd stashed the empty vial. "You pass." "Pass?" Adam's voice dropped dangerously low, then erupted. "That was another one of your stupid trials!" "Yes," the figure's many voices responded simply. "In all the possibilities we glimpsed, none where you chose to take the vial ended well. For you, or for what's coming." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Compassion is a mark of strength in itself. You will need strength, boy. Not just of magic or mind, but of heart." The figure's featureless face turned toward him. "You chose to remain uncorrupted, even when corruption would have been easier. That matters more than you know."
Adam pinched the bridge of his nose. Ah, here we go. Another chosen one story. Just what he needed today. He sank to the ground beside Bob's unconscious form, the white surface beneath him neither warm nor cold, solid yet somehow insubstantial, like sitting on a dream. Bob's chest rose and fell steadily now, color returning to his face. The blood still soaked his clothes, but somehow his body seemed to be generating more, like watching life itself pour back into him. Adam had seen countless healing spells, but nothing quite like this. Magic. Always magic, twisting everything around them. "I have so many questions." His voice came out quieter than intended. "And we will answer what we can." Adam ran a hand through his hair, trying to organize the chaos in his mind. "Let's start with why this is happening. 3,000 years ago, Law Borealis had a vision." "Law Borealis," Adam repeated, pieces clicking into place. Orinth's involvement, the labyrinth, the trials. His throat felt dry. "The farmer mage? This is related to him?" "Yes." The figure's response seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Everything is." "Explain," Adam said, his eyes fixed on the figure. "The farmer mage was like you. He died and returned to his past after striking a deal." Adam's eyes widened as the shock took hold. Law Borealis, the man whose name was whispered in every corner of every realm. Stories said he could manipulate fluid by age 5, weave spells by 12, and best master swordsman before his voice had deepened. Adam had always dismissed those tales as exaggerations, the kind that sprung up around any legend. But if he'd lived it all before... God, it makes so much sense now. When Law reached the pinnacle of his power, the figure's voices wove through the void. His mastery of divination let him peer into what lay ahead. He looked, driven by simple curiosity, to see what would become of the world of men after his passing.
The figure's next words seemed to drop the temperature of the endless white space. All he saw was fire, blood, ashes. Adam's hair stood on end, goosebumps racing across his skin. He knew those ashes, had choked on them in another life,
watched them fall like gray snow over the corpses of entire cities. He saw your time, boy, witnessed the devastation you fled from, and in his desperation to prevent the end of the world he'd worked so hard to save, to protect. The figure's many voices grew softer, almost gentle. He began searching for a solution. In the white void, flames of ethereal blue burst into existence, dancing and twisting into shapes. Adom watched, transfixed, as the fire sculpted itself into the figure of a man, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing simple farmer's clothes. Law tried to act on the elements within his reach, the figure narrated as the blue flames showed the mage working, weaving, planning. But despite all his power, despite everything he'd accomplished, the fiery Law aged before Adom's eyes, hair turning white, shoulders bowing under an invisible weight. He was still just a man, and men die. The flames shifted, multiplied, splitting into countless branching paths that filled the void around them. Each path showed different versions of history unfolding, spinning out in endless variations. He looked into trillions upon trillions of possibilities, searching for a way to prevent events that would unfold centuries after his death. The countless timelines swirled like a storm of blue fire, and in each one, a single figure began to glow brighter than the rest. Adom's breath caught as he recognized his own silhouette, repeated again and again across the possibilities. In all of them, the figure continued, across every timeline, every possibility, one person stood out. Me. Adom's voice was barely a whisper. Yes. The flames converged, forming Adom's face in brilliant azure light. You. Adom Scylla.
Adom's expression soured.
So I'm what, the chosen one? Some destined hero? No. The figure's voice was firm. It wasn't that you were chosen or special in some mystical sense. This hurt a bit. Law's divination worked by calculating probability branches, the figure continued. Trillions upon trillions of them. In most futures where this world survived, you happened to be at critical nexus points, making key decisions, not because of destiny, but because of circumstance, choice, and sometimes sheer coincidence. The blue flames shifted to show a vast network of branching timelines, each one splitting endlessly. Divination doesn't show absolutes. It shows statistical patterns across probability branches. You weren't the only significant figure Law saw, but you were one of the most frequent variables appearing at critical junctures. He identified several dozen potential individuals across the timeline who could influence these events, but you were simply the most accessible. Oh. Fate is a strange thing, the figure said as the blue flames shifted and swirled. There are endless possibilities, countless paths. Each choice you make forges your destiny. It's all in your hands. But some threads run deeper than others. The flames showed Law again, older now, writing in massive tomes. Unable to reach across millennia to aid you directly, Law decided to prepare for your arrival. The Borealis house has produced hundreds of descendants since his time. Each successor to the duchy was given a sacred task when deemed worthy, to aid you when the time came, to prepare for your arrival. Orinth, Adom breathed. Yes, Orinth Borealis carries Law's blood in his veins. The figure's voices resonated as the blue flames shifted, showing a younger Orinth receiving an ancient tome from what Adom assumed to be his father. Like all before him, he inherited this burden when he proved worthy. The flames expanded,
filling the void with scenes of a great hall. During the Third Age's golden era of magic, Orinth gathered them all. The fiery images showed dozens of figures: men, elves, dwarves, and so many others. The greatest mages of every race, every discipline. Each figure took shape in the dancing flames. Master diviners calculating million possible futures. Robed figures surrounded by floating crystals and time charts. Druids spending years searching for the perfect serpent, its blood carrying the perfect ability, its lifespan long enough to await your arrival, yet not so powerful it would overwhelm you. Others deep in ancient forests, testing countless specimens. Battle mages designing the golem trials. Armored figures sketching complex runic arrays. They worked as one. The figures' voices grew stronger. Believing in a future they would never see. Believing in you. The flames showed them laboring through days and nights, seasons turning to years, some growing old as they worked. The treasure you discovered was placed to aid your task. Every detail was measured, every possibility weighed. The perfect confluence of challenges and rewards, designed to forge you into what you needed to become. The figure's voice resonated through the void. We did what we could to ensure the future generations, our descendants, our life's work would not go to waste. We hope you will make good use of it all. Adam sat there in silence. How do you even respond to that? His first reaction, to be honest, was to reject it all. What right did they have to place a burden like this on him? Why, in all these timelines, was he the one who stood out? He had so many questions, and each one led to other questions. Why did death even strike a deal with him in the first place? Why not another person? What were her motivations? We understand this is a lot to take in, a lot to process. Ha! Adam let out a bitter chuckle. So I'm just a convenient intervention point in someone else's calculation. You misunderstand, the figure countered. You are your own person, with your own will. Law didn't choose you to carry out his plan. He recognized you would be in a position to make your own choices that could alter what's coming. The flames shifted to show specific scenes. In many branches, you were positioned near critical dragon's breath research. In others, you had connections to the military through your father. In most, you showed aptitude for magic that would make you capable of understanding what needed to be done. These weren't predestined paths. They were choices and circumstances that put you at critical junctures. The figures' voices grew clearer. You remain free to accept or refuse this knowledge we offer. To act or not to act. Law simply recognized that your specific position within these events gave you unique opportunities that others lacked. The flames showed the consequences of various choices, some leading to salvation, others to ruin. The divinations merely showed the probabilities. If beings like you, with your specific knowledge and position, choose not to act, the world ends. And if you do choose to act, nothing is promised. The flames showed brief glimpses of other figures, other potential candidates across different timelines, all fading as Adom's image remained. There were others who could have served, but you were the most probable success point. He stared into the void, at the fading traces of blue flame that had just shown him centuries of preparation. All for him. Fuck. Perhaps not the most eloquent response to learning you're the focal point of a multi-millennia divination project, but entirely appropriate. The beauty of that particular four-letter word lay in its versatility. It could express surprise, anger, resignation, disbelief, and about 17 other emotions simultaneously. Right now,
Adom wasn't quite sure what he was feeling. A tangled knot of reactions too complex to name. So, fuck seemed as good a summation as any. Silence. More silence. The silence stretched after his outburst until Adom cleared his throat. That fuck wasn't directed at you, by the way. Just, it's a lot to take in. Indeed. His tone was completely flat as he ran a hand through his hair. Just, wow. Colossally fucked, aren't I? Death really pulled a fast one here. Oh, just come back to life, it'll be fine. Yeah, sure. Didn't mention any of this. You are not alone, the figure stated. What? Throughout the years, we established an organization, the Order. They have existed for centuries, waiting to provide you with additional help. They await your arrival. Well, that's thoughtful of you. Where are they? There are many branches across many continents, the figure's voices explained. But we can only guarantee the one in Silverkeep. Guarantee? Adom's eyebrows rose. Why's that? Despite all our efforts, our divinations showed corruption taking root in many timelines. Even among them, not all can be trusted equally. That's great. Really great. The Silverkeep branch has remained most true to their initial values across all possibilities. They have not become political, have not deviated, and will aid you if they identify you as the one they await. Adom considered this for a moment. And where do I find them? One of them was supposed to be here, in Arcos, where we determined you would be reborn. And who is this person? If they have not revealed themselves to you yet, they likely have their reasons. But they surely know you came back. The figure's voices held a note of certainty. They probably even welcomed you back. Adom frowned, trying to piece together who could be the Order's agent. Who had he met since coming back? Who had welcomed? A sudden thought struck him, his eyes widening as he completely abandoned that train of thought. Wait, there's a boy I met. Aaron. He has the potential to become the greatest mage in this era. I've seen it myself. He leaned forward. How come it's me and not him? The figure was silent for a long moment. Too long. Adom tilted his head, ignoring the persistent ache in his body. We do not know of such a name, the figure's voices finally responded. In all the timelines we have encountered. What? Adom's brow furrowed. But isn't this the timeline I'm supposed to be in? The one with all this chosen one business? How could you not know about Aaron? This appears to be a new timeline, one that was not supposed to happen. I figured as much. In my previous timeline, Aaron wasn't known either, and... You must kill him. Adom went completely still. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. He didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there as the silence stretched. What? Of all the timelines we have seen, millions upon millions of them, there was never a boy with that name and the potential you describe. The figure's voices grew uncertain. We may have miscalculated. The appearance of this Aaron suggests our divinations weren't as comprehensive as we believed. The flames shifted, showing gaps and blank spaces in the threads of futures. We identified you as the most efficient intervention point, but not the only one. This is the fundamental limitation of divination. We can only calculate based on what we can see. The voices grew more urgent then. But his existence does create unpredictability. If he lives and his influence grows, the voices merged into one. The variables multiply beyond what we anticipated. The futures become too chaotic to predict with any accuracy. The safest route would be to eliminate the variable. Adam rose slowly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. What if I refuse? What are you going to do? Our primary role is to aid you, the figure's voices replied evenly. This suggestion was merely advice. We cannot force your hand if you refuse. The voices softened. We have nearly fulfilled our role here. You have passed the trial of compassion, as our weavers instructed. Something emerged from the white ground, rising smoothly. A grimoire. It hung in the air before drifting toward Adam, who grabbed it with wary hands. On its cover were inscribed runes.
Something cold settled in Adam's stomach. The time draws short, the figure said suddenly. The mana sustaining this spell approaches its limit.
Wait, I have questions. Adam stepped forward, panic rising in his voice. The treasure will remain in the cave, where it was placed for you, as will everything else. The figure began to dissolve, fragments of light peeling away like autumn leaves. We have fulfilled our task. No, wait! Adam lunged forward, trying to grab the dispersing form. The figure split, multiplying into dozens of distinct forms, men and women of different ages and appearances, all circling him. Their faces were clear now. Scholars, warriors, mages from different eras, all looking at him with the same intensity. These were them, the ones who had orchestrated everything, who had waited centuries for this moment. Good fortune, they spoke in unison, all smiling at him, all having what looked like hope in their eyes. Wait! Adam's eyes locked onto one face he thought belonged to Orinth. He reached out desperately. Please, just... But his hand passed through empty air as the figures dissolved into motes of light, scattering like stars before fading completely, leaving him alone in the white void with nothing but a mysterious grimoire and far too many questions. For a moment, Adam's jaw clenched, anger rising like a tide. He wanted to grab the figure, shake answers out of it, demand explanations for everything that had happened since that day on the beach. But what would be the point? You couldn't bully information out of a spell. He picked up the book instead. He hadn't been chosen by chance that day on the beach. He had a task. Colossal, impossible, but a task nonetheless. That wasn't news. What was news was this. This world was old, older than he'd imagined, and there were people who'd known things, seen things, planned things long before he'd ever drawn breath. That thought bothered him. Bob stirred, a small groan escaping his lips. His eyelids fluttered, consciousness seeping back slowly. The leprechaun blinked a few times, confusion written across his features as he tried to make sense of the endless white space. You missed all the fun, Adam said dryly. Lad? Bob gasped suddenly, patting himself down frantically. How am I? His hands found the places where wounds should have been, where blood should have stained. His eyes darted around, then back to Adam standing there. Adam opened his mouth. Glad you're safe. Oh, blast it all. Bob's face crumpled with grief. You died too, laddie? Or are you just a hallucination? I'm not dead! Adam snapped, the burst of irritation completely disproportionate to the situation. And I'm not a hallucination. How many times will I have to tell you? Adam explained what had transpired, the choice, the vial, the trial. He left out anything about regression, sticking to the immediate events. Bob listened intently, occasionally nodding, his eyes distant. The leprechaun looked at Adam for a long moment, then mumbled something under his breath.
What was that?
Ah, just some old leprechaun gibberish, lad. Bob waved his hand dismissively.
Thank you for saving me life back there, for getting us through these blasted trials.
It was nothing, Adam shrugged, suddenly finding the infinite white space fascinating. Silence stretched between them, comfortable but heavy with unspoken thoughts.
By the way, Adam finally said, I've been meaning to ask, how did you end up here? What happened between you and Orinth?
Bob's face fell, age lines deepening around his eyes.
We used to be friends. Then, why were you in the labyrinth? Last time I asked, you wouldn't say, but...
Because I betrayed him. Bob's voice was soft, and was punished for it.
What happened?
Bob's eyes crinkled with a sad smile.
I like you, lad. I really do.
But you're asking too many questions. He tilted his head. Besides, I still don't understand how you knew about time travel, seeing as the Sphinx detected no lies. Tell me that story, and I'll tell you mine.
Silence stretched between them. Adam found himself weighing his options, studying the leprechaun's face. Bob had trusted him through the trials, and he was halfway to figuring it out anyway. You really want to know? Adam asked finally. I do. Adam took a deep breath. I died. In my original timeline, I was older. Much older. And when I died, I woke up as my 12-year-old self, with all my memories intact. He waited for shock, disbelief, maybe even fear. Instead, Bob just nodded slowly, as if Adam had told him it might rain later. That's it? Adam asked, incredulous. You're not surprised? Should I be? Bob tilted his head. Where I come from, the Fey realm, we have plenty of tales about the Ashling Fill. The what now? Ashling Fill. Roughly translates to dream returners in your tongue, though that doesn't quite capture it. Bob shrugged. Folk who die and wake up in their younger selves, carrying all their memories back. Never met one myself, mind you, but the stories are common enough. Bob looked Adam up and down with a critical eye, then snorted. Not impressed, lad. Excuse me? Well, if you're going to be one of the legendary Ashling Fill, you could at least try to look the part. Bit scrawny, aren't you? Adam rolled his eyes. Right, well, now that we've established I'm a disappointment to legendary status, what about your story with Orinth? Bob glanced around the infinite white space, then back at Adam with a dry expression. That tale would take the better part of a day to tell properly, lad. You really want to sit here and listen to an old leprechaun ramble? A pause, a thought, then a decision. Let's get out of here. Adam turned toward the door immediately. He was too tired. This could wait. Aye, that's what I thought, Bob said, laughing. They heaved the massive door open together. As it swung wide, white mist poured through the opening, swirling around their feet. The void beyond seemed to stretch and twist, reality bending like light through water. Adam felt a strange tugging sensation, as if the world itself was being pulled inside out. Ah, here we go, Bob muttered, swaying slightly. Brace yourself, lad. These transitions can be a bit... The white space fractured like breaking glass. Colors rushed in from all sides. The deep blue of early morning sky, the purple-pink blush of dawn, the earthen browns of the cave mouth. The sudden assault of sensations was dizzying. Wind on skin, the scent of dew-dampened grass, birdsong cutting through the silence. Adam stumbled, his hand finding the rough cave wall for support.
His stomach lurched as if he'd just stepped off a spinning carousel. Beside him, Bob didn't look much better, though the leprechaun was already straightening up, rolling his shoulders experimentally. "Sweet mother of mercy," Bob breathed, touching his chest where the fatal wounds had been. "That elixir of yours, I've never felt anything like it. Every limb of my body feels like it's singing." He flexed his fingers, watching them move with wonder. "If I were you, lad, I'd have taken it myself without a second thought. You've got too good a heart for your own good." "Bob, no, I mean it." The leprechaun's eyes were serious now. "Good-hearted people can be proper idiots sometimes, rushing about, sacrificing themselves." He shook his head, but there was warmth in his voice. "But I'm grateful you're that kind of idiot. Don't think I'll ever stop being grateful." Adam's first thought was that there was no way he'd make it to classes today, let alone training.
A chuckle escaped him then.
Funny how he was already so accustomed to his new life that classes were his first concern after everything that had happened. He drew in a deep breath of morning air, savoring the freshness, the life in it. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed it until now. As he exhaled, watching the sun climb over the horizon, he turned to Bob. "So, what are you planning to do now that you're free?"
"Well," the leprechaun stretched, his joints popping. "Me magic was dampened in that cursed place, and I can feel it returning. Think it's time I paid me family a visit."
"That's a great—" Before he could finish, Bob pressed something into his palm. A small whistle, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them.
"This is goodbye, laddie, but not farewell." Bob's eyes crinkled. "I'll come visit once I've sorted through everything. A few centuries away gives you quite the to-do list after all."
"Oh, I totally understand," Adam laughed, examining the whistle. "What's this for?"
"Blow it if you ever need me before I return."
Bob's hand shot out as Adam raised the whistle to his lips.
Adam froze. "Just for emergencies, lad. This isn't a toy."
Sure, Adam grinned, tucking the whistle into his pocket alongside the empty vial. Bob turned to face the sunrise fully, his eyes drinking in the light like a man dying of thirst. His fingers trembled as he reached toward the sky, as if trying to touch the sun itself. After centuries in darkness, even the smallest ray must feel like a miracle.
"Take care, lad."
"You too, Bob."
"That's not me name, you know."
Adam chuckled, still watching the sunrise. There was a sound like bells chiming underwater, a shimmer of green and gold, and when Adam looked back, Bob was gone, in true leprechaun fashion, leaving nothing but the faintest scent of clover in the morning air. Adam looked down at the winding path leading back to the academy.
"Well," he sighed, already feeling the weight of exhaustion settling deeper into his bones. "I need to sleep."
Chapter 19. Trying to move on.
"Is he breathing properly?"
"I think he is." "Damn, he looks better without his glasses." "I think so too." "Shh, he needs some rest, guys. Poor thing must be exhausted. Did anyone tell Headmaster Maris?" "Sam's handling that." "Has he moved at all since they brought him in?" "Just mumbling sometimes. Something about a labyrinth. And leprechauns. I think he cursed death for some reason. Fever dreams, probably. Let him rest. Come on, let's give him some space. Someone should stay, though. I'll take first watch. Wake me for second." The door opened. "Out! All of you muscle brains, out!" Miss Thornhart's voice cut through the room like a thunder spell. "The boy needs rest, not an audience. He has severe fatigue, not a performance slot." "But miss," Diana's voice cracked with emotion,
He felt so weak that he went hunting just to prove to us he was strong. How admirable. That's not what happened at all, Adam thought, maintaining his perfectly crafted fake sleep-breathing rhythm. I know, right? Hugo's glasses clinked as he nodded. Pushing himself so hard. Reminds me of when I first started. Remember when I tried to lift that enchanted boulder? The determination, Phil whispered reverently. The spirit, Harry added. The complete disregard for personal safety, Petra finished. Adam fought the urge to frown. They'd constructed an entire narrative in their heads and were now fully committed to it. Miss Thornhart let out a long-suffering sigh. You can all admire his supposed heroics when he's discharged. Now, out! Yes, Miss Thornhart, they chorused, shuffling towards the door. Thank you for taking care of him, Hugo said earnestly. The club members shuffled out, murmuring promises to return with potions and fruits. Adam cracked one eye open slightly and immediately regretted it. Biscuit, Miss Thornhart's perpetually excited sunhound, was staring right at him, tail beginning to wag. He snapped his eyes shut, but could feel the dog's breath getting closer. Don't bark. Don't bark. Don't bark. Biscuit, come here, you silly thing, Miss Thornhart called. The patting of paws moved away, and Adam heard the infirmary door finally close. Miss Thornhart's long-suffering sigh followed them out. After they left, Adam heard her mutter, Biscuit, you almost gave him away. A pause. And you, young man, can stop pretending to sleep now. Biscuit's tail thumped against the floor in agreement. Adam groaned, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Sorry about that, Miss Thornhart. Well, she said, adjusting a potion bottle on the bedside table. I suppose playing dead was easier than explaining to that lot that you weren't actually wrestling bears in the forest to prove your worth. Biscuit waddled over and plopped his head on Adam's lap, drool already forming a small puddle on the white sheets. They're good kids, Adam sighed, absently scratching behind the dog's ears. They just have a unique way of showing it, I think. Unique is one word for it, Miss Thornhart snorted. Last month, they tried to sneak in an entire weight rack because one of their members had a cold. Said something about gains waiting for no virus. I can only imagine, Adam muttered, stroking Biscuit. Indeed, Miss Thornhart said, measuring out a green liquid into a small cup. Though I must say, you're an unexpected addition to their little family. Biscuit shifted his weight, making the bed creak as he tried to climb further onto Adam's lap, despite being far too large for such an endeavor. Biscuit, manners, Miss Thornhart scolded. Here, drink this. It'll help with the fatigue. Adam accepted the cup, eyeing the viscous liquid dubiously. What is it? Nothing as exciting as whatever heroic quest your club members have invented for you, she replied dryly. Just a simple restorative. Though I'm sure they'd prefer to believe it's distilled troll blood, or something equally dramatic. Don't even joke about that, Adam muttered under his breath, then quickly downed the potion. The potion tasted like chocolate-flavored mud, with an undertone of something oddly spicy. Not entirely unpleasant, but definitely medicinal. Anyway, Miss Thornhart said as he drank, watching him with sharp eyes. What exactly did you get yourself into? There's no beast on this island capable of doing this. She gestured at his general state of exhaustion. To a second year of this school. Adam finished the last drop, suppressing a shiver as warmth spread through his limbs. I wasn't careful enough. Went there already tired. Miss Thornhart retrieved the cup, her hand lingering in the air for a moment. So, It really was hunting? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? Adam gave her his most genuine smile, the one that usually worked on most teachers. 100%. The word hung in the air like a particularly stubborn cloud. She tucked the cup away in her apron pocket with deliberate slowness, her expression suggesting she'd rather believe Biscuit had suddenly developed the ability to do advanced arithmetic. Well then, she said finally, straightening her apron with practiced precision. You'll be excused from classes for the next few days. Hunting hazards are, after all, among our valid absence reasons. Thank you, Miss Thornhart. Just... She paused at the door, Biscuit reluctantly trailing after her. Do try to be more careful with your hunting next time. Woof! Goodbye, Biscuit, Adam waved. Once alone, he let out a deep sigh and sank back into the infirmary bed. The events of the past day played through his mind like a poorly rehearsed theater performance. 2 hours of walking back to Zerkie's, his legs feeling heavier with each step. The buildings of the city finally appearing like a mirage in the distance. Then, nothing. Just the vague memory of stones rushing up to meet him, and concerned voices floating around his head. They'd sent word to his parents, well, to his mother at least. Father was probably halfway across the empire by now, doing whatever it was that Imperial Knights did when they disappeared for months at a time. He remembered he had a mission at the Twin Peaks at this time. Mother, though, she'd probably come from Kati, no doubt about it. Trust him to finally get a visit from her by practically collapsing in the middle of the street. A wry smile crossed his face as he stared at the infirmary ceiling. Communication crystals. That would be his next project, assuming he could figure out how to extend their range beyond the current pathetic distance. It was almost funny how such a basic concept hadn't been properly developed yet. Sure, there were some prototypes floating around, but they were about as reliable as trying to train a cat to deliver messages. Adam lazily opened his status window, the familiar blue interface materializing before his eyes. Name, Adam Silla. Level 6. Race, human. Class, Mage. Mana pool, 197 over 600. Life force, 134 over 225. Active skills, 3 over 10. Mana manipulation, magic, level 408. Boxing mastery, common, level 1. Fluid control, uncommon, level 1. Passive skills, 3 out of 10. Indomitable will, transcendent, level 1. White worm's body, rare, level 2. Spiteful fighting spirit, rare, level 1. Unique skills, identify. Merged skills, 0 over 10. Physical condition, fatigued, asterisk. Active quest, the race against time. Find a cure for life drain syndrome before symptoms manifest. Time limit, 2 months, 16 days, 10 hours, 37 minutes. Adam glanced at the quest timer in his status window. 2 months, 16 days, 10 hours, 37 minutes. The sound wasn't quite a laugh, wasn't quite a sigh. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the empty vial. When he uncorked it, he caught a faint but distinct scent. Strange and complex, like herbs and something metallic, with an undertone he couldn't quite place. Sweet? No, not exactly. Whatever it was, the smell was barely there, just molecules clinging to the glass. He held the vial closer to his nose, trying to capture every nuance. Somewhere in those lingering molecules lay the key to its recreation. Theoretically. But theory and practice were entirely different beasts, especially in alchemy. Creating a formula from residual molecules was like trying to rebuild a castle after it had crumbled to dust. You might have all the basic components there, but understanding how they originally fit together was another matter entirely. The precise timing of each reaction, the exact temperature at each stage, the specific stirring patterns, none of these left their mark on the final product's molecular structure. Worse still, alchemical processes weren't just about physical and chemical reactions. They involved mana flows and magical catalysts. Those ephemeral aspects left no trace in the remaining molecules, like trying to determine a dancer's choreography by looking at their footprints in the sand. But Adam found himself smiling anyway. After all, the impossible just meant nobody had done it yet. And he had something most alchemists didn't: a desperate need to succeed. Wait, actually, most alchemists had that. It was probably why there were so few mages specialized in the field. That, and the fact that many of them were notorious criminals. If Adam remembered correctly, 37% of all deviant mages were alchemists. He'd heard of one father who merged his own daughter and dog together, trying to create the perfect chimera. He was executed for his transgression. But still, desperation. That was the key word here. Adam slipped the empty vial back into his inventory.
He'd have to speak with Professor Merwin about this, though explaining why he needed help recreating an elixir of rebirth without revealing why would be interesting. Still, she was probably the best option. His thoughts drifted to his labyrinth loot. Among the various items, what really caught his attention was the monocle he'd found near the Sphinx's remains. He pulled it out carefully, turning it over in his hands. He held it up to his eye, peering through the pristine lens. For a brief moment, the world seemed to shift, like text overlaying reality, before the magic settled into a gentle hum. Knowledge, he muttered. The Sphinx was all about knowledge. He studied the monocle thoughtfully. The design was elegant but impractical for regular use. Perhaps he could have it integrated into a proper pair of glasses. That would be far more convenient, and less conspicuous than walking around with a monocle like some noble gentleman. He carefully wrapped it in a soft cloth before storing it away in the inventory. Adam stretched as his mind wandered to his more pressing tasks. The golem in his inventory needed studying. Speaking of inventory, he should tweak the ring a bit more. Then there was the Book of Law, the mysterious person from the Order. He also needed to see the headmaster about Aaron's sponsorship, and somehow get closer to Professor Kim without seeming too obvious about it. Maybe he should take a week like he said the last time. These could wait. Maybe he could— The infirmary door creaked open, interrupting his thoughts. "Oh, you're awake!" Sam stood in the doorway, arms full of fruits, his round glasses slightly askew. He pointed at a dome with his elbow, trying not to drop his load. "Hey, Sam." Adam smiled at his friend's familiar awkwardness. Sam shuffled in, depositing his burden on the bedside table. "The whole school's talking about you again, you know. They're saying all sorts of things." Adam couldn't help but laugh. What sort of things?
"Well," Sam adjusted his glasses, clearly excited to share the gossip. "Some say you fought a monster. Others swear it was 3 monsters. And I heard one first year claiming you wrestled a bear, but nobody's believing that one, thankfully." Adam chuckled. If only he knew. People have active imaginations. "Oh!" Sam jumped slightly, as if shocked by his own forgetfulness. "I brought you fruits!" He gestured at his earlier delivery. Apples, oranges, and what looked like a bunch of purple berries that were probably from the school's greenhouse. "Thanks, Sam." Adam grabbed an apple, biting into it. He hadn't realized how hungry he was. They ate in silence for a moment before Sam's expression turned serious, his earlier excitement fading. "Hey."
Are you really planning to become a battle mage instead of a runecologist? Adam paused mid-bite. Been thinking about it. Yeah, probably will. Sam nodded slowly, picking at a berry. You've changed so fast lately, I barely had time to adjust. He looked up. You said you were going to see Mr. Biggins yesterday. I'm assuming he didn't beat you up? Honestly, Adam let out a dry laugh. I wish it was that simple. Look, Sam set down his fruit. I respect that you've made your choice and want to stick by it. But there won't be much of a choice left to make if you die trying to do whatever it is you're trying to do. He met Adam's eyes. If you want to talk about what's suddenly going on with you, well, I'm your best friend. You can tell me. He paused, then furrowed his brow. Wait, this isn't one of those situations where you think you're your best friend's best friend, but you're not, is it? Adam chuckled despite himself. No, you idiot. You're my best friend too. Oh, okay. Just making sure. Sam popped another berry in his mouth, then grimaced at its tartness. These are not as ripe as they look.
You know what I could really go for?
Adam sat up straighter. Some honey cake. Honey cake. I like Homer's. Want to come with me tomorrow? Sure, but... Sam's eyes widened suddenly. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, Headmaster Maris wants to see you. Seemed pretty urgent, actually. Said if you don't go to him, he'll probably come here. Good timing. I needed to see him anyway. Yeah? Sam raised an eyebrow. What for? There's this kid I want to sponsor. Oh? Sam leaned forward in his chair. What's so special about him? He's a two-circle mage. Sam laughed, then grabbed another berry. No, seriously, what's special about him? Adam just looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sam's chewing slowed. The smile on his face started to fade as he studied Adam's expression. Wait, he swallowed. You're serious? Mm-hmm. You're bullshitting me. Not even a little bit. A two-circle mage? Yep. A two-circle mage. I'll introduce you, you'll see. Sam threw a berry at him. You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore by your lies. Next week you'll probably tell me you found a dragon in the library basement. Don't be ridiculous. Adam caught the berry. Dragons prefer towers. I hate you sometimes. No, you don't. No, Sam sighed. I really don't. But I'm starting to think I should.
The next day. The art of making honey cake was, according to Homer, quite simple, really. A statement that managed to both overstate and understate the complexity of the process simultaneously. Sure, the basic recipe was straightforward enough. Flour, eggs, butter, and, of course, honey. Mix them together, add a pinch of this, a dash of that, bake until golden brown, and voila, honey cake. Except it wasn't that simple at all. The secret, and many people didn't know this, lay in the honey itself. Not just any honey would do. No, it had to be honey from bees that fed specifically on the violet gold blossoms of the Sundarian moonflower. That's a lot of words. These delicate flowers only grew in patches blessed by fairy dust, or rather the powder that naturally fell from fairy wings during their morning dances. Which, when you thought about it, was essentially fairy dandruff. Okay, best not to dwell on that particular detail. The resulting honey had a particular shimmer to it, almost like liquid sunlight, and when baked into the cake, it created something that was less a dessert and more of a religious experience. Adam lifted a spoonful to his mouth, letting the cake melt on his tongue. His eyes fluttered shut, and a small, involuntary
escaped his lips as he wiggled slightly in his chair. Bliss. Sam watched this display with a mixture of amusement and second-hand embarrassment. I know it's good, he said, shaking his head, but why do you have to make it weird? Been way too long since I had this. Adam took a sip of his orange cardamom tea, wiggling again at the taste. Life is so good sometimes. Yeah, I can see that, Sam said dryly, watching his friend's display of pure culinary joy. Homer, you've outdone yourself, Adam called out to the rotund man behind the counter, who was humming contentedly while arranging fresh pastries. Aw, you're too kind, Homer beamed, his round face flushed with pleasure.
He patted his considerable belly. Quality control is very important in this business, you know. Sam glanced around the cozy shop, with its worn wooden tables and perpetual smell of baked goods. Didn't you say Aaron would join us? Yeah, left a message with the Ravens. If anyone comes asking for him, they'll direct him to the Weird Stuff store. That's where we're heading after this. You're still obsessed with that Mr. Biggins thing, aren't you? Yeah, Adam said, stirring his tea thoughtfully. Need to check something. The thing about cryptic messages in magical labyrinths was that they rarely lied. Someone from the Order knew who he was and could help him. That's what he was told. And out of all the people he'd met since coming back, Mr. Biggins stuck out like a sore thumb that had been deliberately painted neon green and decorated with tiny bells. First, there was the weirdness. Not the normal kind of weirdness that came with being a magical shopkeeper, though there was plenty of that, too, but the calculated kind. The kind that felt like a mask worn by someone who knew exactly how weird they were being. Second, there was the mystery. The way he seemed to know things he shouldn't. Say things that made sense only in hindsight. Thinking back, he did tell welcome back to a dome when he went there after coming back. And third, well, who just hands out high-grade elixirs to students and then conveniently disappears? That wasn't just weird. That was suspicious with a capital sus. They finished their desserts, thanking Homer as they left. The baker was already occupied with a fresh batch of donuts, humming what sounded suspiciously like a sea shanty while dusting them with sugar. The bell above the Weird Stuff store jingled as they approached. The usual crowd of cats lounged on the windowsill, the orange tabby stretching lazily, a new calico giving them an imperious look, though Adam noticed the black one was absent. I'm telling you, Sam said as they entered, you're being dramatic. Mr. Biggins isn't some evil mastermind. He's probably just a weird old man who... Welcome to the... Sam's mouth snapped shut so fast you could almost hear his teeth click. He suddenly became very interested in a shelf of color-changing quills that had never caught his attention before. Oh, hey, Emma. How are you doing? Hey, Adam. Emma's bright voice came from behind the counter. I'm doing good. You? Can't complain. How's the new job treating you? While they chatted, Sam continued his bizarre exploration of the store's furthest corners, examining items he'd never glanced at twice before. Crystal paperweights, self-sorting bookmarks, and was that a shelf of enchanted sock puppets? Best to ignore him. You seem more comfortable here now, Adam noted, watching Emma confidently reorganize a display of mood-sensing bookmarks. Yeah, it's getting easier, she smiled. The store's becoming less of a mystery every day. Though, she lowered her voice, glancing at a particular shelf. I'm pretty sure the third shelf is haunted. Things keep moving around when I'm not looking. And sometimes I hear whispers. And Mr. Biggins? Still not back, Emma shrugged. But I think he shouldn't be away any longer. Tell me. Adam leaned against the counter. Is Silverkeep where he traveled to? Emma's forehead wrinkled in thought. You know, I don't think he ever...
She trailed off, looking past him with a puzzled expression. Adam frowned and glanced back. Sam was pretending to be deeply fascinated by a collection of singing teacups, though his ears were distinctly pink. "Is your friend all right?" Emma asked, trying and failing to hide an awkward smile. Adam caught himself laughing as realization dawned. Of course. They were still teenagers, weren't they? Well, physically, at least. Sam was acting exactly like what he was, a teenage boy trying very hard to look cool and failing spectacularly in front of a pretty girl. Although, Adam had noticed lately that his adult mind seemed to be gaining ground over his teenage body. The mood swings were easier to control, the hormonal impulses more manageable, which was, quite frankly, a relief. Being almost 80 and getting flustered around a 12-year-old girl would have been, well, let's just say, problematic would be putting it mildly. Adam grabbed 3 Frosties. "These 2, Emma. One's for Erin." They thanked her and headed out, Sam practically speed-walking through the door. "You know," Adam started, while giving treats to the cats, a grin spreading across his face. "For someone who claims to be smooth with—" "Dude!" Sam burst out suddenly. "Introduce me, please." Adam nearly dropped his Frosty. "Hold on. You actually like her? Was that not obvious?" "Sam," Adam said, in what he realized was definitely his old man giving life advice voice. "If you like a girl, you don't get creepy around them. You either talk to them or leave. There's no third option where you lurk around pretending to be interested in." He squinted back through the window. "Singing sock puppets." Sam fell silent, staring at Adam with an increasingly bewildered expression. Then, out of nowhere, "Seriously, what the fuck happened to you?" "What do you mean?" Adam asked, licking his Frosty with exaggerated innocence. "Don't play dumb." Sam jabbed a finger at him. 2 months ago, you were the one getting weird around girls. Now you're giving dating advice like some wise old man? I was going to say pretentious know-it-all, but yeah, that too. Sam narrowed his eyes. "It's not just that. You're different. The way you talk, the way you act, even the way you eat that Frosty is different. You used to inhale them. Now you're savoring it like it's some fancy wine." "People change," Adam started, but Sam grabbed his shoulder, making him wince. His muscles were still very sore. "Teach me." "What?" "If you've somehow cracked the code on how to not be a complete disaster around girls, teach me. I'm tired of turning into a walking catastrophe every time." Adam?" They both turned around. Erin stood there, hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched, watching them with careful eyes. He had that way of appearing silently that came from growing up having to be aware of your surroundings at all times. "Erin, perfect timing." Adam extracted himself from Sam's grip. "This is Sam, my best friend. Sam, this is Erin." "Hey there." Sam's entire demeanor shifted to something warmer, more welcoming. "Adam mentioned you're interested in magic?" Erin nodded slightly, accepting the Frosty Adam handed him with a quiet, "Thanks." He studied it for a moment, before taking a small, cautious bite. "Sam here," Adam said, "is what we call a bird." "A what now?" Erin asked, the Frosty making his words slightly muffled. "A book nerd," Sam explained, rolling his eyes. "It's what this idiot calls anyone who actually studies, instead of running headfirst into trouble." Says the guy who tried to charm his own shoes and ended up stuck to the ceiling for 3 hours. "That was one time. Or when you tried to enchant your quill to take notes for you, And it wrote love poems to your sandwich instead? Aaron's lips twitched slightly at that one. At least I didn't try to use a levitation spell on myself and crash into Mrs. Peterson's prize-winning petunias, Sam shot back. That was before... Adom caught himself. Anyway, Sam knows more about magical theory than anyone else in our year. He could teach you the foundations while I handle the practical stuff. If that's okay, Aaron added quietly, glancing at Sam. Are you kidding? Finally, someone who might actually appreciate proper magical theory. Sam's enthusiasm was genuine, if a bit overwhelming. We can start with the basic principles of energy flow, or maybe the way different emotions affect spell shaping, or how to properly visualize the patterns. Oh, and the really fascinating bit about how intention shapes magical resonance. Maybe let him finish his frosty first, Adom suggested, watching Aaron's eyes grow wider with each technical term. Right, sorry, Sam grinned sheepishly. I get excited about this stuff. We can start with whatever you're comfortable with. Aaron relaxed slightly, taking another bite of his frosty. Thanks. I'd like that. Great! Now that that's settled, Sam turned back to Adom. You still haven't explained how you went from crashes into flowers to dispenses ancient wisdom in 3 days. Ancient wisdom? I just told you not to be creepy. Don't? Whew! Time flies, kids, Adom cut in, checking the position of the sun. I've got that thing with Headmaster Maris today, so I need to run. Aaron shifted uncomfortably, glancing between them. Hey, Adom said quietly. Sam's a good guy.
You'll be comfortable around him in no time. Besides, he grinned, I wanted my 2 favorite nerds to know each other anyway. I resent that classification, Sam protested. Sure you do, Adom called over his shoulder as he walked away, leaving the 2 of them with their frosties. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Headmaster Maris's office was exactly what you'd expect from a senior teacher. Mahogany desk, green leather chairs, walls lined with bookshelves, and that perpetually ticking clock that seemed determined to make awkward silences even more awkward. Tick, tock. 20 minutes. Just the clock and 2 students, one fuming, one trying not to smile. The morning sun filtered through tall windows, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air. Perfect weather for a lecture about proper conduct and the importance of maintaining dignity within academy grounds. Adom glanced sideways at Demas, who sat with his arms crossed, jaw working like he was chewing on particularly bitter words. It was strange seeing him like this. As kids, they'd been inseparable, running through the Lightbringer Castle grounds, sharing lunch, planning adventures. Come to think of it, Adom had never really had the opportunity to talk to Demas much ever since he returned. Well, if they were going to sit here anyway. So, Adom drawled. That fist technique of yours. Pretty solid. Demas's jaw clenched. Don't talk to me. Teenagers. Ugh. You know, Adom continued quietly, now watching the dust motes dance in the sunlight. We never really talked about it. How you just changed one day. Started pushing me around. What happened there, Demas? The silence stretched. Demas's jaw worked, but no words came out. No? Adom nodded slowly. All right, then let me tell you what I think, and we can be done with this. He turned in his chair, facing Demas properly. You disappointed me. Not because you stopped being my friend. People grow apart, it happens. But because you turned into exactly the kind of person we used to make fun of. Remember Lord Karsten's kid, the one who used to push around the servants? Demas's fingers dug into the armrests. But you know what? Adom continued,
his voice dropping lower. Your reasons don't really matter anymore. What matters is this. The next time you try something like last time, I'll break your jaw. He was relaxed now, almost casual. That scared kid who let you do whatever you wanted is gone, and he's not coming back. Is that a threat? Damas's voice came out hoarse. I like to think of it as a promise. Adam stretched his legs out. Leave me alone, Damas. Find someone else to torment. Because this, he gestured between them, this is over. The clock kept ticking. Outside, students walked past the window, their shadows briefly darkening the room. How? Damas finally spoke, his voice uncertain. How did you change like this? People change, Adam said simply. That was the perfect excuse for a regressor, really. Especially when you bully them every time you're bored. He smiled, but there was nothing friendly about it. Funny how that works, isn't it? The thing about childhood trauma is how it lingers, seeping into the cracks of your adult life when you least expect it. In Adam's first life, this moment, this conversation, never happened. The resentment festered, quiet and constant, even decades later when they both wore different titles. Damas, the legendary sword saint, defender of the realm. Adam, the brilliant but sickly magical researcher. Two successful men who could never quite look each other in the eye at state functions. Funny how time changes perspective. 79 years of life had taught Adam that sometimes closure doesn't come with grand gestures or dramatic confrontations. Sometimes it's just sitting in an office with morning sunlight streaming through the windows, finally saying the words you should have said decades ago. The weight of it all, the humiliation, the anger, the betrayal, seemed lighter now, dissolving like those dust motes dancing in the air. It wouldn't fix everything, of course. Damas would still be Damas, and old habits die hard. But the rules had changed, and they both knew it. No more cornering in empty corridors. No more casual cruelty disguised as noble privilege. Just two people, who used to be friends, now carefully maintaining their distance. The door opened with a soft creak, and Headmaster Maris's boots clicked against the wooden floor. Time to face the music about proper conduct and maintaining dignity within academy grounds. Adam almost wanted to laugh. He'd already had his most dignified moment of the day. Adam, my boy, and young Damus. The voice was warm and scratchy, like well-worn leather. Both boys rose automatically. Headmaster Maris was barely visible behind the stack of scrolls he was carrying, his wild gray hair sticking out at odd angles around the parchments. He bumped into his desk twice before managing to deposit his load, sending a cascade of loose papers floating to the ground. He ignored them completely, instead attempting to scale his oversized chair. His first try ended with him sliding back down, his feet dangling for a moment. Ha! They really make these chairs too tall these days, he said, adjusting his vest with dignified nonchalance. Must be all those giants joining the faculty. Adam and Damus exchanged a quick glance, their mutual discomfort momentarily overshadowed by the shared experience of watching their respected mentor struggle with furniture. Their polite smiles weren't entirely fake. On his second attempt, the headmaster managed to scramble up, though several more papers went flying in the process. He settled into place, his feet nowhere near touching the ground, and finally Adam could properly see him. Headmaster Maris looked exactly as he always did, like someone had taken a brilliant researcher and shrunk him in the wash. His beard was as unruly as his hair, both shot through with gray that seemed to have appeared overnight sometime in the past decade. His eyes, though, were sharp and clear behind his round spectacles,
carrying that particular gleam that appeared whenever he was working through a particularly fascinating problem. Adom felt the familiar surge of admiration he'd had since his 4th year, when he'd first started studying under the man who'd revolutionized modern runecology. The headmaster's office walls were covered in awards and commendations, most of them gathering dust while their owner focused on his latest research instead. Headmaster Maris gestured at the chairs in front of his desk, his silver rings catching the light. Sit down, my boys. We have quite a bit to discuss." The headmaster tapped his fingers on the desk, a rhythmic pattern that Adom recognized from countless research sessions. It always meant the headmaster was organizing his thoughts. "Thank you, sir," Adom said, settling into his chair. Damus followed suit, his movements stiff. "Now then," Maris began, leaning forward slightly. "I heard some rather interesting news a few days ago. Something about 2 of our brightest students deciding to redecorate the West Wing with spells and blood." His tone was light, but his eyes were keenly focused on both of them. "Would either of you care to elaborate?" "That's correct, Professor," Adom said. Damus remained silent, his jaw clenched. "I see." Maris stroked his beard thoughtfully. "You know, when I was appointed to oversee this academy's matters, I made a promise to myself. I told myself I would never be the kind of administrator who sees students as problems to be solved." He picked up a crystal paperweight, turning it in his hands. "But I find myself quite concerned when 2 young men with your potential resort to throwing spells in the hallways." He set the paperweight down with a gentle click. "The rules about dueling aren't arbitrary, my boys. They exist because every year some brilliant young mage thinks they can control more power than they're ready for. And every year, we have to explain to parents why their child is in the infirmary." Adom felt heat rise to his face. Was there a need to talk about the bullying? He wondered. Beside him, Damus shifted uncomfortably. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Maris asked, looking at them both in turn. "Yes, sir," they mumbled in unison. "Excellent!" Maris clapped his hands together, his whole face lighting up with a smile that made Adom's stomach drop. "Then you'll be happy to know I've arranged for you both to spend some quality time together." Both boys' heads snapped up. "Oh, come now," Maris laughed. "Did you think this would end with a simple scolding? No, my boys. I believe in practical solutions." He rubbed his hands together, looking entirely too pleased with himself. "And I have just the thing in mind." Adom was curious, uneasy but perplexed. "I see you've joined quite an interesting club, Adom, my boy." Adom slumped in his chair. "Oh no." "What?" Damus turned to look at him, confusion clear on his face. Now, don't make such faces," Maris chuckled, bouncing slightly in his oversized chair. "And young Damus, you're not in any clubs yet, are you?" "No, sir." Damus straightened his spine. "I've been focusing on my swordsmanship." "A noble pursuit indeed," Maris stroked his beard. "Though, as you know, the swordsmanship club doesn't accept second years." His grin widened. "Which is why I thought you might join young Adom in his club." "Professor, with all due respect," Damus said stiffly, "I'm not interested in spending my time with books." "Oh!" Maris's eyes lit up. "But who said anything about books?" He turned toward the door. "Hugo, my boy, you can come in now." The door opened, and Adom felt his stomach drop as Hugo ducked to fit his massive frame through the doorway. The 6th year adjusted his glasses, his muscles rippling under his uniform as he moved. "Young Damus," Professor Maris gestured grandly, nearly falling off his chair in the process. Meet Hugo, president of the Combat Athletics Club. I believe you two will have quite a lot to discuss. Adom stared blankly at the wall behind Professor Maris's head. Next to him, Damas's knuckles went white against the armrests of his chair. Hugo's broad smile did nothing to ease the tension. Damas protested, of course, vehemently, but Headmaster Maris had that particular gleam in his eyes that meant his mind was made up, and no amount of, "But sir," or "My father will hear about this," would change it. Adom found himself fighting back a smile. He hated the idea, but watching Damas squirm made it almost worthwhile. It was petty, really, and probably proved his immature side was still very much alive and kicking. Unfortunately. After a few more minutes of Hugo explaining the club's schedule, and Damas looking increasingly horrified, Maris finally started wrapping things up. "Actually, sir," Adom said, just as they were about to leave, "there's something I'd like to talk to you about." Damas's head snapped toward him, eyes wide with what looked suspiciously like fear, probably thinking Adom was about to report the bullying. "Privately, if possible." "Of course, my boy," Maris nodded. "Hugo, young Damas, if you wouldn't mind." Once the door closed behind them, Maris settled back in his chair. "Now then, what's troubling you? And speaking of troubles, where are your eyeglasses? I heard you got into quite a situation during that hunting expedition." "Just a small mistake." Adom waved it off. "Won't happen again." "I should hope not." Maris leaned forward, fingers steepled. "What's on your mind?" Adom took a deep breath. "It's about a boy I'd like to sponsor." The headmaster's eyebrows rose, disappearing into his wild grey hair. Chapter 20. Fulfilling Elderly Duties. "I can't." "Yes, you can. You're not visualizing the weave properly." Adom leaned back in his chair, feet propped up on the practice room table, in clear violation of at least 3 academy rules. "I am! Look, threads of mana, geometric patterns, all that stuff. Nothing's happening." "Because you're trying to force them into existence, Aaron. They already exist. You just need to, if you say focus one more time." "I was going to say see them, actually. But now that you mention it, focusing wouldn't hurt." Adom tilted his head, watching another failed attempt scatter golden sparks across the worn wooden table. "Though I have to admit, you're very consistent at failing. Same exact fizzle every time. It's almost impressive." "I do not like you, Adom. Like, at all." Adom laughed. "Mana will answer to your intent. That's how magic works. Right now, your intent isn't helping because you're so focused on proving you can do this that you're not actually visualizing what you're trying to do. See, mana responds to clear mental images. The stronger your intent to cast a spell, the clearer the pattern becomes in your mind." He watched another fizzle with amusement. "You know, there's this theory that mana is semi-sentient. Some mages swear it knows when you're trying to force it without proper visualization. Not sure if I believe it, but watching you right now," he smirked. "But what do I know? I'm just the guy who can actually do magic." "Why can't I just punch things instead? I'm good at punching things." "Because punching things won't make you impress Headmaster Maris, and you're thinking too hard about the math and not enough about the image. It's like trying to describe a color using only numbers." "But you always say magic is mathematical." "It is. But first you need to see it, feel it. The math comes after." "That makes 0 sense." "Neither does your attempt at that weave. Try again." Still nothing. "Because the pattern's already there.
You just need to reach out and grab it. Easy for you to say, Mr. Perfect Pattern every time. I prefer your magical magnificence, but I'll accept that too. Ugh, show me again. Weren't you watching the first 3 times? Please. Fine, but this time actually watch the weave, not my amazing hair. Adam sat cross-legged across from Eren in the practice room. Before we start with actual spells, you need to understand how weaving works. You can sense mana now, which is the first step, but manipulating it is different. Different how? Eren asked, watching the mana particles drift around them. Think of it like this. Every spell is essentially a pattern, a specific structure of mana. When you arrange mana in these patterns, it creates effects in the physical world. It's not just about moving the mana around, it's about organizing it precisely. Adam gathered some mana in front of them. See how chaotic and unstructured it is naturally? Magic happens when we impose order on it. Every spell has its own unique pattern, like a blueprint or a template. Some are simple, others incredibly complex, but they all follow the same principle. Mana arranged in specific structures produces specific effects. So when mages weave spells, they're essentially guiding mana to conform to these patterns, yes. That's why we call it weaving. You're taking these loose threads of mana and weaving them into a coherent structure. Is that why some people can sense mana but can't weave spells? Exactly. Sensing mana is one thing, but manipulating it, forcing it to hold these precise patterns, that's what separates mages from non-mages. Now, let me show you a basic flame spell pattern. Watch closely, Adam said, gathering mana in front of them. A flame spell has one of the most straightforward patterns. Feel how I'm structuring this? Eren focused, sensing how Adam was arranging the mana. It's organized, not random anymore. Right, the pattern for fire needs 3 distinct layers. First, Adam carefully arranged the bottom layer of mana. This base structure has to be perfectly stable. Feel how tight and orderly it is? Like a lattice. I can sense it, Eren nodded, his eyes half closed in concentration. But why that specific arrangement? Because fire needs fuel. This pattern converts mana into heat and energy. If it's not structured exactly right, you'll either get no flame or an explosion. Adam traced the pattern with his finger. See, magic doesn't create something from nothing. It transforms mana into other forms of energy. The base layer breaks down mana into pure energy, mostly heat. The tighter the lattice, the more controlled the conversion. So the flame isn't created? It's transformed mana? Exactly. Everything in magic is transformation. When you make fire, you're not creating flames. You're converting mana into heat and light in a specific way. When you levitate something, you're transforming mana into kinetic force. Even illusions work by transforming mana into light and sometimes sound. That's why stronger spells need more mana? Right. The more dramatic the transformation, the more mana you need. Making a small flame needs just a bit of mana converted to heat, but creating a fireball needs enough mana to generate both intense heat and the force to propel it. Adam paused. Now, watch the second layer. The mana above the base began to shift, forming an intricate spiral pattern. This part determines how the energy flows. See how it creates a natural upward motion? Yeah, it's like a funnel. Good observation. The spiral pattern is crucial. It's what actually generates the flame. Now for the final layer. Adam carefully wove the top portion of mana into a looser but still precisely structured pattern. That looks different from the others, Eren noted. This layer controls the flame's shape and behavior. more structured for a focused flame, looser for a spreading one. All 3 layers have to work together perfectly. A dome completed the pattern, and a small flame appeared above his palm. See? The pattern holds the spell together. Without it, the mana would just dissipate. Can I try? Start with just the base layer. Don't rush. Focus on getting the structure exactly right. Remember, magic isn't about power, it's about precision. Aaron concentrated, trying to replicate the lattice-like pattern he'd seen. The mana moved sluggishly, refusing to hold the shape. You're thinking too much about moving the mana, Adom advised. Focus on the pattern itself. The structure is what matters. The mana will follow if your visualization is clear enough. Aaron sat there, face scrunched in concentration, completely still. What are you doing? Adom asked, raising an eyebrow. Aaron opened one eye sheepishly. Trying to weave? Without hand movements? Is that why you've been refusing to use my old wand? Adom shook his head. Listen, there's a reason first years are given wands. Weaving is complex when you're just starting. Your mind isn't used to manipulating mana in such precise patterns yet. Wands either direct the weaves automatically or have pre-structured spells stored in them. But you don't use hand movements, Aaron pointed out. Because I've practiced these basic spells thousands of times. The more you practice a specific spell, the more familiar its pattern becomes to your mind. Eventually, you can weave it instantly, without thought. Adom paused. But you need to walk before you can run. If you really don't want to use a wand, at least use hand movements. They help visualize the pattern better. Adom raised his hands. Watch. The base layer? He made a gathering motion, fingers curling inward.
This helps you visualize the compression of mana. Then, his right hand moved in a spiral motion. This matches the energy flow pattern. Finally, his fingers spread and lifted. This shapes the output. A perfect flame appeared above his palm. See? The movements mirror the weave's structure. They train your mind to recognize and replicate the patterns. To demonstrate, Adom then cast the same spell without moving, the flame appearing instantly. With enough practice on a specific spell, your mind learns to shape the weave automatically. But you need to master the basics first. Aaron's frustrated expression made Adom pause. Then understanding dawned on his face, and he chuckled. Aaron, I get it. It must be frustrating seeing someone your age weave spells so easily without movements. You want to prove you can do it too, right? Aaron looked away. Maybe. I've had more years of practice than you could imagine. But I thought most second years like you can't cast without movements either. Adom grinned. That's because I'm me, a genius. Oh, shut up, Aaron groaned. You're impossible. Impossibly talented, you mean? I take it back. You're not a genius, you're just insufferable. An insufferable genius, Adom corrected with a smirk. Come on, one more try. Then we can grab food from that place you like, the one with the suspicious meat pies. They're not suspicious, they're traditional. Traditional doesn't mean safe. But fine, one more attempt. Then questionable street food. Deal? Aaron's last attempt fizzled spectacularly, sending a shower of golden sparks across the table. Adom watched the display with a mix of amusement and resignation. Well, that's enough for today. Let's go. The streets of Arcos were always busy this time of day, filled with the smell of cooking food and the chatter of merchants and customers. They found their usual spot at old Mari's stall, where Mari greeted them with her gap-toothed smile.
Ah, my favorite mages. The usual? 3 pies and 2 sweet mango milks? The meat pies, stuffed with minced lamb and wild mushrooms, seasoned with herbs from the northern mountains, were wrapped in flaky golden-brown pastry that crackled perfectly with each bite. They looked suspicious mainly because Mari seemed to have a personal vendetta against conventional geometry. No two pies ever had the same shape, some looking more like abstract art than food. She also made them with chicken and leeks, or spiced beef and potatoes, but the lamb ones had become their favorite. It was actually a discovery for Adom in this life. The stall had apparently been serving pies for 26 years, tucked away in this odd corner of the market district. Despite being somewhat hidden, the place was incredibly popular with locals who, for some inexplicable reason, refused to give directions to anyone asking. Why people insisted on gatekeeping good food was a question Adom would never understand. Did they not realize they were actively hurting Mari's business? She could probably own 3 stalls by now if her customers weren't so determined to keep their secret spot secret. Strange, strange people. The cold mango milk, sweetened with honey and given a creamy texture from being churned with ice, helped wash down the hearty pies. 2 for Aaron's bottomless teenage appetite, 1 for Adom. It had been 9 days since Adam's return from the labyrinth. While he'd recovered enough to walk around and attend classes, the fatigue still lingered. He'd spent the past week teaching Aaron, trying to prepare him to meet Maris. 2 circles. At 12. It was absurd no matter how Adam thought about it. During entrance exams, they didn't typically check applicants' mana pools. They focused on control and basic technique, which was fortunate, because if they knew what Aaron was capable of, the Empire would be all over him. A mage with that much raw power could shift the balance of power between nations. The Empire of Sundar would treat him like a precious resource. The best education, the finest accommodations, personal tutors, and suffocating expectations. Adam knew that pressure all too well. The constant monitoring, the suggestions about your career, the subtle reminders about your duty to the Empire. It could break someone if they weren't prepared for it. That's why he'd focused on teaching Aaron the absolute basics. Better to have him enter the academy looking like a promising but normal student than a walking catastrophe waiting to happen. Headmaster Maris had barely believed it when Adam told him. He'd listened intently, his sharp eyes studying Adam's face as he explained about finding Aaron, about his raw potential, about the 2 circles. The old man had actually fallen silent for a full minute, something Adam had only seen happen twice before. They'd agreed that Adam would present Aaron only after proper preparation, and Maris had readily accepted keeping the boy's true capabilities under wraps. Adam knew the old headmaster well enough. He'd always protected his students from unnecessary scrutiny and pressure. The man might be eccentric, but he understood the weight of expectations better than most. By the 3rd day, Adam was starting to worry. For all the raw power Aaron possessed, he was distinctly untalented in magic. Below average,
If Adom was being honest.
the boy could barely weave the simplest spells, and his control was atrocious. Even with constant guidance, his attempts at basic patterns kept falling apart. The problem wasn't just academic. 2 circles of mana at 12 years old meant Aaron's power would only grow. Without proper control, without the ability to properly channel and regulate that much energy. Adom rubbed his temples, remembering the cases he'd studied in his previous life. Mages were walking powder kegs in that sense. It was why their education focused so heavily on control, on theory, on emotional regulation. Raw power without finesse wasn't just inefficient, it was dangerous. A mage who couldn't properly control their mana became a threat to themselves and everyone around them. Strong emotions, stress, fear, Any of these could trigger an uncontrolled release of power. That's why the academies were so strict about emotional control, why they drilled theory into students' heads before letting them attempt even basic spells. One mistake, one moment of lost control, and Adom thought, despite himself, about the figure's words in the labyrinth. Kill him. Had he made a mistake? Taking responsibility for someone with this much power and so little natural ability to control it. The meat pie suddenly tasted like ash in his mouth. "You're thinking too hard," Eren said, breaking into his thoughts. "Your face gets all scrunchy when you're worried about something." "I do not get scrunchy." Adom watched Eren devour his second meat pie, contemplating how much the boy didn't know about himself. He'd deliberately kept quiet about the true extent of Eren's potential. Telling a 12-year-old they had enough raw power to potentially level cities was, well, not the wisest move. Even the most level-headed kid might get ideas, and Adom had seen enough talented mages go wrong to know better. He hadn't even hinted at it. Talented was all the boy needed to know for now. Besides, Adom still didn't know Eren well enough to fully trust him with that knowledge. The child seemed kind and responsible, sure, but so had others before their power went to their heads. "Want my half of the pie? You only had one," Eren asked, pushing the wrapped package across their usual corner spot. "Thanks," Adom said, managing a smile. As Eren reached for his pocket to pay, Adom waved him off. "It's on me." "Thanks," Eren said, looking relieved in that way kids do when they don't have to spend their scarce pocket money. Old Mari wrapped up a fourth lamb pie, sliding it across her worn wooden counter with her characteristic gap-toothed smile. "This one's on the house. You boys have been good customers this past week. Best entertainment I've had in years, watching you try to explain magic with those fancy hand gestures." "Thank you, ma'am," they both said, almost in unison, which made the old woman cackle. "Such polite young mages," she said, already turning to tend to her geometrically challenged pies bubbling in their clay oven. "Now off with you before the evening rush starts and my regulars see me getting soft." "Same time tomorrow?" Adom asked, as they reached the crossroads where they usually parted ways. Eren shook his head. "Actually, got to help Mother at the tavern tomorrow. Her boss has fired a few people recently, and there will be the usual rush and all that." "Makes sense," Adom said, stepping around a puddle from one of the street cleaner's water spells. "Oh," Eren snapped his fingers. "That reminds me. Mother wants you to come for dinner at the tavern for Yule in a few months. Her boss accepted to let us have the tavern for the occasion. Says she wants to thank you properly for helping me with all this magic stuff." He grinned. "She also said you can bring your friends too, if you want." Adom blinked, caught off guard by the invitation. Despite his adult mind, he sometimes forgot he was physically Eren's age now, complete with the social expectations that came with it. "That's kind of her. So you'll come?" Eren's eyes lit up with that earnest excitement that made him seem even younger than 12. "Mother makes the best roast for Yule. Way better than these pies." He glanced around suspiciously. "Don't tell Mari that, though." "Your secret's safe," Adom said, amused. "Yule is only in a few months, but what time should I be there?" "After sunset? When it's quieter?" Eren started walking backward, still facing Adom. "And thanks again for today, even if I did almost set your textbook on fire." Almost being the key word here, Adom called after him, watching the boy dash off towards the dregs. Adom kept walking, his mind turning over the morning's events. He paused at the corner of Merchant's Row, where Jack was still performing his fire show. The floating dragons danced above an enthralled crowd, as mesmerizing as ever. Adom dropped a coin in Jack's hat, a small smile playing at his lips. Some things really didn't change. His thoughts drifted back to Aaron and his situation. The dregs weren't kind to families trying to make an honest living. He'd seen the patches on Aaron's clothes, noticed how the boy always tried to pay for their study snacks despite clearly struggling to afford them. The tavern couldn't be doing much better, not in that part of the island. A scholarship. That could work, if he could train Aaron well enough. The boy had raw talent in spades, but control was still an issue. Those scorch marks Aaron mentioned weren't just teenage exaggeration. Still, with proper guidance. Or he could just leave a bag of gold coins at the tavern. Anonymous, of course, with a simple note. Not that it would change much in the grand scheme of things. With his magical potential, money wouldn't be a problem for long once Aaron got proper training. Still,
A little help now might make a big difference in the present. Adom had seen too many talented young mages fall through the cracks in his previous life, their potential wasted simply because they couldn't afford to nurture it. Just like Jack. Adom shifted his grip on the meat pie, still warm in its wrapping. Sam would demolish this in seconds, he thought, with a small smile. A soft scraping sound echoed from the alley behind him. He kept walking, pace steady, but his senses sharpened. Another sound, closer this time. Footsteps, trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. The street was emptying as afternoon bled into evening. He passed a pair of police officers, noting their positions without being obvious about it. The crime wave in Arcos was becoming more than just statistics now, especially with Helios's people getting bolder. His hooded appearance that day had bought him some time, but now they were probably targeting any young mage they could find. More footsteps. 3 sets now, maybe 4. They were herding him, he realized, trying to guide him away from the main streets. The meat pie suddenly felt very inconvenient in his hands. The meeting with Cisco next week would change everything, but he had to survive until then. Aaron had arranged that. He couldn't waste it by getting ambushed in some back alley. Decision time. He could try to reach the guards, but that might put civilians at risk if these were indeed Helios's people. Better to handle this cleanly, quietly. Adom turned down a narrow street, then another, seemingly random, but actually leading exactly where he wanted. The footsteps behind him quickened slightly. The dead end ahead was perfect. High walls, no windows, single approach. He could feel the fluid enhancement humming through his veins, ready to respond. He turned to face the alley's entrance, letting his pursuers think they'd trapped him. 4 figures emerged from the shadows, trying to look menacing. Street thugs. Not Helios's people, he could tell from their stance.
"Lovely evening for a walk," Adom said quietly, carefully setting down his meat pie on a nearby crate. No need to waste good food. "Hey there, friend!" The tallest one stepped forward, arms spread in an exaggerated welcoming gesture. His smile showed several gold teeth. "Bit far from Xerxes, aren't you? Dangerous neighborhood for a student to be wandering alone." "We could escort you back," added a shorter man with a scarred eyebrow, moving to flank him. "For a reasonable fee, of course. Consider it a scholarship contribution." The third one, barely older than Adom's current physical age, laughed nervously. "Yeah, think of your fellow students. Some of us couldn't afford those fancy clothes of yours." The fourth remained silent, but his fingers kept twitching toward something in his jacket. Probably a knife. "That's thoughtful of you," Adom replied, noting how they were positioning themselves. "But I'm actually quite familiar with these streets." "Oh?" Goldteeth's smile widened. "Regular visitor? Must have deep pockets then. Come on, share some of that Xerxes wealth.
We all know what those clothes cost.
Would be a shame if something happened to such a generous student, Scarred Eyebrow added, his friendly tone slipping slightly. Lots of accidents happen in these alleys. The young one shifted uncomfortably. Just make it easy, yeah? No need for anyone to get hurt. Adom sighed. They were desperate rather than cruel, but desperate people were often the most dangerous. I understand times are hard, he said, letting his stance relax deliberately, invitingly. But you really should have picked someone else. He weighed his options as he studied their faces. The coins in his pocket would mean nothing to him. He had more wealth than these men would see in their lifetimes. One generous handout, and they'd leave him alone. For tonight.